Chapter 584. There were two people coming from afar. The one leading the way was Yang Yao, the one who led Zhang Xiaohua into the fragrance cult. The one walking behind Yang Yao was the legendary genius from the Rejuvenation Valley. Well, the little medicine boy of the Rejuvenation Valley was now an outer disciple of the Wombing Hall of the fragrance cult. As for his name, Zhang Xiaohua could not remember it clearly. But the face in her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua had seen it before. Wasn't he the patrolling disciple who cheated Zhang Xiaohua of the dragon scale fruit on the first day of Zhang Xiaohua's arrival in the fragrance cult? For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill in her heart. What kind of quality was this? The pride of the pill-expanding hall? How could he snatch the herb from a medicine boy? Not to mention other things, just this point alone made Zhang Xiaohua look down on him. Until now, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder she felt strange at that time. The dragon scale fruit was rare. How could a patrolling disciple of the Wombing Hall know about it? If it was him, naturally it would not be strange. Not to mention his character, this medicine boy of the pill-expanding hall still had the basic professional quality. When Bai Huan heard Qin Fengshao ask him to take Zhang Xiaohua to the inner hall to find clothes, he was unhappy at first. Although he didn't say anything, he didn't move at all. He just stood there and stretched his neck, his eyes full of stars, and said in a low voice, "Oh, this senior brother Lu is really a master of martial arts. You see, I haven't seen him for several years, but he still looks the same as before. Oh no, look at his eyes like lightning and his steps like a tiger or a dragon. He really has the demeanor of a master. Even Headmaster Qin can't compare to him, even Master Qin Fengshao." When Zhang Xiaohua heard the words senior brother Lu, she immediately thought of the Lu Lihong mentioned by Yang Yao. Then she covered her mouth and laughed. Although Lu Lihong and Yang Yao were close, they were still 10 feet away. Moreover, it was dusk. It was the most difficult to see people clearly. Zhang Xiaohua's ears and eyes were sharp, but she could only see roughly. How could Bai Huan see clearly? So Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "So senior brother Bai admires senior brother Lu so much?" Bai Huan ignored him and only looked from afar and said, "It's not just me. Senior brother Lu is simply the idol of all the disciples of Tianmu Peak. As long as senior brother Lu is mentioned, even Headmaster Qin is full of praise. Oh, by the way, don't be fooled by Headmaster Chen's extreme dislike of the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley. Senior brother Lu is definitely an exception. Junior brother Ren, when you see senior brother Lu later, you have to get close to him. He is the pride of your Rejuvenation Valley, a genius of hundreds of years." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she secretly curled her lips and thought, senior brother Lu's lightness skill is only slightly better than great King Kong Zhou Shuming. How can he be called a master? Not to mention a genius. He even snatched my dragon scale fruit, and he still wants me to get close to him? However, he immediately had a good impression of Qin Fengshao. Perhaps Qin Fengshao took what he said about becoming an outer disciple seriously. When he saw Lu Lihong coming over, Qin Fengshao hurriedly called him over. Presumably, Qin Fengshao wanted Lu Lihong to ask more questions about this disciple of the pill-sprouting hall who had successfully broken through the pill-sprouting hall in the past, so that Lu Lihong would have more confidence. But did she want to be an outer disciple? Did she want to patrol the mountain for the fragrance cult? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said to Bai Huan, who was immersed in admiration of his idol, "Senior brother Bai, you go ahead. I will find the inner hall myself." When Bai Huan heard this, he was overjoyed and said, Good. This is what you said. Then I will go and welcome senior brother Lu first. You quickly change into new clothes and come over to show your nose." After that, he walked away without asking Zhang Xiaohua if she knew where the inner hall was, or pointing the direction to the inner hall for Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Bai Huan leave in a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and turned to enter the courtyard. Anyway, he didn't intend to change his clothes. Why would he look for the inner hall? At this time the courtyard was empty. There was no one, but the courtyard was different from usual. Although it was empty, it didn't mean that there was nothing. The courtyard, which was usually empty, had been filled with rows and rows of small stools, which were very neat. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Looking up again at the end of the courtyard in the hall, there was a slightly high platform. There were several tables and several chairs on the high platform. The high platform was brightly lit, which was reflected on the long red cloth above. On the cloth, there was a row of handsome characters, which was former core of the pill-expanding hall, today elite of the Wombing Hall, Lu Lihong's report on his past excellent deeds. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose again. Alas, he had touched his nose countless times in a short while. He thought to himself, could it be that you really can't judge a book by its cover? Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously had a trace of expectation in his heart. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right. His body didn't seem to be moving at all. Instead, he floated up like a breeze and flew straight to a dark corner. It was the new imperial wind technique. Unfortunately, he had only flown one zhang and was less than 3 feet above the ground when his body staggered. He had already lost the vigor of the imperial wind technique and fell down like a rock. Cough cough. Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Fortunately, there was no one around. He didn't embarrass himself. He cast a spell and escaped to a corner. Then he jumped onto the wall and looked at the lively scene outside. Not far away, Yang Yao and Lu Lihong had already walked together with Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxu's group. Qin Fengxiao raised his hands with an enthusiastic look. When they got closer, he immediately cupped his hands together and said, Tianmu Peak's Pill Opening Hall's Grass Division disciple Qin Fengxiao welcomes the famous Wu Ming Hall's outstanding outer disciple Lu Lihong, junior brother Lu Lihong. Yang Yao was walking in front of Lu Lihong and was about to return the greeting. However, after hearing Qin Fengxiao's words, he immediately moved to the side and let Lu Lihong pass. Lu Lihong, on the other hand, acted like an expert. He took a step forward and cupped his hands together. He said humbly, Senior Brother Qin, you're too kind. Even though we're not from the same place, weren't we all disciples of the Pill Opening Hall back then? What outer disciples? What outstanding disciples? It's just a fleeting cloud. Only our brotherhood is real. Qin Fengxiao gave him a thumbs up and said, Junior Brother Lu is indeed extraordinary. Even at this point you still haven't forgotten your past. I'm truly impressed. Then Qin Fengxiao took a step to the side and bowed towards Yang Yao. Martial Uncle Yang, you've worked hard to bring Junior Brother Lu here. You've added quite a bit of glory to our Tianmu Peak. At the same time, Wu Zhouxu also walked in front of Lu Lihong with a spring breeze smile. He cupped his hands together and greeted Lu Lihong. Yang Yao, on the other hand, was still smiling. He said to Qin Fengxiao, Sai, I have a hard life. Back then I brought you back to the fragrant religion. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years have passed. Look at your achievements today, then look at me. I'm ashamed. Qin Feng smiled warmly as he patted Yang Yao's shoulder and said, Martial Uncle Yang is a guiding sign for the fragrant religion. I don't know how many disciples have joined the fragrant religion under your guidance. This contribution of yours is something I admire greatly, but no matter how hard I try, I will never be able to learn from you. Then he took Yang Yao's hand and said affectionately, I heard that the last time Martial Uncle left the valley was your last time. In the future you can enjoy your life in the fragrant religion. I wonder what arrangements Martial Uncle has. Our Tianmu Peak lacks a person of virtue and prestige like Martial Uncle. If Martial Uncle is willing, why don't you come to my Tianmu Peak? I'll immediately let Martial Uncle take over my position. Yang Yao waved his hand. No, you and Martial Nephew Lu are both heroes. How can I compare to you? My old bones should just stay in the White Mountain Peak and bask in the sun. Sai, even if I wanted to come to Tianmu Peak, would the Hall Master be willing to replace you? Qin Fengxiao smiled like a flower and shook Yang Yao's hand. You are the Hall Master's treasure. How could he be willing to put you so far away? You must be in a more important place in the hall. Yang Yao chuckled and continued to say some irrelevant things. On the side, Wu Zhouxu, who had finished exchanging greetings, also walked over and continued to exchange greetings with Yang Yao. The other 16 men surrounded Lu Lihong like stars surrounding the moon, asking all sorts of questions at once. Only not far behind them, a group of young medicine apprentices were working hard to beat the gongs and drums, swaying the garland, their voices somewhat hoarse. Welcome, warm welcome. The sound reverberated through the mountainside of Tianmu Peak. After a while, the two groups of people finished exchanging greetings. Some of the Pill Expanding Hall disciples who had been admiring them for a long time also seemed to be eager to try. Lu Lihong smiled and said to Qin Fengxiao, The Pill Expanding Hall is still the best. This is my home. Every time I come back I feel the warmth of family. However, the brothers are really too enthusiastic. I'm afraid. Qin Fengxiao obviously knew what he meant. He turned around and raised his hand. Fellow junior brothers, don't be anxious. It's windy and cold here. Let junior brother Lu enter the courtyard first. In a while it will be junior brother Lu's first report. Let's go with him and reminisce about the years when he fought in the pill-expanding hall. After this, let's have a good exchange with junior brother Lu and learn from him. In the future junior brother Lu will be our guiding light, Qin Fengxiao said a lot. Only then did the disciples quiet down and make a path. Lu Lihong had a smile on his face as he walked in front of the crowd, waving his hand as he walked. Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu followed behind him, clapping with a smile on their faces. Yang Yao walked behind Qin Fengxiao and the others, accompanied by Zhou Shuming and the others. The disciples on both sides of the aisle cheered and stretched out their hands, wanting to get closer to the former elite of the pill repository hall. The medicine boys behind the disciples were still tirelessly waving their garlands and drums, their little faces full of excitement. Their eyes were peeking through the gaps between the disciples, hoping to see something. Unfortunately, they could not see anything. All they could see was a group of messy backs. Chapter 585. Everyone entered the courtyard and saw a group of disciples sitting on small stools that had been neatly arranged in the courtyard. The medicine boys who were playing music to welcome them also followed in and stood behind the disciples. Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and quietly slipped down the wall and sat behind the medicine boys. Lu Lihong sat in the middle of the high platform in the yard, accompanied by Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu. Yang Yao and a dozen other people sat slightly behind him. When everyone was seated, Qin Fengxiao picked up a teacup and invited Lu Lihong to drink. He then said to the disciples below the stage, "Fellow junior brothers, I believe you all know that the person on the stage is the pride of our pill repository hall. He is also an outstanding disciple of the Wuming Hall, junior brother Lu Lihong. I don't need to go into details about his experience. The most well-known thing is that as a disciple of the grass division of our pill repository hall, he passed the outer disciple assessment and successfully entered the Wuming Hall. He became an elite compound disciple that was highly valued by the Wuming Hall. I know that you have admired junior brother Lu for a long time, so you united with Wu Daolong of the pill department to invite junior brother Lu. You all know that junior brother Lu is very busy in Wuming Hall. He not only has to shoulder his own responsibilities in Wuming Hall, but also some tasks that other disciples can't complete. That is to use his experience as a disciple of pill-expanding hall to share the responsibilities of herbs and elixirs. Therefore, junior brother Lu can take time out of his busy schedule to come to Tianmu Peak and guide the work of the grass department and pill department of our pill-expanding hall. For this, I would like to express our deep gratitude on behalf of everyone. Well, let's give the time to our long-awaited junior brother Lu to talk about his growth experience in pill-expanding hall and his struggle in Wuming Hall." Before Qin Fengxiao's voice died away, there was a thunderous applause from below the platform. Lu Lihong stood up and modestly said, "Senior brother Qin is too serious. I don't have much experience, only some thoughts that I want to share with everyone. This is something that can be replicated. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, or maybe a few years later, one of the juniors here will pass the examination and walk beside me." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Qin Fengxiao and said, "Actually, to be honest, you have a very good template beside you. As far as I know, senior brother Qin also fought like me in the past. It's just that senior brother Qin wasn't as lucky as me. As for me, I just passed by luck." Qin Fengxiao immediately waved his hand and said, "Don't. A defeated general doesn't need to be brave. If what junior martial brother Lu said is true, many of us here can learn from him. For example, Wu Daolong junior martial brother Zhou and the others." When Wu Zhouxiu and the others heard this, they also nodded with a smile. Lu Lihong saw this and smiled. "Yes, that's right. Actually, there are things in this world that are difficult and easy. If you do it, the difficulties will be easy. If you don't do it, the difficulties will be difficult. Junior martial brother isn't talented, but I'm willing to combine the insights of the past 10 years with these philosophies to share with everyone." With that, Lu Lihong continued to speak with assurance on the high platform. He truly had the bearing of a grandmaster. Zhang Xiaohua hid behind many apprentices and didn't release her divine sense. She just closed her eyes and listened. Although Lu Lihong's words were very right, and some of them even touched Zhang Xiaohua's heart, she just couldn't listen. It was like a very funny voice. Every time she heard it, it was very pleasant to listen to. Of course, Lu Lihong's sanctimonious patrolling appearance would appear in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Tisk, involuntarily Zhang Xiaohua muttered. What you say can't compare to what you say. How can you convince me? In fact, the most important thing was that everyone in the Pill Tower Hall described Lu Lihong as a rare genius in hundreds of years. Not only was he proficient in medicinal herbs and pills, he was also proficient in martial arts. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, this was just a child's play. That day, Lu Lihong swindled the dragon scale fruit and used his qing gong to leave. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly surprised in her heart that this patrolling disciple's qing gong was so poor. Now that she thought about it, qing gong required internal strength. Although Lu Lihong was talented, his internal strength cultivation was half a beat slower than others. Therefore, in terms of qing gong, he was very lacking. Since this was the case, how could Zhang Xiaohua take him seriously? Then how could she take his words to heart? Of course, there was another point. Although Zhang Xiaohua acted in a low-key manner, she was after all an 18-year-old young man. Deep in her heart there was a kind of pride. She saw that the person in front of her was obviously inferior to her, but received much more praise than she did. She could pinch him to death with one finger, but she could not show it. It was like casting pearls before swine. Naturally, she had a feeling of injustice. Isn't it just because you don't have a recommendation? If the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall knew my methods, how could you have a place? It seemed that even Qi practitioners of the Celestial Way could not help but have the resentment of man fights for a breath. Buddha receives a stick of incense. However, Zhang Xiaohua forgot that if he used his methods, not only would the Pill Tower Hall be shocked, but the whole incense cult would be shocked as well. Yes, the whole Jianghu would be shocked. Did he dare to show off? At this time, Lu Lihong on the stage said a few words. Refining pills? You just need to calm your mind. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead and jumped up from the ground. Oh no, why am I wasting time here with them? It's just a so-called report. It's not like I want to see them. My furnace of bone condensation pills is more important. Who wants to listen to his nagging? Oh right, how can this guy refine pills? Didn't they say that grass sect disciples can't lend out their pill rooms? However, in a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think carefully. She released her divine sense. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she made a hand seal and directly escaped. She did not show her head and directly went to the pill room at the top of the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation of the Imperial Wind technique was not good, but she was very good at escaping through the earth. Not long after, she returned to the pill room. The first thing she did when she entered the pill room was to use her divine sense to explore the pill furnaces. She saw that the 10 or so medicinal liquids in the 8 formations were slowly rotating, and from time to time, impurities like flying ash would be extracted. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua feel relieved. When Zhang Xiaohua sat down, she was slightly amused. Although the bone condensation pill was precious, it was still a low-level pill. She had successfully refined the meridian soothing pill the first time. Although this was the first time she had used the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, it had been refined and was different from the one in Rejuvenation Valley. If there was a connection between her mind and blood, there would not be too big of a difference. Her worries were a bit unnecessary. Since there were no problems with the bone condensation pill, Zhang Xiaohua was in no hurry to return to the mountainside. Although Lu Lihong's report was good, it did not interest Zhang Xiaohua in the slightest. There was no reason for her to waste her time there. Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and floated up. Unexpectedly, she was cultivating the Imperial Wind technique in the pill room again. After an unknown amount of time, she gradually made some progress with the Imperial Wind technique. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground to rest for a while. However, she immediately thought of the banquet at the mountainside and knew something was wrong. She turned around and left. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, the high platform had been demolished. The stools on the ground were long gone. Under the bright lights, there were more than 10 square tables. Many delicacies had already been placed on the tables. The disciples were all eating and drinking. The young medicine apprentices who looked like they had worked the hardest were nowhere to be seen. It was unknown where they had been sent. In the main hall of the courtyard, there were also 4 large round tables. Lu Lihong sat at the head, accompanied by Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu. Below him were great guardian warrior Zhou Shuming, great Arhat Lu Fengmeng and the others. At the table next to him was Yang Yao, who was also accompanied by several guardian warriors and arhats. The other 2 tables were also occupied by the other members of the pill and grass divisions. At this time, Lu Lihong's face was red from drinking. He raised his wine cup and said something to Qin Fengshao. Yang Yao was also the same. Although he was not sitting at the head table, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. This made Zhang Xiaohua a little puzzled. The pill-expanding hall and woming hall of the fragrance cult were the same. Why did the disciples of the pill-expanding hall feel inferior to woming hall? Could it be because woming hall was an outer disciple? But thinking back to that time in the Misty School, He Tianshu as a disciple of the pill-expanding hall seemed to be the same as the other disciples. Seeing that everyone had their own seats, it seemed that there was no need for him to appear. Zhang Xiaohua had the intention to return to the top of the mountain. He was not sure whether Yang Yao came to Tianmu Peak to see him or not. If he went up for no reason, what if Yang Yao gave him a cold shoulder? Wouldn't that be very embarrassing? And he remembered that on the way to the fragrance cult, Yang Yao repeatedly told him not to let the people of the pill-expanding hall know that he was taking care of him. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave. At this time a voice sounded, "Junior brother, please wait." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He turned around and saw an unfamiliar disciple running from afar, sweating profusely. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, his face lit up and he said, "Junior brother Ren, it's really you. Where did you go?" After senior brother Lu's report, Headmaster Chen asked senior brother Bai and us to look for you. But we couldn't find you in the entire courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior brother. I went to the inner courtyard to look for clothes, but I got lost. I just came out from the back. I'm regretting that I didn't hear senior brother Lu's report." Then you lost a lot, senior brother Lu. This senior brother Zhang Xiaohua had never met was about to say something, but he was interrupted by a call. When Zhang Xiaohua looked up, wasn't it Bai Huan? He saw that Bai Huan's face was also covered in sweat. She hurriedly walked over and said, "We finally found junior brother Ren. Headmaster Chen ordered us to let you in quickly. Go. Oh, why haven't you changed your clothes?" Zhang Xiaohua spread his hands and said, "I couldn't find the inner courtyard, so I couldn't find my clothes." "Then what should we do? Why don't I take you to the inner courtyard to change your clothes?" Bai Huan didn't know what to do at the moment. Chapter 586. Zhang Xiaohua didn't bother to change her clothes. She just smiled and said, "Forget it, senior brother Bai. He's just meeting a former senior brother of our sect. Why do you have to be like this?" Bai Huan argued, "But this is senior brother Lu Lihong. He's different from others. Besides, Headmaster Chen has also instructed me." "Forget it, then I'd better go back to the top of the mountain." Zhang Xiaohua pretended to leave. Bai Huan immediately grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's clothes and said anxiously, "How can you do that?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to change into new clothes, the disciple next to her came up with an idea and said, "How about this, junior brother Bai? Just say that you haven't found clothes suitable for junior brother Ren. That works." Bai Huan was a little dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaohua nodded repeatedly, "This works absolutely. Okay then." Bai Huan helplessly walked into the courtyard with Zhang Xiaohua. At the banquet, Yang Yao was listening attentively to what Arhat Zhang Xiaohua was saying. From time to time he squinted his eyes and nodded frequently. When he was talking he couldn't help but applaud. At this moment he looked up and saw Bai Huan walking in with Zhang Xiaohua. His eyes immediately lit up and the smile on his face became wider. He stared at the slowly approaching Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua had been looking at the banquet. When she saw Yang Yao looking at her, she also smiled and nodded at Yang Yao. Although she was behind Bai Huan, her footsteps quickened. After entering the hall, Bai Huan went to Qin Fengshao. At this time, Qin Fengshao was holding a wine glass, accompanied by Wu Zhouxiu. He was talking to Lu Lihong with his head lowered. Bai Huan whispered, Headmaster Chen, I found Ren Xiaoyao." "Well, why did it take so long? Where did he go?" Qin Fengshao frowned and looked up unhappily. However, before Bai Huan could explain, Qin Fengshao said to Zhang Xiaohua, who was behind Bai Huan, in a clear voice, "Little brother, come here quickly. Let me introduce you." Before he could finish his words, his expression changed slightly. He saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the hall. She smiled and nodded slightly at Qin Feng, then turned around and walked towards Yang Yao. When she arrived in front of him, she bowed deeply and said, "Martial Uncle Yang, long time no see. Are you well?" Zhang Xiaohua's actions were out of the expectations of all the disciples in the hall. Not to mention Qin Fengshao, even Yang Yao was caught off guard. Yang Yao hurriedly got up and helped Zhang Xiaohua up. Marshal Nisran, you're too polite. We've only been apart for a dozen days. Everything is fine. Then he took Zhang Xiaohua's hand and came to the main table. Come, let me introduce you to our distinguished guest of the Pill Repository Hall. He's also a senior of the Rejuvenation Valley. He's now a famous outer disciple of the Wuming Hall, senior brother Lu Lihong. Lu Lihong was talking to Qin Fengshao just now, so he did not notice anything. It was not until Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall and Qin Fengshao introduced her that he clearly saw Zhang Xiaohua's face. In an instant his expression changed slightly, but it soon returned to normal. He was also surprised when he saw Zhang Xiaohua walk over to greet Yang Yao. His eyes revealed a look of interest. Now that Yang Yao introduced her, he hurriedly got up. His face flushed with surprise again and he said, "Oh, this is the new medicine apprentice of the fragrant cult this year. I've long heard of him, but I didn't expect to see him today. It's really better to see once than to hear 100 times." Then he took Zhang Xiaohua's hand affectionately as if he had never seen her before. Zhang Xiaohua pulled her hand away and saluted again. "So it's senior brother Lu. I've long heard of your great name. Now that I see you, I admire you even more. You're just like your name, extraordinary, extraordinary." Qin Fengshao, who was standing to the side, secretly gave Zhang Xiaohua a thumbs up in his heart. This is a real man who doesn't forget his roots. Then he patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "This is also the most talented medicine apprentice of our Tianmu Peak in recent years. Although he's still young, he vaguely has the demeanor of junior brother Lu in the past." Lu Lihong looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, "That's right. Junior brother Ren is the prospective son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master Nya. How can his martial arts be lacking?" When he said this, Qin Fengshao and the rest frowned slightly. Even the other disciples in the main hall had strange expressions on their faces. The way they looked at Zhang Xiaohua had changed. Everyone naturally knew that Zhang Xiaohua came from Rejuvenation Valley. However, the fact that he was the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley was considered a secret. It wasn't suitable for many people to know about it. Of course, he was different from ordinary medicine apprentices. The others also knew about this. However, they also knew what they should know and what they shouldn't know. Therefore they wouldn't ask at all. Now that Lu Lihong had said it in front of them, he directly broke the window paper. How could they not see Zhang Xiaohua in a new light? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Lihong's face was full of regret. His expression changed faster than flipping a book. He slapped his own mouth and said, "Oh, junior brother Ren, look at me. I've lost my virtue after drinking. Please forgive me." In fact, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about this. She hurriedly smiled and said, "Senior brother Lu is really a person who knows everything. This little secret of mine is known by senior brother from Wuming Hall. I really admire you." Zhang Xiaohua didn't care, but Yang Yao couldn't not care. He was the one who brought Zhang Xiaohua from Rejuvenation Valley. Therefore he looked at Qin Fengshao and Wu Zhouxiu as if nothing had happened. The two of them also understood and said with a smile, "Although junior brother Lu is now an outer disciple of Wuming Hall, he used to call us brothers in Pill Expanding Hall. Since we are brothers, we naturally speak behind closed doors. Only we brothers know about junior brother Lu's drunken words just now. If others know about it, then, before they finished speaking, everyone already knew what they meant. Naturally, they wouldn't let them finish their words. Zhou Shuming and the others raised their cups and said, "Headmaster Qin and Wu Dong, don't worry. Even if the walls have ears, we brothers will cut off those ears. Come, cheers." Lu Lihong also raised his cup and said, "Come, junior brother Ren, senior brother apologizes to you." This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. Qin Fengshao, who was next to her, hurriedly explained, "Junior brother Lu, please don't blame us. Junior brother Ren is still young and can't drink wine. Why don't we substitute tea for wine?" Lu Lihong said with a smile, "Junior brother Ren is taller than me when standing in front of me. How can he be young? Come, you must drink wine. Only then can you be a real man and a real son-in-law." These words were a little vulgar, but they were exactly what the others were thinking. Zhou Shuming and the others all roared with laughter. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she smiled and said, "Since senior brother Lu insists on letting me drink a cup, I can't be ungrateful to senior brother. However, this is the first time I've drunk wine. How about this cup?" Lu Lihong said with a smile, Of course. As long as junior brother Ren gives me face, it's fine." Zhang Xiaohua picked up a wine cup from the table and raised it in front of her chest. Lu Lihong said, "Okay." Then he drank it in one gulp and the others followed suit. Although the Pill Tower Hall's wine wasn't as good as Rejuvenation Valley's 100 Flowers wine, it was still considered an excellent wine. It tasted much better than the Xin Rong Gang's wine. However, Zhang Xiaohua only drank one cup and didn't drink more. She had already asked for one cup and Lu Lihong had also agreed. After a few failed attempts to persuade her to drink, everyone didn't force her and sat down. Qin Fengxiao originally wanted Zhang Xiaohua to sit beside him so that she could be closer to Lu Lihong. However, Zhang Xiaohua said that she had some private matters to discuss with Yang Yao, so she only sat beside Yang Yao. Qin Fengxiao saw that Lu Lihong only picked up a pair of chopsticks and didn't force him. He followed Wu Zhouxiu and continued to accompany Lu Lihong to drink and chat. When Zhang Xiaohua sat down, Yang Yao's face was filled with joy. He said in a low voice, "Martial nephew Ren, when I sent you to this place, I was worried for many days. Later on, I met the hall master and specially reported to him that I wanted to transfer you back to White Mountain Peak. However, there were some difficulties involved, so I couldn't do it. But now it seems that Martial nephew Ren is like a fish in water here. You're living a free and unfettered life. This makes me feel very gratified and relieved. I was still worried that I would mistreat you and fail to live up to Brother Nie's trust." Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua silently cursed. "I've been branded with Rejuvenation Valley's brand. I reckon I won't be able to get rid of the title of son-in-law." However, Yang Yao's words were very sincere and must have come from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the teacup and said, "I can't drink wine. I'll use tea in place of wine. Thank you for your concern, Martial Uncle." Good. Yang Yao smiled and raised his cup. He drank a cup and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with relief, saying, "I heard from you that you displayed great prowess the moment you arrived at Tianmu Peak. You won 3 matches in a row and even defeated Martial Nephew Zhou in Qinggong. I didn't expect Martial Nephew Ren's martial arts to be so powerful. It's far beyond my expectations." How could Zhang Xiaohua admit to it? She only smiled and said, "Martial Uncle thinks too highly of me. This was all due to Headmaster Chen's arrangements. I was only very lucky to achieve such a result. Moreover, it was my first time at Tianmu Peak and my senior martial brothers were not familiar with it. That was why I lost. If we compete again in the future, I won't be so lucky and can only lower my head and admit defeat. Our martial nephew is still young. There's still room for improvement in the future. There's no need to fuss over a temporary victory or defeat." Yang Yao comforted, "Oh yes, I heard that you changed all your elixirs to medicinal herbs. Why did you do that?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua gave a long sigh and said, "Sigh, Martial Uncle, please don't mention this matter. Every time you mention this matter I regret it. You also know that I came from a small sect in Jianghu and have not seen much of the world. I only know that aged medicinal herbs are precious. No matter how many elixirs I have, I won't be able to use them all. Why not exchange them for medicinal herbs? Only after I changed them did I realize that in our pill repository hall, medicinal herbs are like weeds. I still have many medicinal herbs left in a small courtyard." After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's confession, Yang Yao smiled and said, "All the new alchemy apprentices are like this. When they see a medicinal herb they treat it like a treasure. In fact, they don't know that this kind of herb is everywhere. You are also new here, so you will slowly learn about it in the future. However, exchanging medicinal herbs with medicinal pills, you have suffered a great loss." At this point Lu Lihong said, "Junior brother Ren, I misspoke after drinking and now I regret it. Can you give me a chance to deal with your herbs as an apology?" Chapter 587. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and stared at Lu Lihong for dozens of seconds. What does this person mean? Just now, you were so obvious about my origin and now you want to immediately remedy it? Moreover, this medicinal herb is useless in the hands of others, but in my hands, it's something much more precious than a medicinal pill. How can I let you steal my treasure and owe you a favor? How can I let everyone praise you? Alright, speaking of snatching my stuff, this guy snatched my dragon scale fruit the first time we met and now he's still thinking about other herbs? Yes, absolutely not. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was silent, Lu Lihong smiled warmly and said, "What? Junior brother Ren doesn't want to give me face?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, No, these herbs are annoying me to death. I can't throw them away, but I can't keep them either. If senior brother Lu can help me solve them, that would be the best. But senior brother Lu, I understand junior brother Ren's meaning. I also know that junior brother Ren showed off his invincible strength and won 3 battles. Speaking of which, I have also heard about the battles on Tianmu Peak. But when I was in the Pill Formation Hall, I was always in the White Mountain Peak. Later on, when I entered the outer sect, I went to the Wuming Hall and had no chance to come to Tianmu Peak. Now that I heard junior brother's spirit in the battles, I couldn't help but feel itchy. How about this? I will take out. Without waiting for Lu Lihong to finish, Zhang Xiaohua interrupted him and said with a surprised expression, "What? Senior brother Lu wants to take out 150 taels of gold to exchange for herbs with me?" Ahem. Lu Lihong's face flushed red, but it was covered by alcohol and couldn't be seen. He awkwardly said, "Junior brother Ren is very generous and won 150 taels of gold in one go. But junior brother thinks, even Headmaster Qin and Wu Daoang don't have that much gold. How can a poor outer sect disciple like me have that much gold?" Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of disappointment, but her eyes were full of eagerness. She said, "It's fine if you don't have gold. Even if it's 150 taels of gold, junior brother is willing to exchange." Lu Lihong almost choked when he heard Zhang Xiaohua mention 150 gold taels. He clenched his teeth and finally resisted the urge to go berserk. He maintained his amiable tone. "Little brother is really a bit greedy. Of course, this is the nature of a man. Haha, but since little brother didn't get the 150 gold taels pill that day and instead exchanged it for some worthless herbs, then these herbs can't be counted as 150 gold taels. Sai, isn't this nonsense? I know you can't take it out, so I'm forcing you." Zhang Xiaohua's heart was beating rapidly, and then she pretended to be puzzled and said, "Then senior brother Lu's meaning is?" Lu Lihong was speechless and he snappily said, "I understand junior brother Ren's feelings, but you have to wait for me to make things clear." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's junior brother's fault, junior brother's fault. Senior brother Lu, please explain clearly." Qin Feng smiled and toasted Lu Lihong with a cup of wine. Lu Lihong then said slowly, "I've been looking forward to Tianmu Peak's gambling match for a long time, but I've never had the chance to participate. Now that I'm an outer sanctum disciple, I'm even more helpless. Now that I've met junior brother Ren, I can't help but be secretly delighted. Why don't we use junior brother Ren's medicinal herbs as the stakes and have a gambling match? Although I can't officially participate in Tianmu Peak's gambling match, if I can compete with junior brother Ren, I'll have no regrets in life." "What? Have no regrets in this life?" Zhang Xiaohua's head was full of black lines and she secretly said, "It's better to die without regrets." Hearing this, the people around them were slightly shocked. After all, Lu Lihong was an outer disciple, and a disciple who had fought his way out of the Dan opening hall. His martial arts were obviously superior to the other disciples of the Dan opening hall. Now he wanted to compete with Zhang Xiaohua, who had just joined the Dan opening hall. Wasn't this an adult playing with a child? But then everyone came to a realization. Didn't he just say that he wanted to make up for his previous mistakes and help Zhang Xiaohua recover some of her losses? As a result, Lu Lihong's image in everyone's hearts was a bit higher than before. If possible, Qin Fengshao wanted to hold another advance report. "Yes, if possible, I'll record it in the Grass Division's journal. The title will be Senior Brother of the Dan Opening Hall Guides Junior Brother Later, highlights Grass Division's unity and friendship," Qin Fengshao thought excitedly. Zhang Xiaohua's face was also excited, and she cried out, "Oh, that's great. But senior brother Lu, what kind of pill will you use for the bet?" But then she said somewhat dejectedly, "But senior brother Lu's martial arts are so high, how can I be your opponent?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua agreed, Lu Lihong took out a jade bottle from his bosom, and said, "This is a Yuandan pill that I occasionally got from the hall leader. Although it's not much, it can be considered rare in the outer sect. I don't know if junior brother Ren thinks it's suitable?" This. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to answer. To be honest, she didn't want to exchange at all, not to mention that she still had 4 Yuandan pilk in her bosom. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, but the people around them were in an uproar. Thinking back to that day at Zhoushu, the Yuandan pilk was already worth 30 taels of gold for Zhang Xiaohua, let alone the real thing. Especially Qin Fengshao, his eyes almost reached out a hand. He understood that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know much about the Yuandan pill of the Chuanxiang cult, so it was impossible for her to understand the importance of this Yuandan pill. So if Zhang Xiaohua won and exchanged a pile of useless herbs for this Yuandan pilk that was even more precious than gold, it was hard to say who would get the Yuandan pilk in the end. Well, there was nothing hard to say. Qin Fengxiao was the head of the grass department at Tianmu Peak, so this Yuandan pilk would definitely fall into his hands. Zhang Xiaohua was just a medicine boy with an unstable foundation. Even if he was strong in martial arts, how could he be a match for the six great Luohan and Qin Fengxiao? Besides, Qin Fengxiao was best at using the carrot and stick. He could use other pills to exchange with Zhang Xiaohua. In a flash, Qin Fengxiao thought a lot. He turned to look at Wu Zhouxu, who had the same expression, and exchanged information in a flash. Last time when Qin Fengxiao took the Yuandan pill, Wu Zhouxu's heart was still bleeding. Wouldn't this Yuandan pill make up for the grievances between them? Suitable, why not? Qin Fengxiao immediately took over the conversation. He patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder with a smile and said, "Little brother, you have been worrying about these herbs. What do you think our pill-expanding hall does? These herbs are no different from useless herbs. Junior brother Lu is so benevolent that junior brother Ren is so happy that he doesn't know what to say." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "But how can I be a match for senior brother Lu? If I go on the field, I will be beaten down in a few moves. I might as well not go on the field." Qin Fengxiao would not allow him to slack off. He also frowned and said to Lu Lihong, "Junior brother Ren is right. Junior brother Lu is an outer disciple. In Jianghu he is a first-class master. He is more than 2 levels higher than junior brother Ren." "This is easy," Lu Lihong said proudly. "Tomorrow I will only use one hand and one foot. If I use the other hand and one foot, I will lose." "Good." Qin Fengxiao slapped the table and stood up. He raised his wine cup and said, "Junior brother Lu's heroic spirit alone is enough for me to drink with you. Admirable, such a master's demeanor." It seemed that the one to go on the field was Headmaster Qin. After Lu Lihong drank the wine, Zhang Xiaohua said weakly, "Thank you for your help, senior apprentice brother Lu. So the bet is my pile of herbs and senior apprentice brother's jade rejuvenation pill?" "Yes, it is." Lu Lihong nodded. "Senior brother Lu will use one hand and one foot against me. If I use one more hand or one foot, I will lose?" "Of course." Lu Lihong nodded again. "Oh, then if I win, this pile of herbs will be senior brother Lu's. If I lose, this pill will be mine?" "Yes, that's it." Lu Lihong was a bit impatient. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, senior brother Lu. You're welcome, you're welcome." Lu Lihong waved his hand and said, "Just now," but halfway through his words he saw the eyes of the people around him. He recalled what he said just now and realized. He waved his hand even harder and explained, I was wrong, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "It's all right, senior brother Lu. We're all brothers behind closed doors. There's no need to pay attention to a gentleman keeps his word." Lu Lihong didn't know if Zhang Xiaohua was using words or if she had other intentions. However, he didn't dare to take her words seriously. If Zhang Xiaohua won, the herbs would be Lu Lihong's. If Zhang Xiaohua lost, the pills would be Zhang Xiaohua's. No matter what, Zhang Xiaohua had an advantage. Lu Lihong was in a bit of a dilemma. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua burst into laughter again. He raised his teacup and said, "I'm just joking. Senior brother Lu, let me toast you. If I win, these herbs will be senior brother Lu's and the pills will be mine. If I lose, the herbs will still be mine and the pills will still be senior brother Lu's." This time, Lu Lihong didn't dare to casually agree. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren is really naughty. Hey, let's do as junior brother Ren said. Let's drink this cup and start the bet tomorrow morning." "All right, I hope that little brother will still have good luck tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and drank the tea. However, he immediately said, "It's already late today and senior martial brother Lu needs to rest well tomorrow. Why don't we move the bet to the afternoon?" Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxu looked at each other and said, "Junior brother Ren is right. If junior brother Lu has no objections, then let's do it this way." Lu Lihong naturally didn't have any objections. "This is my first time participating in a gambling fight, so I'll follow your rules." After the discussion was settled, everyone sat down to drink and drink. Yang Yao asked about Zhang Xiaohua's recent situation in a low voice. Chapter 588. Looking at Yang Yao's intentions, it seemed that he really valued his relationship with Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Head Nia. He wanted to transfer Zhang Xiaohua back to the pill-expanding hall at the White Yefeng Peak and point the way for Zhang Xiaohua to become an outer disciple. But how could Zhang Xiaohua be willing? First of all, the pill room at the top of Tianmu Peak was the best place to practice and refine pills. Once she moved to the White Yefeng Peak, it was a question whether there would still be such a pill room. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to move for the time being. Moreover, what kind of place was the White Yefeng Peak? That was where the pill-expanding hall was located. There were many eyes and there were all kinds of schemes. This wasn't a place that Zhang Xiaohua was willing to go. It was better to be free and unfettered on Tianmu Peak. When the time was right, she could travel with the wind and it would be convenient for her to find second brother. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua comforted Yang Yao and said that as long as it was a luminous pearl, it would shine no matter where it went. She even brought up the issue of her height in an attempt to persuade Yang Yao. Actually, Yang Yao was just saying. Even if he wanted to transfer Zhang Xiaohua back to the White Yefeng Peak, it was just a thought. He had the heart but was powerless to do so. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so sensible, he naturally felt at ease. It was as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart, and he couldn't help but drink a few more cups. After sitting with her for a while, he saw that it was getting late. Zhang Xiaohua was still refining the medicinal liquid in the pill room. He didn't want to stay any longer and stood up to bid farewell. He wasn't the main character of the banquet, so Qin Fengxiao and the others didn't stand on ceremony. They only urged him to stay for a while before letting him go. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's back figure walk out of the hall without hesitation, Lu Lihong and Yang Yao, who were drinking with their heads lowered, had different expressions in their eyes. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the hall, the noisy courtyard instantly became silent. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. Looking around, she didn't find anything unusual. She saw Bai Huan in the corner of the courtyard eating and drinking at a table. At this time, seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out, she didn't dare to stay for long. Wiping the grease on her lips, she picked up a lantern behind the courtyard door and hurriedly followed him. The path was secluded and he was alone, so he didn't dare to go up and down. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the courtyard, there was strange. Strange. Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. He shook his head and walked away. He was Bai Huan, was it? Was Qin? Was it that? Was it that I? He was to. As to brother Ren was Yao? Was master? Pfft. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Senior brother Bai, why are you being so polite? Why is it different from this afternoon? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't worry. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that Bai Huan took him into the hall. Zhang Xiaohua ignored Lu Lihong and directly greeted Yang Yao. He saw clearly that Lu Lihong was an outer disciple and his idol. In his mind, Lu Lihong was more powerful than Qin Fengxiao. Zhang Xiaohua actually ignored Lu Lihong, which suddenly made Bai Huan think, Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are either better than Lu Lihong's, or he has a deep background in the pill-expanding hall. Maybe Rejuvenation Valley is just a cover. Bai Huan didn't know much about martial arts, so he didn't know which of the two possibilities was more realistic. But no matter which one it was, Bai Huan couldn't afford to offend Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, he unconsciously classified Zhang Xiaohua as someone who could be treated respectfully. Naturally, he spoke very politely. Bai Huan said with a smile, Junior brother Ren, please don't blame me. I have something to ask you. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, what is it? Bai Huan said, do you remember when I just came to the top of the mountain I asked you for help? If there is a gambling fight in the future, please let me know first. Tomorrow's gambling fight. Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised. Senior brother Bai, it was just decided in the hall. How did you know it so soon? Humph, Bai Huan despised him, but he immediately felt that his attitude was not right. He smiled apologetically and said, Junior fellow apprentice, you don't know. When you bravely accepted senior fellow apprentice Lu's challenge in the hall, someone secretly told the brothers in the yard. We quarreled in the yard. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua finally knew why there was an abnormal scene in the yard as soon as he walked out of the hall. Junior brother Ren dared to accept senior brother Lu's challenge, which was praised by the brothers. They all said that junior brother Ren's courage is commendable. Commendable? Zhang Xiaohua figured out the meaning of it and said with a fake smile, "Do the senior brothers all think that I can't beat senior brother Lu?" Well, Bai Huan didn't know how to answer. He scratched his head and said, "This is what I want to ask you. Do you think I should bet that junior brother Ren will win tomorrow? What if I bet on senior brother Bai? Who do you think you should bet on?" Zhang Xiaohua asked with interest. Cough cough, junior brother Ren, please don't blame me. Senior brother Lu is an outer sect disciple. Even head leader Chen is no match for him. If I were to bet, I would definitely bet on senior brother Lu. It's just that. It seems like everyone is betting on senior brother Lu. Even if senior brother Lu wins, there won't be much to gain. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "If I were you, I would also bet on senior brother Lu." "Are you sure?" Sure. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's answer, Bai Huan had a plan in his heart and said, "In fact, I want to bet on junior brother Ren. If there is an accident, won't I be rich? Alas, I don't know if tomorrow's gambling fight will count as points. Otherwise, I really want to give it a try." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Last time when she bet on herself, she actually won against everyone. Presumably, there would be many people speculating in tomorrow's gambling fight. But would she let them win? As the two talked, they came to the top of the mountain. It was almost midnight. Bai Huan cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Ren, rest early. I will call you tomorrow morning." "Don't." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "The gambling fight is arranged in the afternoon, not the morning. I will rest tomorrow morning and prepare well. Come to me afternoon." "Arranged in the afternoon?" Bai Huan was stunned and immediately nodded. "Okay, junior brother Ren, rest early. Even if you lose tomorrow, it is pardonable. After all, he is an outer disciple." Hearing that Bai Huan was going to nag again, Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, "Okay, senior brother Bai, rest early. I will leave the work of the herb field to you tomorrow." After that, she turned and went to the cave. Watching Zhang Xiaohua leave, Bai Huan walked back to his hut helplessly. As he walked, he muttered, "Why can't there be an upset? Can't you let me be rich for once?" His voice was not loud, but it still reached Zhang Xiaohua's ears. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "Who doesn't want to be rich? But before you get rich, you should not lose money. Although elixirs are good, they are not as good as herbs." After entering the cave, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay. She set up the restriction and immediately went into the elixir room. She took out the futon and sat cross-legged in front of the elixir furnace. She used her divine sense to check the elixir furnace. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, she was relieved and took out the vitality stones from her arms and began her night routine. Not long after, starlight shone down and shrouded the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. The starlight directly shot into the 8 sealed openings of the elixir furnace and also into the refining liquid. Everything was the same as the scene when Zhang Xiaohua was refining elixirs in Rejuvenation Valley. It was a quiet night. When she woke up the next day, she saw that the refining liquid was still slowly rotating and there was less dust flying out. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the refining process was about to be completed. She compared it in her heart and found that it was much faster than the previous elixir furnace. After practicing the fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the front of the cauldron and waited for a moment. Seeing that the medicinal liquid had almost stopped moving and there were no impurities being quenched, he knew that the quenching stage was completed. Then he closed his eyes and recalled the unique method of using the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Only then did he slowly raise his left hand and his fingers moved nimbly, sending one technique after another into the cauldron. Not long after, a small hole flashed in the formation of the cauldron. The medicinal liquid of that iron bone grass that had been quenched in the cauldron earlier came out of the small hole and floated to the center of the cauldron, where it floated motionlessly. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the medicinal liquid. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise again and then immersed his divine sense into the medicinal liquid. There was also a faint starlight in the liquid. "What's going on?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and was puzzled. "Is this common in elixir refining? Maybe." This was not the time to think. Moreover, it was Zhang Xiaohua's second time refining a low-level elixir. Maybe when she refined more she would know the reason. Zhang Xiaohua comforted herself like this and struck the incantation with her left hand again. Not long after, the blackwood fruit liquid in the quaking furnace and the fragrant soul wood liquid in the calming furnace were also integrated into the liquid of the iron bone grass in the center of the elixir furnace. It was a combination of metal, wood, and water. With the experience of refining elixir in the Rejuvenation Valley last time, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry this time. She methodically entered the liquid melting incantation, creating mutual promotion and mutual restraint in the different attributes of the liquid. The liquid that was originally still gradually rotated again as the other two liquid were integrated into it. Gradually, a cycle was formed inside the liquid. And in this cycle, a faint starlight also rotated slightly as if it was also building something. After a long time, when the liquid of the three main ingredients stabilized, Zhang Xiaohua struck the incantation again. The liquid that had been refined in the Kun furnace, Sun furnace, and other formations were also integrated into the liquid one by one according to the mutual restraint of the 5 elements. Every time these liquid were integrated, it would cause the liquid in the center to vibrate and swell. At one point there were signs of collapse. However, it was all safely passed under the control of Zhang Xiaohua's incantation. When all the liquid was integrated, Zhang Xiaohua struck the last incantation. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace roared. From the bottom of the rapidly rotating liquid in the center of the elixir furnace, a wisp of light red true samadhi fire, as thin as hair, appeared out of thin air. It wrapped around the liquid that was as big as a head. This was the unique method of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Chapter 589. Looking at the light red true samadhi fire, that was like a tiny dragon circling around the rapidly spinning medicinal liquid and occasionally penetrating it, Zhang Xiaohua wiped the faint sweat on his head and breathed a sigh of relief. When he checked the true qi in his body, he was shocked again. This simple melting of the liquid had consumed almost half of his true qi. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh again. The cultivation of the qi refining stage was really not worth mentioning. However, he also did not lack of diligent cultivation. It was just that he had only entered the immortal Tao for a short period of time. He really didn't know when he would be able to cultivate the 18 levels of the mental cultivation method one by one. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua carefully observed the elixir furnace with his divine sense before returning to the cave. As soon as he returned to the cave, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It wasn't that there were any strange people or things in the cave, but standing at the entrance of the cave, the blazing sun hanging high in the sky was already a little to the west. Zhang Xiaohua was a little at a loss. When he entered the cave, it was still early in the morning and the rising sun had just shone on the cave. This simple process from the melting of the liquid to the gestation of the elixir took an entire morning? Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua immediately slapped his forehead. It was already past noon. Wasn't the gambling fight between him and Lu Lihong set for this afternoon? Looking at the time, it was about to start. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua immediately put away his panic. This afternoon's gambling fight was originally forced to do something beyond his ability. If he could be late and not have the gambling fight, that would be the best. Unfortunately, his beautiful wish would always be a beautiful bubble. Outside the cave, at a flat area on the cliff, Bai Huan anxiously paced in a small area. There were several times when he wanted to shout loudly, but just as he opened his mouth, he swallowed it back down. Just as he gritted his teeth and was about to walk into the cave, Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked out. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out, Bai Huan was like seeing a savior. He quickly walked over, grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and complained, "Junior brother, why did you come out so late? Headmaster Chen sent people to urge you many times. I always wanted to call you, but I heard that even people with internal strength are afraid of being disturbed. I didn't dare to. But when I walked to the front of your cave, I couldn't see anything clearly. It was dark inside. I was so anxious that I wanted to jump off the cliff." Zhang Xiaohua was not anxious. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Bai, it's just a gambling fight. It's just an informal gambling fight. Why are you so nervous? It's not time yet, right?" But Bai Huan didn't know how to enlighten this guy who regarded idols as dung. An elite disciple of the outer door wanted to make friends with you and exchanged your useless herbs. But you were not in a hurry. You were simply shameless. However, Bai Huan was afraid that he would fail to live up to Headmaster Chen's request. He pulled Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and rushed down the mountain. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything. He just silently used the levitation skill and followed down the mountain. The road down the mountain was very long. But under Bai Huan's deliberate rush, it actually took them half the time yesterday to reach the gambling fight arena. At this time the gambling fight arena was the same as what Zhang Xiaohua saw last time. It was the same layout, the same judgment and the same busy betting. The only difference was the fanatical look in the eyes of the disciples. After all, it had been a long time since the last gambling fight. And now, standing in the arena with his hands behind his back and looking up at the floating clouds was their idol. Looking at Lu Lihong in his white robe standing there elegantly, the eyes of the disciples were full of stars. They did not hesitate at all when they placed their bets. If they did not support him now, when would they? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua running over with Bai Huan, Qin Fengxiao's face was filled with anger. He went up to them and asked, "Junior brother Ren, what's going on? I sent people to invite you again and again. Why don't you give me face?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said apologetically, "Head Qin, don't worry. Little brother is really sorry. I was adjusting my breathing in the morning and forgot the time. I only just woke up. If you don't believe me, you can ask senior brother Bai." Bai Huan also said anxiously, "Yes, Head Qin, junior brother Ren did not show up at all this morning. Last night he specially told me that he has to adjust himself well today and fight senior brother Lu in his best condition. You invited him several times, but I did not dare to shout carelessly. I was afraid that junior brother Ren would go crazy." Qin Feng glared at Bai Huan and was about to speak again when he heard a voice beside him. Junior brother Ren can adjust his breathing in seclusion at such a young age. His future is really bright and limitless." It was Lu Lihong who had quietly used his qing gong to come over. Seeing Lu Lihong approach him without him noticing, Qin Feng was shocked at Lu Lihong's qing gong. At the same time, he also had some doubts about Zhang Xiaohua's words. He only smiled and said, "Senior brother Lu, are you sure? I heard that adjusting one's breathing in seclusion is a reflection of one's profound internal strength. Does junior brother Ren have such profound internal strength?" Lu Lihong was also surprised and asked, "Junior brother Ren, don't worry. You're not late. You're just a little bit late. Oh, can you tell me what kind of internal strength you're cultivating?" "Reckless bull's strength," Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. "Nonsense, I only know the name of this internal strength. Who else would I talk about if not it?" Lu Lihong was obviously stunned as if he had never heard of it. He nodded thoughtfully and said, This technique is very powerful just from the name. I vaguely heard from the outer sect masters that it should be a first-class internal strength cultivation method in Jianghu. Not bad, junior brother Ren. You're very lucky to have the opportunity to cultivate such a profound internal strength. I wonder which level junior brother has reached?" Lu Lihong's voice was very loud as if he was showing off his knowledge. The nearby disciples all nodded as they listened. After listening to Lu Lihong's words, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Presumably, this technique that was commonly seen in Jianghu wouldn't be seen by the martial arts masters of Wuming Hall of the Incense Cult. When Lu Lihong was in Rejuvenation Valley, he was only a medicine boy and didn't cultivate martial arts. He only came into contact with internal strength cultivation methods when he came to the incense cult. Therefore, he didn't know what kind of martial arts the reckless bull's strength was. Not far away, Zhang Xiaohua stole a glance at Yang Yao, who was trying hard to hold back his laughter. He was also looking up to admire the floating clouds. Zhang Xiaohua understood that everything was floating clouds. Therefore, she smiled and said, "Senior brother Lu is wise. I'm not talented and have only just come into contact with this profound internal strength. How could I know the level? I only have a little sense of qi. I don't dare to embarrass myself." Lu Lihong nodded and said, "I'm only a medicine boy of the pill expanding hall. Planting herbs and refining pills are my true profession. It's already good that I'm able to cultivate profound martial arts. If I want to compete with the disciples who practice internal strength from a young age, I'm too far away. Junior brother Ren, you don't need to belittle yourself. Let's fight in a bit and you'll know. Oh, this is related to your herbs. You must try to beat me by half a move." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "How can I be senior brother Lu's opponent? I've gained some understanding from practicing reckless bull force over the past few days, and I know that the level of qi in a person's martial arts will directly determine the level of their martial arts. Skills are just support. Your qi is great and it's not something I can compare to. Even if you only use one hand, I won't be able to reach you." Lu Lihong nodded with an enigmatic expression and said in a senior tone, "Junior brother, you're able to cultivate to this level. It's enough to show that your aptitude is not bad. I think if you're given enough time and a suitable environment, you'll definitely become an outer disciple in 10 years. When the surrounding disciples heard this, they all looked up at Lu Lihong and gave him a thumbs up from the bottom of their hearts. See, this is the style of a senior brother. At the same time, the way they looked at Zhang Xiaohua was also different. She was someone who had a high chance of becoming an outer disciple. She was a rising star. If they didn't curry favor with her now, when would they? This Lu Lihong really knows how to win people over. Zhang Xiaohua secretly said. She then cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your encouragement, senior brother Lu. I'll definitely cultivate diligently and use senior brother Lu as my guiding light on the path of cultivation. I'll climb along the path that senior brother Lu has walked. I hope that senior brother Lu will guide me more in the future." Lu Lihong nodded and said, Of course. After all, we're both apprentices from the Pill Tower Hall. Yes, we're both from the Rejuvenation Valley. If I don't take care of you, who else can I take care of? Then let's not fight this time. You can take the herbs and give me the Yuandan pill. Won't that be enough? Zhang Xiaohua laughed mischievously. Lu Lihong's body swayed again and again before he finally steadied himself. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "This won't do. The most taboo in martial arts is to reap without sowing. That will cause the foundation to be unstable. If I let you get the pill easily today, you may want to take more shortcuts when you cultivate in the future. The slightest difference can lead to a great error. Maybe my little kindness today will cause an obstacle in your future cultivation." After talking for a long time, he still couldn't give it to her. Qin Feng looked at the sky with a smile and coughed. "Junior brother Lu, it's already late. Let's..." Lu Lihong stopped talking, but he still didn't forget to educate Zhang Xiaohua. "You must remember what I said today. This is based on my many years of cultivation experience." Zhang Xiaohua deeply bowed and said, "Thank you, senior brother Lu." He didn't quite understand why the Lu Lihong from last night and today's Lu Lihong didn't seem to have the same attitude. However, looking at his earnest teaching today, he really did seem like an amiable senior brother. His teachings were also to the point and were indeed correct. Although Zhang Xiaohua felt that there was something wrong, he could only nod his head. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua bow, Lu Lihong helped him up and said, "Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Now let me see how your junior brother's martial arts are." Then he stretched out his right hand and left leg. "I will only use this hand and one leg to attack. If the other hand and leg attack, then it's my loss." Zhang Xiaohua also walked in front of Lu Lihong and took a stance. "Senior brother Lu, please advise me." Lu Lihong stretched out his right hand and said, "Junior brother Ren, please advise me too." "You first." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. She took a step forward and used the Big Dipper Divine Fist on Lu Lihong's left shoulder. Chapter 590. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's fist was about to hit him, Lu Lihong calmly raised his left palm in front of him, blocking the direction of Zhang Xiaohua's fist. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly and muttered, "Didn't you just say?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's fist was clearly sluggish and her eyes were filled with doubt, Lu Lihong didn't back down. His left palm didn't move, but the 4 fingers of his right hand clenched and directly struck towards Zhang Xiaohua's wrist. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. This senior martial brother Lu is really crafty. He actually made a fuss about the words. He only said to use one hand and one leg to attack. As long as the other hand and one leg attacked, it would be considered a loss. He didn't say that the other hand and one leg couldn't be used to defend. It seems like he's still fussing over the joke I made last night. However, how could Zhang Xiaohua take it to heart? She didn't exchange blows with Zhang Xiaohua. She pulled back her fist and leaned slightly to the side. Her left leg flew out, but it was Lu Lihong's right leg. She wanted to see how Lu Lihong would defend. Lu Lihong also had a few moves. Seeing the position of Zhang Xiaohua's leg, he knew what she was trying to do. He exerted strength in his legs and jumped up. With a spring kick, his left leg cut towards Zhang Xiaohua's knee. Zhang Xiaohua had already held back 60% of her strength. When she saw Lu Lihong's spring kick, she pulled back the leg she had just kicked out and jumped up. She was actually the same height as Lu Lihong. She stretched out her 2 hands. One hand blocked Lu Lihong's leg, while the other went straight for Lu Lihong's face. Who told me to use both hands? Of course, Lu Lihong wouldn't let Zhang Xiaohua do as she wished. He immediately changed his move. Thus, the first dozens of moves between the two were fake and real. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, their fists and feet didn't touch. After a few moves, Zhang Xiaohua understood that Lu Lihong was testing her moves. But on the other hand, didn't Zhang Xiaohua have the same idea? When Zhang Xiaohua was practicing martial arts in the Huanxi Mountain Villa, she had read many fist techniques in order to learn the moves of the Big Dipper magical fist. She had an impression of the commonly seen fist techniques in Jianghu. But Lu Lihong's moves and movements were clearly different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. Lihong's moves were clearly light and graceful, and when he was wearing a white gown to display twos to use. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohua's brows were slightly wrinkled. To be honest, he still hadn't figured out Lu Lihong's true intentions. Did Lu Lihong really want to help him, apologize to him, and use the precious Yuandan pilk to exchange for his medicinal herbs? If that was the case, then Zhang Xiaohua was willing to treat Lu Lihong as a real senior brother and completely forget about the matter of the dragon scale fruit. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stretched out a palm from under her armpit and directly slapped Lu Lihong's left shoulder. Her palm strike was very clever, and it was precisely Lu Lihong's flaw. Lu Lihong's right hand and left leg couldn't attack. If he really wanted to exchange the Yuandan pilk for an elixir, then he would have to raise his left hand to attack. Otherwise it would be too late to just defend. Or if he only defended, then Zhang Xiaohua's palm strike would land on his body. In terms of moves, Lu Lihong had already lost. It was a good opportunity for the two to get off the stage. Sure enough, Lu Lihong's eyes were filled with astonishment. He didn't seem to believe that Zhang Xiaohua could make such an exquisite move. However, his reaction was the same as Zhang Xiaohua's. This little brother didn't have time to channel his internal energy to my palm. This round, senior brother Lu has won. No. Lu Lihong smiled and said warmly, Junior brother Ren, you don't have to be so modest. Junior brother Ren's moves are very exquisite. You were actually able to see my flaw. This palm strike forced me to use my internal energy. If it was a normal exchange, I would have lost. However, in order to leave a deep impression on junior brother Ren and let him see the extensive and profound martial arts of the incense school, I think we should have tied. How about we start again? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and secretly said, What's so fun about it? Looking at your appearance, I don't know what you're thinking. Maybe you want to impress the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall with your demeanor and martial arts? Seems like you've already achieved your goal. This round you want to win and I want to lose. The result has already been decided. Why should we fight again? However, Zhang Xiaohua's face was stern. She said, Thank you senior brother Lu for letting me win. This time senior brother Lu, please make the first move. Lu Lihong nodded and said, Okay, then I'll make the first move. My fist contains half of my internal energy. Be careful. After he finished speaking, he punched out. When Zhang Xiaohua was refining pills in the morning, she had consumed less than half of her internal energy. She hurriedly went down the mountain and did not have time to replenish it. Hearing Lu Lihong's reminder, she did not dare to be careless. She immediately used 40% of her remaining internal energy to simulate her internal energy. However, when the two fists collided, Zhang Xiaohua immediately knew that it was not good. She hurriedly withdrew her strength, leaving only 30% of her internal energy. However, this 30% of her internal energy was enough to make Lu Lihong's figure retreat slightly. Her eyes revealed a look of surprise. She then smiled and said, Junior brother Ren, good internal energy. This strength of the bull is indeed the top cultivation method in Jianghu. Zhang Xiaohua was out of breath. She said, Senior brother Lu is too polite. I used nearly 90% of my internal energy to barely block it. Okay, junior brother Ren, if I continue to hide my strength, it would be disrespectful to you. Be careful, I'm going to use 80% of my internal energy. After he finished speaking, he lifted his left leg and kicked out. Seeing Lu Lihong like this, Zhang Xiaohua was already laughing in her heart. This guy's mouth sounds good, but his hands are always dirty. Although his internal energy is not bad, it's not as good as Longting Villa's young Master Long. How can he be my opponent? Thinking about it, Longting Villa's young Master Long's aptitude was not necessarily worse than Lu Lihong's. He had received formal internal energy training from a young age, unlike Lu Lihong who only learned martial arts after entering Chuanxiang cult. Although he was older than young Master Long, his martial arts were inferior. Since she had figured out Lu Lihong's background, Zhang Xiaohua had a plan in mind. She only needed to use the appropriate Xinqi to simulate the internal energy that was far inferior to Lu Lihong's. After fighting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua appeared to be in a mess. The same moves were used frequently, but Lu Lihong found the flaws many times. Zhang Xiaohua was forced to use her internal energy to meet Lu Lihong's attacks. However, Zhang Xiaohua's internal energy was far inferior to Lu Lihong's. Even if Lu Lihong wanted to use his qinggong to avoid the attacks, Lu Lihong showed no mercy. His body fluttered all over the field. It seemed that his qinggong was much better than Zhang Xiaohua's. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua finally stopped running and sat down on the grass. She bitterly smiled and said, "Senior brother Lu, this little brother really admires you. Your fist techniques, internal energy cultivation, and qinggong are all better than this little brother's. In terms of weapons, this little brother basically doesn't know anything about them. I only know how to use a small hoe to remove weeds." Seeing this, Lu Lihong also stopped. He was also slightly out of breath. However, he still smiled warmly and said, "Junior brother Ren, let's fight again. I see that you still have some strength left. We martial artists must face difficulties and never admit defeat." Thinking back to those years, if I lacked the slightest bit of confidence in the face of hardships, how could I have achieved what I have today? Don't. Zhang Xiaohua was out of breath. She repeatedly waved her hand and said, "Let's stop here. Senior brother Lu, although your success can be replicated, after all, not everyone is like you. Anyway, I'm tired today. I just want to have a good rest." Easy, okay. Lu Lihong's voice was slightly regretful. He said, "Since junior brother Ren said so, then I won this round. I want to help you, but I can't. Sighed junior brother Ren, you still have to work hard. I hope that 10 years later, you can stand in front of me with a new face and stronger martial arts and bravely challenge me." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She could only smile bitterly and said, "Thank you senior brother Lu for your encouragement. I heard that our pill expanding hall also has secret martial arts manuals. Wait for me to find some and train hard. I will strive to have the qualifications to challenge senior brother. Good junior brother, I believe in you. Where there is a will, there is a way." Lu Lihong put his warm hand on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. It was the standard image of a real senior brother. Chapter 591. At this time, old consecrator Lei, who had been observing from afar for a long time, shouted, "The gambling fight between Lu Lihong of Wuming Hall and Ren Xiaoyao of Pill Expanding Hall is now over. Lu Lihong of Wuming Hall wins." Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua finally lost in this gambling fight that she couldn't even release her divine sense in time. All right. The spectators were filled with jubilation as all the disciples of the pill opening hall clamored without end. They were deeply proud that they were able to witness such a wonderful bet, a touching show of affection between fellow disciples, and a bet that placed friendship first and competition second. Proud. Proud. More importantly, they had all bet on Lu Lihong to win and earned a certain amount of points. Of course, there were also a few individuals who were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They looked at the sky and shouted, "God is unfair. Why didn't there be an upset today?" Yes, God was unfair. But why was God so unfair? It seemed that even God didn't know. Only those who could manipulate the outcome of the gambling fight knew. And Zhang Xiaohua was precisely this kind of person. Perhaps only when the stakes of the gambling fight were greater than Zhang Xiaohua's psychological expectations would there be a situation of God's fairness. However, with Zhang Xiaohua's upset earlier, there were now so many people who wanted to follow in her footsteps. Naturally, there would be a situation of God's unfairness. Not to mention the joy and sorrow of the disciples who had bet on them. Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu, who had been waiting outside, immediately walked into the field when they saw the outcome. They smiled and said to Lu Lihong, "Junior brother Lu's martial arts have improved by leaps and bounds. As senior brothers, we are really envious. The outer disciples of Wuming Hall really live up to their reputation." Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Junior brother Ren may have lost, but he must have benefited a lot from exchanging blows with a great expert like junior brother Lu. He will definitely improve if he goes back and comprehends it well. Moreover, junior brother Lu's martial arts are so high. Junior brother Ren losing is normal. It would be strange if he won. Yes, as the ancients said, don't be arrogant if you win and don't be discouraged if you lose. Junior brother Lu and junior brother Ren should encourage each other. Zhang Xiaohua said with a face full of shame. Headmaster Chen is right. Junior brother was very proud of winning a few gambling fights by luck. Now it seems that there is always someone better. Senior brother Lu's martial arts are so high. You must be one of the top figures among the outer disciples of Wuming Hall. I think the disciples who came with us from Rejuvenation Valley aren't as good as senior brother Lu. After a little flattery, Lu Lihong's face was a little red. He glanced at Yang Yao who was talking with a few disciples not far away and said with a smile, "You flatter me. We are all outer disciples. There is no absolute difference in our martial arts. Some people are good at fist skills, some people are good at lightness skill. I was just lucky. All aspects are more balanced. The disciples who can go to Rejuvenation Valley with pill-spreading hall don't rely on martial arts. They only have some experience in Jianghu or some foundation in the sect. I was just a disciple of pill-spreading hall. I was not trained by Wuming Hall since I was young. I didn't have the opportunity to be sent out." Then he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said meaningfully, "Even if you enter Wuming Hall and become an outer disciple, if you don't have a familiar master or elder to take care of you, you won't have a chance to stand out. Even your daily duties may not be better than others." Zhang Xiaohua understood. He was reminding her, "Don't look at me patrolling the mountain in Wuming Hall. It was not because my martial arts were not good. It was only because I didn't have a foundation in Wuming Hall and they didn't like me." However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately had a question mark in his heart. Lu Lihong's words are so vague. Could there be another meaning behind them? Does he want me to get close to him so that I can hug his thigh when I enter Wuming Hall? But do I need to hug your thigh? If there is a chance, wouldn't it be better for me to hug Lord Peacock Kong's thigh? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's face blushed for no reason. This cough, her thoughts seemed to be a little impure. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua nodded and probed, "Senior martial brother Lu's kind intentions are appreciated by me. We're both from Rejuvenation Valley, and we've both stayed in the Pill Expansion Hall's grass division. I feel closer to senior martial brother Lu for no reason. Even if I can't enter the outer sect in the future, I'll definitely remember senior martial brother's guidance today." "You're too modest, junior brother Ren. You've just arrived at the Pill Expanding Hall, but you're already so skilled. You're much stronger than me at that time. The door of the Wuming Hall is always open to you. I'll be waiting for you there, but don't let me wait for too long." Qin Fengshao also smiled and said, "That's right. If junior brother Ren can enter Wuming Hall, it will be a good story in the herb department of Pill Expanding Hall. Moreover, it is my honor to have an outer disciple in Timu Peak." Junior brother Ren, don't feel any pressure. Just make sufficient preparations before taking the assessment. Don't expect me to be in a hurry like Headmaster Chen. It is inevitable that I will delay my whole life." Wu Zhoushu also nodded and said. Only he knew his own affairs the best. Zhang Xiaohua knew that becoming an outer disciple was a piece of cake for him. If he didn't want to enter the outer gate secretly, he could enter the outer gate now. Well, the premise was that he knew how to enter the outer gate. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't pretend to be polite after hearing their honest words. He bowed deeply and said, "Senior brothers, thank you for your kind words. I will keep it in mind." As they spoke, the spectating disciples also dispersed, leaving only a few important figures of the ruling hall and Pill Expanding Hall. Old Consecrator Lei and the others also walked over while the disciples were counting the points. Old Consecrator Lei and the others were people who had stayed at Lingering Fragrance Peak. Lu Lihong naturally didn't dare to neglect them and went up to chat with them with a smile. After a few words of small talk, Old Consecrator Lei said, "Martial nephew Lu's talent is outstanding. It is indeed extraordinary. Your martial art seems to have reached perfection. Your skill is almost on par with my Hall Master." Lu Lihong's face turned red and he quickly shook his head. "Old Consecrator Lei, you are flattering me. Although Hall Master Ziguang is the outer gate Hall Master, he was also an inner disciple back then. Even if I cultivate for another 30 years, I will definitely not be a match for the old Hall Master." Martial nephew Lu is already not bad. I remember seeing Martial nephew Lu's skill at the Wuming Hall martial arts competition 5 years ago. It is much better than before. Old Consecrator Feng also stroked his beard and said, "That's right. This year seems to be the season of the Twilight Orchid refinement. This is one of the outer sect disciple tests. Martial nephew Lu, are you prepared to get a good result in the trial?" This Hearing old consecrator Lei's question, Lu Lihong was a little hesitant. He thought for a moment and said, "To be honest, old consecrator Lei, I have been cultivating in the outer sect for so many years. As my martial arts have improved, I have increasingly admired the martial arts of the Wuming Hall. You also know that the martial arts that the Wuming Hall can cultivate are the superficial of the Wuming Hall's martial arts. I have always wanted to go to the inner sect to take a look, but..." Lu Lihong hesitated for a moment. "But the quota for the Twilight Orchid refinement is limited. Not every outer sect disciple is qualified to enter, so, yes, that's true. Although passing the Twilight Orchid refinement will only give you the qualification to enter the inner sect disciple test. If you are lucky, you can directly become an inner sect disciple. This is an opportunity that your Wuming Hall disciples will fight for even if they break their heads." "That's right. The other trials only determine the qualification and then there is elimination. How can it be more convenient than the Twilight Orchid refinement?" Old consecrator Lei shook his head. "Although it is convenient, it is not easy. Every time the Twilight Orchid refinement, many outer sect disciples will be injured and even lose their lives. Martial nephew, you must not be careless. It's not just the outer sect disciples. Even the inner sect disciples have been injured. It's just that, Sai, I don't even have the qualification to enter, let alone the danger of my life." Lu Lihong smiled bitterly. Zhang Xiaohua, who was beside him, was puzzled. She asked Qin Fengshao in a low voice, "Head Qin, what is this Twilight Orchid refinement?" Qin Fengshao pointed to the south with his finger and said, "About 100 miles south from here, there is a big canyon that is filled with white fog all day long. It is called the Twilight Grand Canyon. Normally, people are not allowed to go near it. Every 5 years, the white fog at the mouth of the canyon will dissipate, revealing the road that leads to the canyon. There is a large plain and forest in the canyon as well as a mountain range. Because there are few people, there are many rare medicinal herbs growing there. Every time the Twilight Orchid refinement, our pill-expanding hall will send some disciples into the canyon to pick some medicinal herbs. Back then when I was in my prime I also..." "What the?" Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. She interrupted, "Head Qin, is picking medicinal herbs a trial? That shouldn't make senior brother Lu's face change color when he talks about the canyon, right?" Of course not. What I am talking about is what our pill-expanding hall does. Well, in fact, the Twilight Grand Canyon is a treasure house. There are many precious things inside. Not only our pill-expanding hall, the other halls such as the Refining Hall, Cleansing Jade Hall, and even the Heaven and Earth Hall will send people into the canyon. Oh, I heard that the inner disciples will also go in. However, when I went in that year I did not see them. Even the disciples of the other pill-expanding halls have not seen them." Zhang Xiaohua no longer urged him. He knew that Qin Fengshao wanted to show off his knowledge. Sure enough, he paused for a moment and said, "Although this Yulon Grand Canyon is a treasure trove, there are endless dangers inside." "Huh?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. She could not help but ask, "What risks?" "Because our fragrant religion has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and the Twilight Grand Canyon has always been deserted. Therefore, there are many fierce beasts inside." "Beasts?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised again. She said, "What's so strange about that? As long as there are mountains there will be wild beasts. No matter how fierce they are, how can they beat people who know martial arts?" "Ah, that's right. Therefore, ordinary disciples like us must be escorted by the outer court disciples of Wuming Hall when we enter the canyon." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. "Of course, escorting us is not part of their training," Qin Feng said with a smile. "Come, there are more chapters." Chapter 592. Qin Fengshao continued. The Valley Orchid Evening refinement has been around for many years, so the sect basically knows which areas are safe and which are dangerous. The places that we go to are basically fixed and the route that we take is also fixed. Coupled with the escort of the outer disciples, although there is still the danger of being attacked by ferocious beasts, the danger is a lot smaller. Of course, even so, every time we come out of the canyon, the disciples of the Pill Repository Hall will more or less suffer casualties. That year when I participated in the Valley Orchid Evening refinement, I was also attacked by a group of wild boars on the way into the canyon. The group was scattered and many disciples were bitten by the wild boars. More than 10 of them were seriously injured and never made it out. I was lucky to know a little martial arts. Moreover, I followed closely behind the outer disciples, so I was not injured at all. However, this is still considered good. I heard that once when we entered the canyon, the disciples of the Heavenly Earth Hall were unlucky enough to encounter a group of wild wolves. Even the outer disciples were not spared and all of them lost their lives. Ah? So serious. Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted. It's just a group of wild beasts. Even the outer disciples can't deal with them? Even if they can't beat them, they can at least run away with their qinggong. AI Junior Brother Rin, you don't know that the wild beasts in the Valley Orchid Grand Canyon are not like the ones you usually see. Many of them have a deep understanding of human nature and almost all of them have become spirits. My qinggong was not good, so when I encountered a wild boar I could only dodge it. Wild boars are like this, not to mention the ferocious wolves. The martial arts of the outer disciples are profound. Since they are buried in the belly of the wolves, there is no need to talk about us disciples. After saying this, Qin Fengshao sighed and said, He, however, as long as you can come out of the canyon, the hall's rewards are also generous. Therefore, the disciples of the grass division both love and hate this Valley Orchid evening refinement. Seeing Qin Fengshao change the topic again, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but remind him, then how did senior brother Lu and the others train? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Qin Fengshao was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, the outer sect disciples escorted us to the designated area, and then they left us. They also have to go to the designated trial area. Their trial method is to kill wild beasts. The more wild beasts they kill and the fiercer they are, the more points they get. As for which area they are in, what wild beasts they kill and how the points are calculated, I don't know. I only heard this from the outer sect disciples who went with me last time. You two are friends who have gone through life and death together. Why didn't you ask more when you came back? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Sigh, it's a pity that even though this senior managed to avoid the wild boar and bring us to our destination, I heard that he encountered a venomous snake during the trial and was poisoned to death. I didn't even see his corpse. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised and said, don't tell me he didn't even bring the antidote pill with him. Of course we have the antidote pill. It's just that the pill we refined isn't strong enough and its medicinal power is limited. It might not be enough to detoxify the poison. I see. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. In her mind, she thought of the antidote pill in the hands of the Tenryu Sect's Qin Shuriyue. She wondered if the Tenryu Sect's pill would be effective. Therefore she asked. Then, before Zhang Xiaohua could speak, Qin Fengshao waved his hand and said, Junior Brother Rin, I see that you are interested in the outer sect disciples' trial. However, I don't know about this. The outer sect disciples have always been proud and don't interact much with us ordinary disciples. If you want to know about this, you can ask Junior Brother Lu. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. Of course, why would she ask Qin Fengshao instead of the outer sect disciples? Old Consecrator Lei and the others were also talking to Lu Lihong about the Valley Orchid evening refinement in the past. Zhang Xiaohua found an excuse and asked, Senior Brother Lu, I want to ask how the outer sect disciples train. Lu Lihong smiled with interest and said, Junior Brother Rin, are your hands itching and want to test your skills in the Valley Orchid? Old Consecrator Lei smiled and said, Martial Nephew Ren's martial arts aren't bad. However, he just entered the fragrant religion and is still young. I reckon that he won't be able to enter for the next 10 years. Let's talk about it later. Wu Zhouxiu on the other hand said with jealousy, after 10 years, there will always be a chance to enter. Unlike our pill department, we don't even have the qualifications to enter the valley. Qin Fengshao also walked over and said, it's fine if you don't enter the Valley Orchid. Otherwise, your pill department will be like our grass department, always losing disciples. That's why we have to search for medicine apprentices from the outer sect every few years. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder they had to bring 10 medicine apprentices from Rejuvenation Valley every 2 years. This might be one of the reasons. Wu Zhouxiu disagreed, forget it. Our pill department's disciples are all envious of your grass department for having such a big opportunity. Although it's somewhat dangerous, how can there be a big return without a big investment? If Junior Brother Lu didn't coincidentally pick that spiritual grass in the Valley Orchid, how could he have obtained the inner sect cultivation method? If it wasn't for this cultivation method, how could Junior Brother Lu have succeeded in cultivating it and passed the assessment to enter Wuming Hall? Of course, Junior brother Lu's talent is outstanding. This goes without saying. In the past, there were disciples who obtained the inner sect cultivation method but didn't succeed in cultivating it. Without this inner sect cultivation method, wouldn't junior brother Lu have to delay entering the outer sect for many years? Seeing that Wu Zhouxi was talking about him, Lu Lihong quickly smiled and said, "Aren't we talking about the Valley Orchid evening refinement? How did it involve me? That year I was just lucky." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What kind of spiritual grass did senior brother Lu encounter? It's actually called a spiritual grass?" Lu Lihong said, "This isn't a secret. The brothers in the hall all know that it's just a 300-year-old ginseng." 300 years old. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. The ginseng itself is nothing. It's just that its age is frightening. However, it just so happened that an inner sect master was injured and needed this ginseng. That's why it was taken by an inner sect disciple. If it was normal, there might not be any future opportunities. Lu Lihong said modestly. Then what is the inner sect cultivation method that senior brother Lu obtained? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Don't blame me for not telling you. It's just a complete version of our fragrant religion's ordinary martial arts cultivation method. Complete version? Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused. Qin Fengxiao saw this and said, "In our pill expansion hall's library, other than the records of herbs and pills, there are also martial arts cultivation methods. However, those are the most basic ones. The later cultivation methods are in the Wuming Hall and even the inner sect. Junior brother Lu is very lucky and obtained a complete set of inner sect cultivation methods." Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Xiaohua understood. The fragrant religion did not forbid ordinary disciples from practicing martial arts. It was just that they could only practice the simplest martial arts, which was the first level of fragrant religion's martial arts. Only the outer sect disciples of the Wuming Hall could practice more advanced martial arts. As for the higher-level martial arts cultivation methods or top-level martial arts cultivation methods, only the inner sect disciples were qualified or had the aptitude to practice them. Lu Lihong coincidentally obtained a complete set of martial arts cultivation methods. Not to mention that it was given by the inner sect, it wouldn't be bad. Even if it was a middle-level inner sect cultivation method, as long as one practiced it to the highest level, one would be an important figure in the Wuming Hall. No wonder Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxi valued Lu Lihong so much. However, seeing that Lu Lihong had practiced this inner sect cultivation method for so many years and his inner sect was not as high as young Master Long of the Longting Villa, either Lu Lihong's aptitude was limited or the inner sect cultivation method was not good enough. Zhang Xiaohua was not interested in asking more. Thus he continued, "Senior apprentice brother Lu still hasn't told little brother about the outer court disciples trial. Although little brother can't participate in the Orchid evening refinement, he is still very curious about this trial." Lu Lihong laughed and said, "Junior brother Ren is really interesting. I remember that when I came back from the Orchid Grand Canyon, all the medicine boys from the Rejuvenation Valley who came to the fragrant religion pestered me to ask about the scenery and fun things in the canyon. Only you are interested in the outer sect disciples trial. You are really a strange person, ah?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and said seriously, "I only have this little secret and it was seen through by senior brother Lu? It seems that senior brother Lu is also a strange person." When Zhang Xiaohua said this, everyone was surprised at first, then they all held their bellies and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and laughed. "I didn't expect junior brother Ren to be so humorous. Rare. Seeing her senior brothers and several old consecrators laughing, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously touched her nose and also laughed. She thought, why is it so hard to tell the truth? No one actually believes me. After everyone finished laughing, Lu Lihong said, "The outer sect disciples' trial is to hunt and kill ferocious beasts. This is a secret, but the method of accumulating points is a secret in the hall. Actually, it has been a secret for so many years, but all the older disciples know about it. Today, seeing junior brother Ren being so humorous, I will also roughly explain it. Actually, the old consecrators should know more than me." Old consecrator Lei smiled and said, "We also heard a lot about it from hearsay. It's not as detailed as you, a real outer sect disciple." Alas, that's not necessarily true. These detailed methods of accumulating points can only be explained by senior brothers after the qualification for the trial is confirmed. What I know is just hearsay. Lu Lihong's tone was a bit lonely. Old consecrator Lei and the others didn't answer. Nonsense, these methods of accumulating points are the Wuming Hall's business. If Lu Lihong wasn't here they would have said it. After all, it is a secret that the disciples of the aroma religion will know sooner or later. But now the outer sect disciple is right in front of them. If you talk about his so-called secret in front of him, isn't it the same as slapping his face? After thinking for a moment, Lu Lihong said, "The disciples who have entered the Yulon Grand Canyon know that there are many wild beasts in the canyon. The common ones are wild boars, antelopes, deer, etc. The uncommon ones are wolves, tigers, leopards, vipers, etc. Oh, there is also the legendary yellow wind and black lightning." Yellow wind? Black lightning? Zhang Xiaohua curiously asked. The yellow wind is a legendary wasp? What is black lightning? Chapter 593. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua say, "Wasps are legendary," Lu Lihong knew that he had misunderstood. He smiled and said, "This wind is the wind from Georg." Yellow wind? Zhang Xiaohua was immediately interested. She asked, "What is that? Senior Marshal Brother Lu, tell me quickly." I thought Junior Brother Ren wasn't interested in these things. It turns out that you're just a child." Zhang Xiaohua was exasperated. Ignoring the fact that he was already 18 years old, he forgot. He was pretending to be a 14-year-old young man. Even if he was 30 years old, wouldn't he be curious when he heard about the legendary yellow wind? Moreover, didn't her dear brother Ma Jing teach Zhang Xiaohua a good thing when they were at Huanxi Manor? When people were talking he had to ask at the right time to raise their interest. Zhang Xiaohua was just following his advice. Just as she was feeling depressed, a few disciples came to report that they had finished calculating the bets. Old consecrator Lei took the results and looked at them. He smiled and said, "Marshal Nisrin, there really are many disciples who bet on you winning. You failed to live up to their pills." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I was just lucky last time. This time my martial arts are so different from Senior Marshal Brother Lu's. How can I be in upset? They might as well give me the pills. At least I'll be grateful to them." Old consecrator Lei returned the record to the disciple and said, "Post this record in the courtyard and record everyone's points. We'll distribute the bets tomorrow. There won't be many for each disciple, so there's no need to worry." A few disciples took the order and left. A disciple of the pill department ran over and reported in a low voice, "Dong, the banquet is ready." Seeing this, Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, yesterday Headchin of the grass department held a banquet for you. Today my brothers of the pill department are holding a banquet to send you off and celebrate your victory. It just so happens that a few old consecrators are also here. Let's get to know each other." Hearing this, Lu Lihong showed a difficult expression and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Wu Dong. However, my senior brother only gave me 2 days of leave. I have to return to Black Tomb Peak tonight. If I don't leave now, I will have to delay my journey." However, Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, "It's not easy for Junior Brother Lu to return to the Pill Expanding Hall, and it's also your first time coming to Tianmu Peak. Yesterday Head Leader Chen was the host, and our Pill Division was the host. Today our Pill Division is the host, and our brothers from the Grass Division are the hosts. Junior Brother Lu, don't let your senior brother lose face." Then he pulled Lu Lihong's hand and said, "Who doesn't know that Junior Brother Lu is an elite disciple of Wuming Hall? It was only a day late to the Black Tomb Peak, who could blame him? Let's go. The old consecrators have not attended a banquet for many years. It was not easy for them to agree today. Junior Marshal Brother Lu, don't disappoint the old consecrators." Well, Lu Lihong was a little hesitant. Although there were rules in Wuming Hall, after all, the incense cult had been living a peaceful life for many years. It was inevitable that these rules would be neglected by the disciples. Asking for leave was also not a big deal. Even the head of the discipline might not really give up his face to punish someone for a day's delay. Moreover, there were several old consecrators here. They had been in the inner door for a long time, and Lu Lihong had never had a chance to get close to them. They did not show up at last night's banquet, which was a good indication. Now that there was a chance, Lu Lihong had no reason to give it up. After thinking for a while, Lu Lihong gritted his teeth and said, "We will pass by Yefeng on the way. We might as well wait for Bai Yefeng to pay a visit to Vice Hall Leader Su. I heard that he has a good personal relationship with Vice Hall Leader Peng of Wuming Hall. There should be no problem if he says a few words. Of course, even if there is no such reason, the old consecrators will still have to attend. Even if I have to take the risk of being punished by the head of the discipline, I will still have to drink a few cups of wine. Lu Lihong's words were pleasant to hear. The old consecrators were very satisfied and nodded with a smile. Wu Zhouxu was even happier. He held Lu Lihong's hand and said, "Then let's go. We can talk at the banquet. I still want to hear about junior brother Lu's heroic deeds in Wuming Hall." After he finished speaking, he invited the consecrators to go first while he pulled Lu Lihong behind them. Qin Feng smiled and called out to Zhang Xiaohua. They started to move forward. He opened his mouth and waved his hand. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What kind of person was this? She had asked a question, but no matter what, he couldn't give an answer. Now he didn't even know what yellow wind and black lightning were. She wanted to turn back and ask Bai Huan. After all, he had also been to Yulon Grand Canyon. But after thinking about it, Lu Lihong had already given the old consecrator's face. Zhang Xiaohua thought about the bone condensation pill in the pill room. It had just been formed, so there shouldn't be any problems in a short period of time. She then thought about the wine at the banquet. She gritted her teeth and followed behind Qin Feng. The banquet was still held in the hall, but there were a lot more people. This time, consecrators Lei and the others were all present. Lu Lihong didn't seem to be sitting at the head of the table. The old consecrators had one seat at each table. Naturally, consecrators Lei sat at the head of the table. Lu Lihong accompanied him. Qin Feng and Wu Zhouxu also sat at the head of the table. Zhang Xiaohua originally didn't have the qualifications to sit at this table, but she had just made a bet with Lu Lihong. Even consecrators Lei thought highly of her, so she was called to sit at the end of the table. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, everyone drank until their faces were hot. They casually talked about some interesting stories in the cult. Even the Misty Hall was occasionally involved. Zhang Xiaohua listened attentively. However, although these people looked very respectable, in fact they didn't know much in the cult of fragrance. They didn't know much about the Misty Hall and the Lingxiang Peak. After listening for a while, there wasn't any special information. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up with a teacup and toasted Lu Lihong. She said, "Senior brother Lu, you're so rude. You stopped halfway. Why don't you tell me about the yellow wind and the black lightning while you're still drunk?" Lu Lihong drank the wine that Zhang Xiaohua toasted him. He nodded and said, "Actually, I really don't know what the yellow wind and the black lightning are. I think that even the few old consecrators who have been in the cult of fragrance for so many years shouldn't know." Old consecrator Lei nodded. "That's right. These two are the most powerful beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Any disciple who encounters them will lose their life. Therefore no one knows what these 2 beasts are." Zhang Xiaohua curiously asked, "Since no one has survived from these 2 beasts, how do you know that these 2 beasts exist? You even named them yellow wind and black lightning?" He, although old consecrator Lei's words are somewhat careless, it is precisely so. Back then, not only the outer disciples and the disciples of the various halls, even the inner disciples would often inexplicably lose their lives. This matter attracted the attention of the cult leader. In the future trials, the most outstanding disciples of the inner sect would be sent out to find out the reason. As the saying goes, when a person walks by the river, how can his shoes not get wet? These 2 beasts had harmed the disciples many times, so they would always be encountered by the inner sect disciples. According to the outstanding disciples who paid with their lives that year, these 2 beasts were extremely fast and couldn't be seen clearly. One was like a gust of wind. As soon as it heard the sound of the wind, it would bite the throat and leave only a yellow shadow, so it was named Yellow Wind. As for the other one, it was as fast as lightning. Like a bolt of lightning, it would also cut the throat and leave only a black shadow, so it was named Black Lightning. These 2 ferocious beasts had killed countless disciples in the past, so much so that no one dared to enter the Yulon Grand Canyon to train. At that time, Lord Hierarch, several elders and consecrators set out together to hunt these 2 ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, I heard that the 2 beasts were seriously injured, but they still managed to escape. Then what kind of beasts are these Black Lightning and Yellow Wind? Everyone shook their heads. That year, the seniors who participated in this matter kept their mouths shut. How could others know? It's just that later on, these 2 beasts never appeared again. Perhaps they were seriously injured and died. It's also unknown. So it's like this. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Perhaps they didn't die, but they learned a lesson and didn't dare to attack our trial disciples. It's very possible. These beasts all have spirituality. Perhaps they're hiding somewhere unknown. It's also because of this that the yellow wind and black lightning are shrouded in a mysterious aura. Then what's going on with the trial for you outer sect disciples? Speaking of this trial, it's actually very simple. It's not as complicated as junior brother Ren thought. It's just like when we gambled a moment ago, the disciples below the stage were calculating points. It's just that winning the gambled battle gives you 1 point, while the outer sect disciples only get the corresponding points by killing a beast. Yes, I understand a little. However, the points for killing a tiger and a white deer should be different, right? Our ancestors divided the beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon into 3 grades according to the strength of the beasts. The first grade is the most common ones, such as antelopes and white deer, which are worth from 1 to 5 points. The second grade is wild boars and hyenas, which are worth from 10 to 50 points. The third grade is wild wolves, tigers, lions and so on, which are worth from 1 to 500 points. Every outer sect trial disciple must bring the proof of killing the beasts back to Wuming Hall. The hall master will specially arrange people to record the points. Then, how many points are needed to participate in the outer sect selection? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat curious. This. Lu Lihong looked at Zhang Xiaohua and then at everyone. Seeing Lu Lihong hesitate, old consecrator Lei smiled and said, "If Marshal Nephew Lu is not convenient to say, then this old man will say it for you. Although this is a secret, it's a secret that everyone knows." Lu Lihong smiled and didn't speak. Old consecrator Lei said, "This point is 2,000. Ah?" Zhang Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. "So many? Doesn't that mean we have to hunt 4 tigers? Furthermore, who knows how many animals we have to kill in a single orchid dusk refining?" Chapter 594. Alas, Lu Lihong sighed. Wuming Hall's outer court disciples are numerous, and all of them want to enter the inner court. Therefore, the threshold for the outer court test naturally has to be higher, otherwise, there would be no point in selecting experts. Zhang Xiaohua mischievously laughed. Then if one hunts 2,000 white deer or antelope, wouldn't one also qualify for the outer court test? Everyone laughed. Lu Lihong said, "Although that is the case, whether or not there are 2,000 white deer or antelope in the entire Yulon Grand Canyon is another matter. Even if you hunted 2,000 antelope, other people hunted ferocious beasts, how can you take out 2,000 antelope? Even if you were given the qualification to participate in the test, do you still have the face to participate? It's just a discussion, Zhang Xiaohua embarrassedly said. Then he continued to ask, "If you obtain 2,000 points, you will be eligible to participate in the outer court test and select the disciples who are eligible to participate in the inner court test. I just heard senior brother Lu say that if you are lucky, you can directly qualify for the inner court test. What does this mean?" This time, Lu Lihong no longer hesitated and said, "As junior brother Ren said, to obtain the outer court test qualification, you still have to compete in order to obtain the inner court test qualification. However, if you can obtain 5,000 points in the trial, you can directly qualify for the inner court test, and you don't have to compete with other outer court disciples for the qualification." 5,000? Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. "Good 10 tigers, you guys are really ruthless." Junior brother Ren hasn't been to the Yulon Grand Canyon, so he doesn't know that the tigers there are very fierce, definitely comparable to a martial arts master. Moreover, they are also very cruel. As long as they see people, they will certainly attack and bite them to pieces, eating them alive. But if we don't disturb their peace, they may not. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Lu Lihong interrupted him and said, "But if they are not hunted, we can't qualify for the inner court test. Moreover, they are living in the Yulon Grand Canyon, eating a lot of other animals such as deer and antelope. If we hunt the tigers, we can control their numbers and let them eat less weak animals." This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Beside him, Wu Zhoushu softly asked, "Junior brother Lu, I heard that in addition to the 5,000 points, there are several ways to directly qualify for the inner court test. Is this true?" "And this is true." Lu Lihong nodded and said, "As I said, in addition to the usual fierce beasts, there are many other rare fierce beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. These fierce beasts are even more ferocious than tigers and lions. If an ordinary outer court disciple were to encounter them, their life would be in danger. For example, giant python, giant ape, etc. If you can hunt these fierce beasts as long as you can kill one, you can advance to the inner court test. In addition, in the Yulon Grand Canyon, there are many heavenly treasures, all of which are hidden in difficult-to-find places. These places are abnormally dangerous or guarded by extremely powerful fierce beasts. If you can pick these things, you can hand them over to the inner court for inspection. If you like them, you can directly advance to the inner court test. Is there anything else? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. These are not enough. Lu Lihong curiously said, no matter which of these two, it is incomparably difficult. Even the inner court disciples don't dare to try. Of course, according to the other senior brothers in the hall, there seems to be other ways, but their words were vague, so I didn't dare to ask. Perhaps when I obtain the qualifications for the Yulon Grand Canyon, I will naturally know. Good. Qin Fengxiao on the side slapped the table, raised his wine cup and said, then let us first toast to Junior Brother Lu, wishing that Junior Brother Lu can successfully obtain the qualifications for the Yulon Grand Canyon. Everyone laughed and said, as it should be. Lu Lihong also raised his cup. Let us borrow everyone's auspicious words. Come, cheers. Zhang Xiaohua got the answer she wanted, so she was happy in her heart, and raised her cup to pass off the fish eyes as pearls. This banquet was very lively, and it didn't disperse until the sky was about to turn dark. Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxu wanted to keep Lu Lihong for the night, but Lu Lihong didn't dare to delay. He only said that he had to rush back to the White Mountain Peak first and his heart would feel safe. Yang Yao also had to report back to the pill-spreading hall. Thus, everyone didn't force them to stay, and watched the two lead their horses down the mountain. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua actually accompanied them to finish the banquet, Qin Fengxiao patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, little brother, don't you feel that your senior brother Lu's martial arts are strong, and that he's easy to get along with? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, senior brother Lu is indeed my role model, but now that I'm a disciple of the Wuming Hall, I still feel that Headchen is the one who's easy to get along with. Ha, Qin Fengxiao laughed and pointed at Wu Zhouxu. Brother Wu and I were like your senior brother Lu, wanting to rush into the outer sect with endless faith, but the situation was stronger than us. Look at him, he's limitless in the outer sect, but what about us? Little brother, work hard on your cultivation. You lost to senior brother Lu today, but it doesn't mean anything. You're young and your internal strength isn't outstanding, and your various conditions are much worse than Lu Lihong's. Of course, you've just come to the incense cult, so your foundation is much better than Lu Lihong's, but... Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why did he suddenly stop encouraging? She couldn't help but ask, but what? Wu Zhouxu sighed, that's your chance. Then he looked at Qin Fengxiao and said, back then Headchen also went to the Yulon Grand Canyon, but unfortunately he only picked some ordinary herbs, not even the old ones. Well, even that iron bone grass that Bai Huan gave you can't compare to it. Qin Fengxiao said with a lonely smile, Lu Lihong's Yulon Grand Canyon is a few hundred years old ginseng. It's fine if you said you picked the old ginseng, but it just so happened that the inner sect elder was seriously injured and urgently needed 100 years old ginseng, and the older the better. There are many 100 years old ginseng in the incense cult, but there aren't many that are hundreds of years old. If you can save the life of the inner sect elder, the reward must be rich. A complete internal strength cultivation method, just thinking about it makes me envious. Zhang Xiao's heart moved. Does the incense cult not have the normal internal strength cultivation method of the Jianghu? Well, there is, but it's all in the inner sect. Ordinary disciples like us can only practice the basic cultivation method of the incense cult. But what about my reckless bull force? Didn't I learn it from the outside? If I teach it to you, won't I be able to succeed? Little brother, you don't know that the medicine apprentices who enter the incense cult are all young. People like you are very rare, so there are very few people in the pill-expanding hall who know the external cultivation method. Oh, there are a lot of disciples in the weapon refining hall who practice other internal strength. However, there is a rule in the incense cult, that is, other than the disciples who have practiced the external martial arts, other disciples can't practice the martial arts of the incense cult. If they are found, they will be punished according to the cult rules. So it's like that. Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused, but she could only nod. So, little brother, if your whatever force is really so good, then you must practice it to the highest level. Look, you have already entered the sect and reached the highest level. You will definitely be able to fight against Lu Lihong. At that time, you will also have the qualifications to enter the outer sect. Oh right, it's best if you have the confidence to go. This is an opportunity that every ordinary disciple only has once. Of course, if little brother is lucky, you will be able to guess the best spiritual grass in the orchid evening refinement 10 years later. You will probably be able to soar to the sky. Wu Zhoushu encouraged with a slightly sour taste in his mouth. Soar to the sky? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. What's the use of soaring to the sky if your foundation is not stable? Even if you enter the Wuming Hall like senior brother Lu, you still have to worry about the orchid evening refinement quota. It's better to be free and unfettered on Tianmu Peak. Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu were both surprised. Becoming an outer sect disciple was the goal of every knowledgeable, ambitious and idealistic disciple of the incense cult. The two of them had been encouraging Zhang Xiaohua for half a day because they wanted him to have this mindset so that he would have a clear goal in his future cultivation. This guy, on the other hand, wanted to be free and unfettered. It was really a rotten wood that could not be carved. Therefore Wu Zhoushu said earnestly, "Little brother, you have to have a long-term plan. You can't be like us and spend the rest of your life on Tianmu Peak, right?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "If I really become an outer sect disciple, what benefits will I get? The treatment will be better, you will have more martial arts to practice, and you will also have the opportunity to become an inner sect disciple." "Oh? Then what about after I become an inner sect disciple? The treatment will be better too? There will be more martial arts to practice. And then, you will be able to go wherever you want. You will be able to lie on lingering fragrance peak and bask in the warm sunshine." "Ha Wudong, can't I bask in the warm sunshine on our Tianmu Peak right now?" Wu Zhoushu did not know how to answer. Qin Fengxiao chuckled. "Wudong, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He just lost to Lu Lihong today and is feeling uncomfortable. He is just here to find some feeling. Have you forgotten? He is the prospective son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Valley Master Nye's charming daughter is still waiting for him to return to the bridal chamber. This kid's motivation to improve is even more than Lu Lihong's back then." "Of course." Wu Zhoushu slapped his forehead and smiled. "I was fooled by this kid. All right, Headmaster Chen, let's drink a few more cups. I still want to drink more." "That's what I was thinking. Sco. Hey little brother, are you still bringing a teacup to join in the fun with us?" Ever since Zhang Xiaohua won a few gambling fights, defeated Zhou Shuming in Qinggong, and received Lu Lihong's affirmation today, even Wu Zhoushu had changed the way he addressed her. This little brother was no longer just a term that Qin Fengxiao used. Chapter 595. Hearing Wu Zhoushu's greeting, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "You two can go now. I still need to go back and practice martial arts. I also need to find a place to water this stomach full of tea." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, the two didn't keep him and went back to the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the back and said to himself, "How can a sparrow or swallow know the ambition of a swan?" Then he didn't hesitate and used his Qinggong to go to the top of Tianmu Peak. Inside the alchemy room at the top of Tianmu Peak, the medicinal liquid inside that 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still spinning as usual. The faint red lines were also constantly moving around without any abnormalities. Zhang Xiaohua relaxed and sent a few spells into the furnace. He sat cross-legged in front of the furnace and meditated to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Night gradually came and the night gradually deepened. While Zhang Xiaohua was practicing the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, endless starlight still passed through the furnace and joined the spinning of the pill. Far away in an exquisite little house on Bayou Peak, Vice Hall Master Su of the Pill Tower Hall was sitting at the top and leisurely sipping tea. To his left, a person was sitting there respectfully. This person was Lu Lihong, who had just returned from Tianmu Peak. Looking at his current expression, he was humble and cautious as if he was facing his elders. It was far from the arrogance and warmth of Tianmu Peak. Seeing Lu Lihong's performance, Vice Hall Master Su was very satisfied. After a while he kindly said, "Martial nephew Lu, no need to be so polite. You are now a disciple of the Wuming Hall and I am only a Vice Hall Master of the Pill Tower Hall. No matter how long my hand is, I can't control you." Lu Lihong didn't dare to be negligent and respectfully said, "Vice Hall Master Su has given me a new life. Every time I see you, I will see my elders according to how I see them. How can I not be respectful? There's no need. You're being too courteous. Back then, I only helped you because I saw how hardworking you were in your cultivation and how talented you were. Furthermore, your luck was pretty good as well. That's why I decided to help you. So, Lu Lihong licked his lips and was still humble. I dare not forget Vice Hall Master Su's kindness. After a while, he probed. Vice Hall Master Su, I have already done what you asked me to do. Vice Hall Master was slightly surprised. Martial nephew is very diligent. You have done it so quickly? That's right. I will definitely put your matters first. Good, then tell me about Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts. Vice Hall Master Su asked. After thinking for a while, Lu Lihong cautiously said, this child's martial arts are very high, but he is still young and has only cultivated internal strength for a short time, so his internal strength is relatively weak. Although his moves are somewhat exquisite, it is a pity that they are rather monotonous. It is just a set of fist techniques. Yes, his lightness skill is quite good. He may have received guidance from some experts in Rejuvenation Valley, but he is still a bit inferior to me. Similar to what you said, he should be at the same level as Chen Fengshao and the others. After he finished speaking, he took out the jade bottle from his bosom and respectfully handed it to Vice Hall Master Su. He said, I've already used this jade rejuvenation pill. Please take it back, Vice Hall Master Su. Haha, as soon as you said you wanted to exchange the medicinal herbs with him, this kid immediately took the bait. Yes, Vice Hall Master Su has a divine foresight. At first he was hiding somewhere and didn't want to see me. When he heard that I could exchange the medicinal herbs with him, it was as if he had seen his own father. It's nothing. Which one of the medicine boys from Rejuvenation Valley didn't treat the medicinal herbs as treasures when they first came? This kid worked himself to death and finally won a few gambling fights with great difficulty, but they were all exchanged for medicinal herbs. It was purely drawing water with a sieve. Now that he has just come to his senses, how could he refuse the bait you sent over? Right, you returned to White Mountain Peak again. Will Yang Yao have any suspicions? No, I originally wanted to rack my brains to think of a reason, but Wu Zhoushu actually wanted me to stay behind to see him off. After drinking this wine, I naturally have a reason. Wu Zhoushu, he knows how to conduct himself. Vice Hall Master Su nodded slightly, very satisfied. Seeing that Vice Hall Master Su only spoke and did not accept the pill, Lu Lihong said again, since this bait has been used up, then please take it back. Vice Hall Master Su snorted. What reason do I have to take back what I have given out? Take this pill as a reward for your work this time. Lu Lihong was surprised and somewhat in disbelief. He said with a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Su, isn't this too valuable? This matter was just a small matter. How can you treat me like this? It's fine. You have always done things properly. I'm also happy. Although this pill is valuable, I have no use for it. You can keep it. Perhaps it will be of some help in the future. Lu Lihong thought about it for a moment, then gritted his teeth and accepted it. Actually, he had wanted to use this opportunity to help Vice Hall Master Su in order to ask for something else. However, Vice Hall Master Su had given him this pill, which meant that he understood what he had helped him with in the past. Thus, he couldn't bring himself to ask for anything. Then I won't be polite. As he spoke, Lu Lihong put away the jade bottle. His face was filled with joy and worry. Seeing Lu Lihong's wonderful expression, Vice Hall Master Su also revealed a look of confidence. However, Lu Lihong was only thinking about his own matters and did not dare to face it directly, so he did not notice. The two of them sat in silence for a while. Lu Lihong raised his head and was about to get up and leave. Vice Hall Master Su said softly, Martial Nephew Lu, since you have already tested Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts, then you must have full confidence in dealing with this brat, right? Lu Lihong was stunned and said, there should be no problem. If it was a gambling fight, even Qin Fengshao and Wu Zhoushu would be able to defeat Ren Xiaoyao. And that's good. Vice Hall Master Su nodded, causing Lu Lihong to be confused. The gambling fight on Tianmu Peak was not a matter of 1 or 2 years. Why was he specifically mentioning a little medicine boy who had just entered Tianmu Peak? Following that, there was another wave of speechlessness. The house was silent for a while. Thus, Lu Lihong got up and said, it is already late. Vice Hall Master Su, please rest early. I will take my leave first. Vice Hall Master Su smiled. Martial Nephew Lu, don't be anxious. I see that Martial Nephew Lu is frowning. Is there something difficult? Didn't you just treat me as your father? Why don't you tell me? This old man may not be able to help you, but I can be your reference. I am frowning. Lu Lihong was surprised and secretly wondered. I was so respectful just now. How could he see that I am worried? But this is also a good opportunity to talk about it. Maybe. After thinking about it, Lu Lihong cupped his hands and said, Vice Hall Master Su really has the demeanor of a father. You can even see this. Alas, it is really annoying to talk about it. Then he told Vice Hall Master Su about how he wanted to enter the Grand Canyon for the trial. Then he said, there are many experts in the Wooming Hall. This little one is not that outstanding. Moreover, they have been cultivating in the Wooming Hall since young. This kind of opportunity will not fall on this little one. But if I don't enter the Grand Canyon for the trial, I may never have the opportunity to participate in the outer disciple test, let alone the inner disciple test. Vice Hall Master Su nodded slightly. Oh, so it is like this. You are right. It is really difficult for you to get the qualification for the outer disciple test. If you can go to the Yulon Grand Canyon for the trial, you may have a chance. I forgot that place is your blessed land. Last time was a great opportunity. Who knows, this time might be the same. Lu Lihong looked at Vice Hall Master Su with some desire and said, yes, this little one's internal strength has not improved. 5 years later, it is even harder to say so. Vice Hall Master Su nodded again and said, I am familiar with your Vice Hall Master Peng. He seems to be able to talk to you. Then he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Vice Hall Master Su's words were very soft, but in Lu Lihong's ears, it was like the sound of nature. He hurriedly stood up and asked in disbelief, Then you are willing to, however, he couldn't bring himself to say the rest of his words. Indeed, this was a huge favor. Although he had been praised highly at Tianmu Peak, he was clear about his own position in the outer sect. The person in front of him was also clear about this. This favor was something that he could never repay no matter what. Therefore, he didn't dare to continue probing. Vice Hall Master Su's expression didn't change. He only raised his eyes and quietly looked at Lu Lihong. After a long while, he put down the teacup and calmly said, This old man can help you open your mouth. However, this old man hopes that you will listen to this old man in the future. Lu Lihong was overjoyed when he heard this. He walked forward and said, Vice Hall Master Su has given me a new life. In this world my parents gave birth to me and Vice Hall Master Su created me. In the future I will follow Vice Hall Master Su's lead. If you want me to go east, I will go east. I don't care about north, south, or west at all. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, I will do it. Vice Hall Master Su smiled and said, Good. Since Martial Nephew Lu says so, this old man agrees. Martial Nephew Lu, please sit down first. I will definitely help you with this matter. However, this old man has something that I want you to do. Lu Lihong nodded and said, As long as Vice Hall Master Su wants me to do something, I will not refuse. Don't agree so quickly. This matter is not complicated. Come closer. Closer? Lu Lihong was stunned. However, he still walked forward and Vice Hall Master Su whispered in his ear for a while. Lu Lihong was pleasantly surprised at first. Then he frowned and finally turned pale with fright. In the end he muttered, Vice Hall Master Su, this is not appropriate. Although, but this is too. Chapter 596. Seeing Lu Lihong's reaction, Vice Hall Master Su was not surprised and whispered, What's wrong? This is just the first thing and you're already making excuses. Then what you said just now, can this old man treat it as a fart? Lu Lihong's face turned green and red as he said awkwardly, But, the rules of the incense order, bullshit rules. According to the rules, why would an outer disciple like you stay in my White Mountain Peak and obediently be a disciple of the Grass Division? But the reality is, aren't you still carefree in the outer sect and working hard to enter the inner sect? Lu Lihong's face turned pale as he sat back in his chair in a daze. Seeing this, Vice Hall Master Su struck while the iron was hot and said, Everyone thinks that you're a person with good fortune. Of course this is true. Others enter the Yulon Grand Canyon to pick herbs that are decades old. You, on the other hand, pick ginseng that is hundreds of years old. Everyone says that you're a genius. And this old man doesn't deny that you're really a genius. Just by relying on the inner sex cultivation method, you were able to cultivate to a very high level. Unfortunately, how could the threshold of an inner sect disciple be so easy to cross? If it was easy, then there's no need to talk about others. Even Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxi were not much worse than you. How could they fail? I don't need to say these words anymore. Lu Lihong's face was now ashen. In this short period of time, the expression on his face changed very quickly. It could be seen that deep in his heart there were a lot of emotions. Vice Hall Master Su squinted his eyes and said, "As long as there are people, there will be Jianghu. Although the incense order is a paradise, it is not a pure land. Don't forget you yourself are an example. If I hadn't warned Vice Hall Master Ping in advance to be merciful, how could you have passed the outer sex test so easily? I know you were not convinced at that time and you also spent a lot of effort to pass the assessment. But later on, when you entered the outer sect, did you realize that the martial arts of those senior brothers who assessed you back then was much higher than yours?" Lu Lihong's face was slightly bloodshot. He said in a hoarse voice, "I know. At that time, Vice Hall Master Ping had already explained it to me. Those senior brothers didn't say anything." "Haha, that's true. Our fragrant order has strict rules. Occasionally doing such a thing would make people tremble with fear. Of course, it's also because you've worked hard and your martial arts are really good. That's why others can't see through you. All these years, those senior brothers who tested you didn't cause you any trouble, did they? No, everything seems to be real. If Vice Hall Master Ping had not pointed it out, I wouldn't have known that it was Vice Hall Master Su's grace." Then Vice Hall Master Su said, "Do you know why I chose you back then?" "I don't know. I've always wanted to ask. Let's not talk about the others. Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxi are both good at martial arts. They are stronger than me. Why didn't you choose them?" "It's very simple. Because you took out the 100-year-old ginseng and received the internal strength cultivation method from the inner sect. If you took the internal strength cultivation method from the inner sect and passed the test of the outer sect and became an outer sect disciple, even if others felt that your martial arts were a little weak or doubted the process of the test, wouldn't they have to consider the influence of the inner sect? Besides, even if the people in the inner sect knew about it, wouldn't your 100-year-old ginseng be enough to protect you?" Lu Lihong was a little angry. Vice Hall Master Su was very satisfied and said with a smile, "In fact, I chose you because you have these very coincidental conditions. What I value more is your character of being grateful. Do you still remember the conflict between you and Qin Fengxiao?" "Remember. I just couldn't stand Qin Fengxiao teaching the disciples of the Rejuvenation Valley a lesson. That's why I had a conflict with him." "Well, that's right. The other disciples of the Rejuvenation Valley avoided Qin Fengxiao. Only you stood up. Although you didn't fight, it's enough to show that you are grateful to the Rejuvenation Valley. You're a rare good boy." "I don't dare. I was young and frivolous. If Vice Hall Master Su didn't happen to pass by, I would have been beaten up by Qin Fengxiao. Isn't this fate between you and me? If I didn't know you, how could I be an outer sect disciple today?" "Alas, nephew, you don't have to sigh. Think about it. With Qin Fengxiao's fiery temper and ungrateful character, how could I let him enter the outer sect? Maybe after he enters the outer sect today he will forget about me tomorrow. Maybe he will even make mistakes for me. Although I'm not afraid of this, it's still troublesome. Actually, senior brother Qin is also a hot-blooded man." Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand. "What hot-blooded man? It's all nonsense. What I want is a disciple who is loyal to me, not someone like him. There are plenty of people like him in the Pill Tower Hall. As for Wu Zhouxi with his image, he can only stay on Tianmu Peak and face off against Qin Fengxiao. If he is sent to Wuming Hall, I will lose face for no reason." Lu Lihong was dumbfounded. He didn't know if he should be thankful for his good looks or blame his good looks. Although Wu Zhouxi wasn't tall, his looks were average. Looking at him standing on Tianmu Peak, his leadership skills weren't bad either. But all of this was nothing in the eyes of Vice Hall Master Su. Just because his image wasn't good, his future was ruined. How sad. I've already answered your question. I think you know the pros and cons. My request just now isn't too complicated. Have you thought about it?" Hearing Vice Hall Master Su's questioning, Lu Lihong still hesitated. "Vice Hall Master Su, if you have any orders, I won't dare to slack off. But we will spread the rules of the incense sect." Before Lu Lihong finished, Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand. "Rules? After talking for so long, you're still thinking about that broken rule. This old man can guarantee that there's absolutely no problem with this matter. Why don't you think about it? Even if you complete this matter, who would know that it was you who did it? Are you the head disciple of Wuming Hall or an inner sect disciple? Don't forget that you are now under my care. In the future, I don't need to use any tricks. I only need to make it clear to Vice Hall Master Peng so that he will no longer treat you differently. I don't need to tell you about your situation. I believe you know it yourself. After he finished speaking, he took out a jade bottle from his bosom and placed it on the table, saying, "This is a jade rejuvenation pill. Consider it your reward for helping me for the first time. In the future, whenever this old man has something to trouble you with, I will give you an appropriate reward according to the difficulty of the matter. This jade rejuvenation pill is just a new pill that this old man can take out. I believe that nephew already has an idea of how many pills there are in the inner sect. This old man has all of these pills. If you help this old man in the future, I will not treat you unfairly." Hearing Deputy Hall Chief Su's words, Lu Lihong looked at the jade bottle on the table with greedy eyes. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Then he secretly gritted his teeth. What this old man wants to do is not too difficult. He even wants to give me a jade elixir as a reward. He must be testing me. But if I take this as an example, I will definitely be rewarded handsomely if I work for him in the future. Forget it, forget it. A man's ambition is limited by his poverty. I still have to live under his roof. After thinking about it, he lowered his head and said, "Vice Hall Master Su is so generous and has treated me so well. How can I not agree?" Good. As he said that, he waved his hand and the jade bottle floated to Lu Lihong. Seeing this, Lu Lihong's eyes revealed a look of admiration. This kind of pure internal strength was not something that he could compete with. Lu Lihong took the jade bottle and said, "I don't deserve it. Vice Hall Master Su, this matter hasn't been settled yet. I don't deserve this pill." Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand in a magnanimous manner and said, "It's fine. I'm not worried about you. Just take it. I believe you can handle it well." "All right, thank you for your trust, Vice Hall Master Su. I can only accept it, but..." Vice Hall Master Su smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about anything else. I will take care of it. Once you do it, I will naturally know." Lu Lihong nodded and smiled apologetically. "I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Right, go ahead. Go and prepare for the trial." Lu Lihong was overjoyed. Chapter 597. A blazing sun hung high in the southeast. Above the sea of clouds, a small sword was shuttling back and forth in the air. It was as if the small sword had a mind of its own. Just as the small sword was shuttling through the air, two light red rings suddenly descended from the sky and swiftly wrapped around the small sword. In an instant, the small sword seemed to have lost its vitality and fell rapidly. But just as it fell 3 feet, the two rings suddenly trembled and flew up into the sky, landing directly into a cave on a nearby mountain peak. Then a tall young man dressed in a green robe walked out, holding the jade ring and small sword that had just entered the cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, he looked down at the jade ring in his hand and then looked up at the pure white sea of clouds. His eyes were full of expectation. This person was Zhang Xiaohua, who was practicing alchemy on Tianmu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua had already memorized the flying sword manual from the jade water sword, but she had never had the time to practice it. Now that she had some free time to refine the bone coagulation pill, she used her divine sense to instruct the small sword to practice above the sea of clouds. At the end of the practice, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea and took out the refined dragon binding ring, wanting to test its power. As expected, although the small sword was very nimble, wherever Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense reached, the dragon binding ring also followed. The small sword actually had no place to dodge. Of course, this was because Zhang Xiaohua was operating the two things herself, so it was inevitable that she was experimenting. But even so, it was still quite powerful. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was looking at the sea of clouds, thinking about the imperial wind technique that she had been practicing for 10 days. In these 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua practiced in the pill room when she had the time while refining pills. Now she had just started practicing. According to the jade slip, once she practiced the imperial wind technique, she would be able to fly in the air and ride the wind. But with her current cultivation, she really didn't dare to jump out of this cave and step into the sea of clouds. If I can step on these continuous white clouds and ride the wind, I'm afraid my cultivation would be like that of an immortal. Zhang Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Moreover, after the imperial wind technique there's the flight technique. How much people yearn for it. Oh, I suddenly thought of something. The 19 fragrant peaks are so far apart that it's difficult to even communicate with each other. Could it be that during the immortal Tao the various peaks relied on flying techniques to move around? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to see a scene of light shooting in all directions. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "What are you talking about? How can I believe in the ranger biography? Even if I can master the flight technique, the journey from here to Shirxing Peak is more than 10 days. How can my true qi be enough? Sigh, I wonder if I'll be able to see second brother's figure on Shirxing Peak." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua wished she could grow a pair of wings and fly to Shirxing Peak. Calm down, calm down. Haste makes waste. As long as I'm in fragrant religion, I'll get the news of second brother sooner or later. Zhang Xiaohua comforted herself slowly. She knew that even if she could enter Wuming Hall and become an outer disciple, she would not have the opportunity to enter Shirxing Peak. On the contrary, she would fall into the eyes of some people, which would cause a certain difficulty in her actions. I, Xiao, will never do things that make a fool of myself, Zhang Xiaohua said to herself. Oh, it's getting late. Let's see the elixir in the furnace. This is the first batch of elixir refined with that 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. It must be successful. At least it'll be the best. Zhang Xiaohua went into the elixir room. Inside the elixir room there was a faint medicinal fragrance. The earth fire under the elixir furnace was burning fiercely. The true samadhi fire in the elixir furnace was getting brighter and brighter. It surrounded the elixir liquid and burned it. The elixir liquid that was rotating very fast earlier gradually stopped and only rotated faintly. Zhang Xiaohua went to the elixir room and penetrated her divine sense into the elixir furnace. Seeing the elixir liquid, she was relieved. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was indeed a good thing. Just by looking at the rotation of the elixir liquid and the formation outside the elixir liquid, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the bone-solidifying elixir only took 10 days to be refined. It was 3 days less than refining the pulse-nourishing elixir. In the process of refining the elixir, the changes of the elixir liquid were even more different than before. The elixir of the bone-solidifying elixir was mixed together at the beginning like the pulse-nourishing elixir. The elixir of the 5 elements was mixed together and the elixir of the 5 elements was gradually formed into a mature elixir. However, from the second day onwards, the elixir of the 5 elements gradually became distinct and formed the shape of 2 small fish. Their heads and tails were connected and mixed together. The rotation of the elixir liquid was like 2 fish chasing each other. What made Zhang Xiaohua the most dumbfounded was that at the point where the 2 fish touched, there was actually a faint starlight. The starlight faintly showed signs of flowing, surrounding the 2 fish and constantly rotating. However, the starlight was so subtle that Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could not see it clearly. However, for the 2 different elixirs, Zhang Xiaohua had a little idea in her heart. Within the heavenly way, Zhang Xiaohua knew that other than the Tao of the 5 elements, there was also the Tao of life and death, which was the Tao of yin and yang and qi huang. When these 2 different elixirs were first formed, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had also observed some clues. On one side of the elixir was the fragrant soul wood refined in the Qin furnace, as well as the elixir from the Qian furnace, Zhen furnace and vibration furnace. On the other side, the elixir was the iron bone grass refined in the exchange furnace, as well as the elixir from the Kun furnace, Sun furnace and Li furnace. In other words, the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace's 8 trigrams could also be divided into 2 yin and yang. As the process of forming the elixir progressed, a small dot gradually appeared in the 2 fish-shaped elixirs, just like a fish's eye. The elixir in this small dot was the essence of the other elixir. These small dots of elixir were also wrapped in starlight. This made Zhang Xiaohua ponder deeply. Yin and yang were opposites, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. A solitary yang would not give birth and a solitary yin would not grow. Only with yang in yin and yang could it be the Tao of all things. And this elixir also went from medicinal herbs to elixir, from elixir to elixir, from elixir to elixir, from elixir to elixir, from elixir to elixir. It was precisely within the harmony of yin and yang, from nothing to something. This realization was akin to a bolt of lightning in Zhang Xiaohua's Tao heart. illuminating the heavenly Tao in Zhang Xiaohua's Tao heart. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua immediately sat down on the ground, no longer caring about the precious bone condensation pill in the cauldron in front of her, and directly comprehended this rare enlightenment. Before entering secluded meditation, Zhang Xiaohua habitually held the vitality stone in her hand. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was still shallow. Although she was comprehending the heavenly Tao, it only took her 3 days to awaken from her secluded meditation. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation had taken a huge step forward, from the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining to the 7th layer of qi refining. However, a lot of the vitality in the Vitality Stone had been absorbed. Of the 18 layers of the Carefree Heart Sutra, the first 6 layers were for the initial stage of qi refining. As long as one could step into the threshold of qi refining and absorb enough vitality of heaven and earth, their cultivation would improve. From the 7th layer onwards, the role of one's temperament was highlighted. Progress at this time could not be made up by pure vitality of heaven and earth. Only when one's comprehension of the Heart Sutra made a breakthrough could one enter the next layer of cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua had already reached the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining when she was concocting pills in Rejuvenation Valley. However, the transition from the 6th layer to the 7th layer of qi refining was the transition from the initial stage of qi refining to the middle stage of qi refining. It was also the transition from quantitative cultivation to comprehension of the Heart Sutra. It was the most difficult transition. When the Tao of Immortality was flourishing, who knew how many heavenly prodigies had broken through the threshold of qi refining, but they were stumped by this transition in comprehension, and their cultivation stagnated at the initial stage of qi refining for the rest of their lives. This could be considered the second great challenge of the Tao of Immortality. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained the 8 trigrams violet gold furnace, she had witnessed a new method of concocting pills. She had introduced the theory of the 8 trigrams into the 5 elements, and when she was gestating the pill she had combined the yin and yang of the Tao of Heaven, gaining a deep understanding of how yin and yang nurtured all living things. This understanding directly pushed her understanding of the Tao of Heaven to a new level. Furthermore, she held a vitality stone in her hand, so her meridians very naturally drew a vast amount of vitality from the primal stones into her body. According to the Carefree Heart Sutra, her cultivation directly rose from the initial stage of qi refining to the middle stage of qi refining. This improvement seemed accidental, but it was actually inevitable. Zhang Xiaohua comprehended the Tao of Heaven every day, absorbing the vitality from the vitality stones every night, and cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. She was accumulating every day, and with the accumulation of time, it was only a matter of time before she went from quantitative to qualitative. The gestating process of the 8 trigrams violet gold furnace was merely a catalyst. Of course, after emerging from closed-door cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the time to check her cultivation. Instead, she hurriedly sent her spiritual sense into the furnace to check the medicinal liquid. Fortunately, apart from the tiny bit of medicinal liquid that had expanded countless times, almost half the size of the fish outside, there weren't many other changes. Only then did she check her cultivation and discover that she had actually advanced to the middle stage of qi refining. This made Zhang Xiaohua overjoyed. She immediately circulated her true qi through her brand new meridians a few more times. Only after she was completely familiar with it did she stop. In the next few days, it was the crucial moment for gestating the pill. Other than practicing the levitation technique and comprehending the Tao of Heaven, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to distract herself with other matters. She even temporarily stopped practicing talismans and formations, afraid that she would enter closed-door cultivation again and miss the best opportunity to form the pill. As a matter of fact, after practicing her sword technique and testing the dragon binding hoop for a bit, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly returned to the furnace. At this moment, of the 2 fish-shaped medicinal liquids, the other type of medicinal liquid was almost as much as the previous type of medicinal liquid, each taking up half. Simply speaking, the composition of the 2 clumps of medicinal liquid was basically the same. There was only a slight difference. And this trace of medicinal liquid was all gathered at the edge of the 2 clumps of medicinal liquid, wrapped together by faint starlight. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's expression turned solemn. He took a deep breath and circulated his true qi to his fingers. Both of his hands formed a series of hand seals and sent the final spell of the pill nurturing technique into the medicinal liquid. As the spell was sent in, The faint red true samadhi fire drilled into the medicinal liquid and burned toward the edges of the medicinal liquid. Chapter 598. Now it was the end of the gestation period. A layer of array outside the medicinal liquid had gradually formed. Under the observation of Zhang Xiaohua's divine thought, the wisp of samadhi true fire burned along the boundary of the two medicinal liquids. The medicinal liquid boiled for a while like water poured into hot oil. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was the last moment of gestation. She didn't dare to be careless. She launched another technique. She only felt that a lot of the true qi in her body was drawn out at once. As the technique was launched, it slowly pushed the medicinal liquid that had been still. The starlight on the edge gradually spread between the two medicinal liquids with the burning of the samadhi true fire. The medicinal liquid gradually rotated. Zhang Xiaohua's divine thought also slowly couldn't see the movement inside. After a while, the entire medicinal liquid expanded and contracted. Even shook a little. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, the rotation that Zhang Xiaohua pushed with the technique also stopped. The entire medicinal liquid was quietly suspended in the center of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. The samadhi true fire that was still vivid just now also disappeared without a trace at this time. Zhang Xiaohua also stood there quietly. She swept her divine thought again. At this time, the medicinal liquid was completely invisible. The gestation period had been completed. However, at the end of gestation, Zhang Xiaohua's true qi in her body was consumed a lot. Thinking of the true qi used in the beginning to quench the liquid, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to rush to pull the pill. Instead, she sat cross-legged and took out the vitality stone to replenish the true qi in her body. Now that Zhang Xiaohua was already at the intermediate stage of the qi refining realm, the speed of absorbing the true qi in the vitality stone had greatly increased. In just a moment it was finished replenishing. Putting away the vitality stone, Zhang Xiaohua slightly recalled the technique to pull the pill. The corner of her eyes slightly shrank. He launched the technique. Following the launch of the technique, some true qi was drawn out. The entire medicinal liquid swelled and a thumb-sized green medicinal pill appeared in the air beside it. It was exactly as described in the pill formula. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She continued to launch the technique. Although the true qi in her body was consumed relatively quickly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to replenish her true qi when she saw more and more bone-solidifying pills. Anyway, each time she refined pills she could only pull out 9 pills. It wasn't enough to exhaust the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body. However, things were beyond Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. When she launched the technique for the 10th time into the medicinal liquid and waited for the bone-solidifying pill byproduct, she shockingly discovered that the 10th bone-solidifying pill was also pulled out. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, since she could pull out more medicinal pills, Zhang Xiaohua was naturally overjoyed. Estimating the true qi in her body, Zhang Xiaohua continued to pull out 18 bone-solidifying pills in a row. Looking at the endless medicinal liquid left, Zhang Xiaohua understood something in her heart. Without hesitation she launched the last technique. Sure enough, there was a series of crisp sounds. The last medicinal liquid was pulled out into a medicinal pill that was a lot smaller than the bone-solidifying pill. It was a little yellow. Upon closer inspection, it was 70% similar to the small bone-solidifying pill that Zhang Xiaohua saw previously. Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head slightly and took out a few jade bottles. Her hand formed a technique and pointed her finger. The opening of the Kun furnace opened and with a wave of her hand, the 18 bone-solidifying pills flew into the few jade bottles. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua cast a seal on the jade bottles and carefully kept them in her purse. Only then did she look at the 7 or 8 small bone-solidifying pills at the bottom of the furnace. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua didn't examine the small bone-solidifying pill in detail. At this time, when she took out one to examine it carefully, she couldn't help but frown slightly. This small bone-solidifying pill was extremely similar to the previous one. It was just that the color was slightly darker and the medicinal smell was much lighter. It was far from the previous medicinal fragrance that assailed her nostrils. When she looked at it, it was the same as the crimson flame pill that Zhang Xiaohua refined previously. There was a faint starlight. What's going on? Could it be that there's a mistake in my refining method? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and carefully thought about the refining process from beginning to end. She still had no clue. Forget it. When I refined the basic medicinal pills there were no such problems. Why would there be a mistake when I refined the low-level medicinal pills? However, the color, smell and other aspects of this medicinal pill should have been refined successfully. There shouldn't be any problems in the entire process. Oh, the Meridian Nourishing Pill only produced 9 medicinal pills last time. This time it actually produced 18. It should be because of the amount of medicinal herbs. Even if it's a basic medicinal pill, if the medicinal herbs in the pill formula are complete and the quantity is sufficient, it should be able to produce more than 9 medicinal pills. Thinking about it, it was very reasonable. When Zhang Xiaohua was refining pills in the Rejuvenation Valley, she used very few medicinal herbs each time. It was far less generous than this time, where she put the whole medicinal herb into the pill furnace at once. Moreover, in the pill formula of the bone solidifying pill, there were more than 10 main ingredients and ingredients. It was normal for her to be able to refine 18 medicinal pills. If there were only 9 pills, then Zhang Xiaohua had skimped on the job. Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade bottle and put the remaining small bone solidifying pill into the jade bottle. Suddenly she thought of another question. In the Rejuvenation Valley, the byproduct of the Meridian Nourishing Pill was called Crimson Flame Pill. Why didn't the byproduct of the bone solidifying pill have other names? Why was it directly called Small Bone Solidifying Pill? Then Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Who cares what it's called? It's just a mark. I wonder if my small bone solidifying pill is better than the small bone solidifying pill of the incense cult." Unfortunately, there was no one to verify this question for her. After putting away the bone solidifying pills, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the empty pill furnace and thought for a moment. Then she cast a few incantations into the furnace. The earth fire under the pill furnace became a little smaller, but it still slowly heated the pill furnace. Then Zhang Xiaohua checked the true qi in her body. She couldn't help but be shocked. She had just advanced to the middle stage of the aura refining realm, so the amount of true qi in her body was a lot more than before. However, this simple pill pulling process consumed more than half of the true qi in her body. She was still in the early stage of the aura refining realm. She reckoned she wouldn't even be able to pull out all the true qi in her body. Alas, the middle stage of the aura refining realm isn't enough. This is only a low-level medicinal pill. What if it's a mid-level or high-level medicinal pill? Even the amount of true qi needed to refine the medicine wouldn't be enough. The path of cultivation seems to have just begun. Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly and took out another primordial stone. This small primordial stone seemed to have been used too frequently. After replenishing her true qi, Zhang Xiaohua simply didn't keep the primordial stone. Instead she took it with her hands. With a twist of her body she escaped to the outside of the cave. When she started refining the bone solidifying pills, Zhang Xiaohua spent nearly half a day putting the medicinal herbs into the pill furnace to refine the liquid. Pulling out the pills took even more time. At this time it was already late at night. However, at this time the moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was the best time to kill. It was the best time to practice the Imperial Wind technique. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. Seeing that there was no one around, she immediately made an incantation with her hands and transferred her true qi to her legs. Then her body flew up a little crookedly, faintly carrying the Imperial Wind technique. She directly flew into the darkness in the distance. During this period of refining pills, Zhang Xiaohua went to work in the medicinal fields early in the morning. The rest of the time she stayed in the pill room to familiarize herself with the Imperial Wind technique. When night fell, when Bai Huan and Zhou Shuming both went back, she came out of the pill room and practiced the levitation technique on Tianmu Peak. The west side of Tianmu Peak belonged to the pill department of the pill expansion hall. At night, there were usually people watching over the pill furnaces that were refining pills. The east side belonged to the pill department of the pill expansion hall. It was all medicinal fields and forests. At night there were no traces of people. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua could practice on the east side. Now that she had practiced for more than 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua could already reach the threshold of Imperial Wind technique. Her figure floating in the night sky indeed had a hint of immortality. However, although she was already in the middle stage of qi refining, her true qi was not enough to refine pills, let alone Imperial Wind technique. What was even more hateful was that the chi of heaven and earth was so thin that it was not enough for her to absorb, let alone support this imperial wind technique that looked like an immortal. Zhang Xiaohua could only hold onto the chi in her hands and try to absorb it into her body with all her might. At the same time, she performed the adorable yet hateful imperial wind technique. Like a gust of wind, she left a faint shadow on the east side of Tianmu Peak. Flying to a low-lying area, Zhang Xiaohua was a little tired. Just as she was about to stop, her divine sense suddenly discovered two figures beside the forest in the distance. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. She immediately descended from the sky. Before she landed, she made an incantation with her hands and directly burrowed into the ground. He did not want to be seen through. When she poked her head out again, she was already at the roots of a tree 10 feet away. The two people beside the forest did not seem to notice anything unusual and were only whispering to each other. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not care and was about to escape. However, just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly realized that it was already too late. The disciples of the grass division were not this diligent. There must be something fishy going on. She did not know what they were up to. However, in her divine sense, the two people's faces were unfamiliar, as if she had never seen them before. Could it be? Since she was curious, Zhang Xiaohua quietly went to the place where the two people were talking. She found an inconspicuous stone and poked her head out to eavesdrop on their conversation. One of them said, "Senior Hu, this is the territory of the grass division. It's better to be careful and not be discovered." Senior Hu smiled and said, "Junior Qian, don't worry. The people of the grass division have already returned. Who else would be in this wilderness? Caution is the parent of safety. We can't not be on guard. If someone sees our grass division's territory, it will be hard to explain. No wonder Lord Spring Equinox often praises you and says that you are a promising talent. He even told us to learn from you. Lord Spring Equinox is too kind. This one is just a little more careful. Alright, let's not talk too much." This time, more than 10 outsiders came to the pill opening hall. "Did you notice anyone from the sect?" "Senior Hu, the people who came this time were quite scattered. Our Tianmu Peak is famous for being difficult to mix in. Who would come here? There are only a few apprentices who refine pills. This one has already seen them. None of them are our brothers." Chapter 599. What about the disciples from the other peaks? I've also taken the opportunity to go to the other peaks. The situation was the same. The new disciples turned a blind eye to the secret hand signals of the sect. I don't think they're among them. That's strange. The sect sends people here every 10 years. Why didn't they send anyone this year? The two were silent for a while. Senior brother who continued, "Oh right, recently there was a medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley in our Tianmu Peak's grass division. His martial arts are very strong. Could it be? I've already thought of this. After the bet, I tried to show him the hand signals. He didn't feel it at all, so it shouldn't be him." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Based on his tone, this junior brother Qian should be from the pill department. When did someone from the pill department give her a hand signal? Why didn't she have any impression of it? Looking at his arrogant appearance, he might not be from the sect. How could he reveal his strong martial arts and be so close to Qin Fengxiao as soon as he arrived at Tianmu Peak? But junior brother Qian, there aren't any suitable candidates for the pill department's medicine boy. I think you should go take a look at the medicine boys from the grass division. Maybe the sect changed their direction this year and started from Rejuvenation Valley. Senior brother who is right. I think so too. If we start from the pill department every year, it's inevitable that we'll be exposed. It's inevitable that we'll try other methods. But we're disciples of the pill department and can only guard Tianmu Peak. If we go to the other peaks to find the grass division disciples, there won't be many opportunities. It's only because Tianmu Peak is a bit chaotic that Lord Spring Equinox let us stay here. If it were the other peaks, it might be inconvenient to move around. Lord Spring Equinox is wise. Oh right, senior brother who, did any of our brothers enter the other halls this year? This. Lord Spring Equinox didn't say, so I don't know. But we're all spies in the fragrant cult. Most of our contacts are one way. Lord Spring Equinox might not let us know. The sect has been scheming for many years. Although the fragrant cult is content to stay in a remote corner, didn't we also sneak in? It's just that there's something strange about the way in and out of the incense-spreading cult. All information cannot be leaked out. Our people can only enter but not leave. That's right. It's extremely difficult to be an outer disciple, let alone pass the test and roam the Jianghu. Not only do you have to be strong in martial arts, but you also have to have a clean background. Disciples from outside are not allowed to go out. Therefore, we outer disciples are powerless even if we want to. Isn't that so? If not for that, Lord Spring Equinox would have been able to send a message. Why should we worry about it? Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. If you have time, you should go to the Medicine Boys of the Grass Division and find some time to interact with them. See if there are any of our people among them. Alright, please inform Lord Spring Equinox that I will definitely accomplish it. After saying that, the two of them looked left and right carefully. One went up, the other went down, heading straight to the west side of Tianmu Peak. After waiting for everyone to leave, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seems that these two must have been sent by the incense-spreading cult's enemies. Moreover, they must have been hiding in the incense-spreading cult for a long time. Every 10 years someone would enter. Oh, could it be that Li Chong? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of Valley Lord Nye's warning before they set off from Rejuvenation Valley. But how could he be sure that Li Chong was sent by someone else? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. In fact, he had forgotten that when it came to unknown origins, his own origins were even more unknown than Li Chong's. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua said to himself, in any case, this incense-spreading cult is a big turtle shell. Once you enter, don't even think about leaving. Wait for me to find second brother's news and find a chance to capture Li Chong. Or that junior brother Qian. I'll know once I ask. Why bother hurting my brain? If he doesn't say anything, I'll just use my bewitching finger. What else can I not know? Saying this, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and carefully looked. Then he floated up and rode the wind to the top of Tianmu Peak. Speaking of the Imperial Wind technique, it was several times faster than Zhang Xiaohua's levitation technique. It didn't take long for him to reach the top of the mountain. The entire mountain was quiet. Even Bai Huan's little hut had long extinguished its lights. Zhang Xiaohua first walked to the medicine field and found the seeds that he watered with spring water rich in vitality every day. The seeds were the same as before. There were no signs of germination. However, the seeds seemed to be absorbing vitality. These few seeds had much stronger vitality fluctuations than the others. Then Zhang Xiaohua returned to the cave and set up the restriction. He returned to the pill room. In the pill room, the earth fire was still burning, warming the pill furnace on top. Zhang Xiaohua took out the futon and sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace. Holding the vitality stones in his hand, he did his routine homework every night. In the next month or so, Zhang Xiaohua, in addition to working in the fields, spent most of his time in the alchemy room, refining the meridian-nourishing pill, bone-condensing pill, and so on, again harvesting a lot of pills. Moreover, according to the pill formula in the jade slip, he used a small alchemy furnace to refine some basic detoxification pills. Although refining these pills consumed a lot of medicinal herbs, compared to the medicinal herbs Zhang Xiaohua won in the last gambling fight, the amount was still very little. In addition to refining pills, Zhang Xiaohua still spent a lot of time comprehending the way of heaven. This was a skill that could not be seen in a short time. After Zhang Xiaohua advanced to the middle stage of the qi refining realm, the rabbit talisman in her mud pill palace improved again. She gradually comprehended them one by one. Now she had nearly 200 rabbit talismans. In addition to these, the spirit traction technique seemed to have changed and began to slowly improve again. What made Zhang Xiaohua most gratified was the Imperial Wind technique. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have a unique talent for the levitation technique and the Imperial Wind technique. Since she touched the threshold of the Imperial Wind technique, she could not stop. She practiced the Imperial Wind technique that she did not even dare to think about before to a proficient level. She only lacked abundant qi of heaven and earth. Otherwise, she could really fly with the wind like the way of immortals. Among them, there was also a gambling battle on Tianmu Peak. However, Zhang Xiaohua still used his previous level of martial arts. Under Qin Fengxiao's arrangement, he won 2 victories and won a few bottles of insignificant pills. Now, his limelight on Tianmu Peak was faintly showing signs of surpassing the 6 great arhats. If it were not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua only worked on Tianmu Peak and never appeared in front of the disciples of the pill expanding hall, and Qin Fengxiao had already instructed not to disturb him, Zhang Xiaohua would have attracted the attention of all the disciples wherever he went. It seemed that everything was going according to the normal trajectory and also according to Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Even Zhou Shuming's surveillance was gradually reduced. Wu Zhouxu should also be slowly relieved. On this day the sun was shining brightly. Far away in the exquisite little courtyard of Lingxiang Peak, by the lotus pond, Peacock was talking to Qinchin about something. There was a strange expression on Peacock's face. She stared at the surface of the lotus pond and seemed to be lost in thought. Qinchin looked at her from the side and endured. Finally he opened his mouth and said, "Senior sister, say something. You've been in closed-door training for dozens of days. It's rare to see you come out. When I came to see you, you made a clay Buddha statue and didn't say a word." When Peacock heard this, she laughed out loud and said, "Junior sister even knows about clay Buddha statues. You've gained a lot from this trip." "Well, I thought you wouldn't say anything." Qinchin curled his lips and said, "Actually, it's nothing. I didn't go out and wanted to go out. But when I went out, I saw a bunch of boring people. There was really no meaning in going out. Sai, why didn't I encounter something as interesting as Ren Xiaoyao?" Hearing these 3 words, Peacock's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She said uneasily, if you're willing, I'll let you go to Carefree City next time. Maybe you'll meet him." That guy has been sent to the pill hall. Where would there be a second Ren Xiaoyao? Right, I don't know how that kid is doing in Baiyue Peak. Peacock's heart skipped a beat. To tell the truth, she had always felt that she did not have any feelings for this ordinary young man that she had only met a few times. However, the words of Abbess Jing Fan last time, and her firm affirmation, and the face that appeared in her mind from time to time when she was in closed-door training, she had begun to doubt her own feelings. Could this be fate bestowed by the heavens? So that you can't forget him? She did not dare to answer Chen Chen's words. She frowned slightly and said, "Who knows, he's just a medicine boy. If he were to be placed in Baiyue Peak, it would be like a drop of water falling into a lotus pond. It's impossible to see him." When she said this, she felt a burst of annoyance for no reason. She casually flicked her finger and changed the topic, saying, "Right, didn't you want to go to the Yulon Grand Canyon? Master has already agreed, why don't you hurry up and prepare? I remember that the disciples who were patrolling the mountain last time had already found the restriction loosening. Maybe the time to enter the valley will be brought forward." Qinchin laughed out loud, holding Peacock's arm, and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. However, Master has already told me that this year's Yulon Dusk refinement will be brought forward by a lot. I estimate that we will be able to enter in a few days. I have already come to find senior sister and wanted to ask for some experience. Unfortunately, senior sister has been in closed-door training." "Oh, so that's the case. Why didn't you say so earlier? I will tell you roughly now." Without waiting for Peacock to speak, Qinchin said, "No need, senior sister. I have already asked the other senior sisters and have a rough idea in my heart." "Well, that's good. Although there are a lot of dangers in the Yulon Grand Canyon, those are for the outer disciples and other ordinary disciples. We inner disciples basically don't have to worry about it. As long as we pay a little attention, I have nothing to say to you. The last time I entered the valley, except for a leopard, I did not encounter anything. And right, you have a carefree personality, there are some things that you should consider carefully." Chapter 600. I know, senior. Qinchin held Peacock's arm and smiled. "I'm not going alone this time, I can't be careless. When we enter the valley, the inner disciples will be together. Once we're in the valley, we'll have to separate. Don't be careless." I know. But this time I have a tail." What do you mean?" Peacock was confused. "Hey, do you still remember Master Jingyi's female disciple?" "I know. What do you mean she's going to follow you into the valley? Are you kidding me? She's only been in the inner sect for a few years? Although she's cultivated with Master Jingyi, but how is she qualified for this Valley Orchid Dusk?" "That's right, senior sister is right. I don't know how she reported it to Martial Uncle sect leader, but he actually agreed. The worst thing is, Martial Uncle sect leader said that I have a bad temper and was afraid that something would happen to me inside, so he asked me to take care of her. He even said that my martial arts cultivation is high and I can protect her. Don't you think it's funny?" "Is that so?" Peacock said, "Since Master Jingyi has already spoken, there's no point in you refusing. Actually, Master Jingyi is right. You two can learn from each other's strengths and complement each other. Chin pouted and said, I'm not familiar with her. What's so interesting about that? Moreover, I'm going to the valley to look for opportunities, not to be a nanny. If I bring her along, how can I be at ease? Hee. Peacock chuckled, that's your problem. If you weren't famous for being careless, how could Master Jingy find you? Sai, that child is also a pitiful person. If we don't help her, who else can? Only Senior is kind-hearted. Forget it, I'm just nagging you, don't take it to heart. I know you're tough on the mouth but soft on the heart. You can't bear to see someone you're close to being bullied. Master Jingy gave that child to you for the same reason. Senior sister, I only have this one shortcoming and all of you have seen it so clearly. How am I supposed to live with myself in the future? Hee, don't be complacent. I don't know what you're thinking. Master has already told me. Although I went to the Yulon Grand Canyon 5 years ago, I still know where the good things are. I don't think the other senior sisters will tell you these things. That's right. I'm your junior sister. If you don't tell me, who else can you tell? Peacock glanced at her with annoyance and told her about her last trip to the Yulon Grand Canyon and the few hidden places she found. She did not forget to remind her, Yellow Wind and Black Lightning have not come out for a long time. Maybe they died of old age or maybe they died of serious injuries. These are all guesses. It is better to be prepared. If you see any signs of trouble, it is better to run as far away as possible. I understand. Chin said disapprovingly, so many years have passed. Things that have disappeared without a trace can't possibly still exist in the world. Counting the actions of the sect master and the others, it should have been decades. Chin, to tell you the truth, don't let your guard down. The Yulon Grand Canyon is a mysterious area of our incense cult. Generations of sect masters and elders have attached great importance to it. But from the records of our cult, no one has been able to fully understand the canyon, not even the immortal seniors from 10,000 years ago. Moreover, the beasts in the canyon are all psychic creatures, not to mention the 2 legendary ones. If you don't take my words to heart, maybe. Peacock did not finish her words. Chin smiled and said, I know, senior sister. No matter how stupid I am, it's impossible for me to not care about my own life. It's just that. I still have a burden with me. Tell me, how can I escape? Even if I meet the legendary fiend Ig. Then her smile turned into a bitter smile. Sigh, that's true. Peacock sighed. She could not understand why the sect master would agree to let an inner disciple who was not very good at martial arts enter the Yulon Grand Canyon. Then Peacock clenched her teeth, every man for himself. Although the sect master has entrusted her to you, you can only protect her to the extent of your ability. If you can't. Yes, senior sister, don't worry. I know this. Chin nodded her head in all seriousness and then rebuked, Senior sister, when I went to the other senior sisters, didn't they all congratulate me for having the opportunity to enter the Yulon Grand Canyon? Only you nagged endlessly as if as long as I entered I would encounter something. Children's words carry no harm, children's words carry no harm. Peacock smiled and said, look at what you're saying. On the Lingxiang Peak, Peacock and Chin had a deep sisterly relationship and had endless things to say. Baiyue Peak, Pill Expanding Hall, 100 Herb Hall. Elder Zishan sat at the head of the table, accompanied by Deputy Hall Master Su. Elder Zishan squinted his eyes and looked tired as if he was thinking about something. Deputy Hall Master Su looked at him for a while and said in a low voice, Hall Master, if you have any difficulties, can I help you share the burden? Elder Zishan sighed, opened his eyes and said, isn't it because of the Misty Hall? Alas, not only me but the other Hall Masters are also scratching their heads. Forget it, there will be a way when the time comes. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Then he thought of something and said, right, I forgot to tell you that the prohibition of the Yulon Grand Canyon has been loosened. Perhaps the Yulon Evening Refinement will be brought forward a few days, and it's time to send disciples in. Think about it, choose suitable people from the grass sect and draw up a list. You've done this in the past, so it shouldn't be too late to tell me now, right? There is a lot of room for improvement in the future. If he obtains a suitable martial arts cultivation method, he may be another Lu Li Hong. Haha, whether he is another Lu Li Hong or not, it has nothing to do with us. Look at that Lu Li Hong. Since he entered the outer sect, how many times has he returned to the Pill Expanding Hall? Even our Tianmu Peak is the first time. Fren Xiaoyao is also like this, it will not benefit us at all. Wu Zhoushu shook his head. Looking at him, he does not look like a heartless person. Last time when Lu Lihong came with Yang Yao, he only recognized Yang Yao. Even if you introduced Lu Lihong first, he still bowed to Yang Yao first. Yes, I know that. Otherwise, I would not accommodate him. Ah, Zhou Shuming has been on Tianmu Peak for so long. Did you discover anything? What about you? Isn't Bai Huan with him every day? Did you discover anything? Ah. The two of them laughed loudly with a you-know-what-I-mean look on their faces. This gave the disciples who were rushing in a fright. Chapter 601. Qin Fengshao looked at the Grass Division disciple and asked, "What's the matter?" The disciple reported, "Bai Yefeng sent him, he said it's important." Hall leader, why are you paying attention to us? Wu Zhoushu was puzzled. Our Tianmu Peak has been really quiet recently, there aren't many battles. Ah, why don't you let him in? Qin Fengshao waved his hand for the disciple to bring him in. Although it was a disciple, Qin Fengshao and Wu Zhoushu didn't dare to just sit there. They both got up and walked out. When they reached the entrance of the hall, they saw a disciple rush in. Seeing Qin Fengshao and Wu Zhoushu, he bowed. Greetings to the two leaders. Qin Fengshao hurried forward and supported him. Junior brother, no need to be so polite. We're all brothers of the pill-spreading hall, no need to be so polite. Junior martial brother, he stood up and said, Headmaster Qin and Wu Dalong are very famous in our pill-expanding hall. Compared to you, junior martial brother is really ashamed. The two led junior brother into the hall, and after some small talk, Qin Fengshao asked, Junior brother, he is a disciple of the pill division. Why did Tianmu Peak suddenly send me a message? Is there a mistake in what I said? As he spoke, he glanced at Wu Zhoushu. Wu Zhoushu was also confused. The pill-spreading hall's messages were usually sent by Grass Division disciples to Qin Fengshao and Pill Division disciples to Wu Zhoushu. When he heard that a disciple from Bai Yefeng came to find Qin Fengshao, Wu Zhoushu thought it was a Grass Division disciple. But when he saw junior brother of the Pill Division, he was puzzled and thought there was a mistake. Junior martial brother smiled and said, I don't know about this. It's just that Vice Hall Master Su sent me here to deliver the name list for the secluded Orchid Evening Refinement to Tianmu Peak. Tell me, if I didn't come to Headmaster Chen, would I come to Wu Daong? Hearing junior brother mention the list of Orchid Evening Refinement, not only Qin Fengshao, but Wu Zhoushu was also puzzled. There's still a few months until the Orchid Evening Refinement. Why are you suddenly talking about this? I also just found out that this year's Orchid Dusk Refinement seems to be brought forward, which is in the next few days. That's why Vice Hall Master Su sent me here in a hurry, and told me to return to the White Mountain Peak after I finish packing up. Oh, I see. Qin Fengshao nodded with a smile. Although he still did not understand, he did not ask anything else after looking at the Wuzhou ruins. Then junior brother took out a list from his bosom and handed it to Qin Fengshao, saying, Headmaster Qin, this is the list of 35 people participating in the Orchid Dusk Refinement today. Take a look and quickly inform them to pack up and follow me to Baiyu Peak tomorrow. Qin Feng took the list with a smile and said while looking at it. This wasn't the first time they had sent disciples to the Yulon Grand Canyon to pick herbs, so he naturally understood the rules. Although the Grass Division disciples weren't too willing to enter the Grand Canyon, this was the Pill Opening Hall Master's personal order, so no one could go against it. Qin Fengshao roughly looked through the list, then raised his head and said, Junior brother, go and rest first, I'll go. That's not right. Qin Fengshao suddenly thought of something and immediately raised the name list in front of his eyes. As if he couldn't believe his own eyes, he looked at it carefully again. Then he pointed at a name and said, Junior martial brother, is this wrong? Junior brother, was also surprised. How is it written wrongly? Is there a mistake in the name? Seeing this, Wuzhou Ruins also walked forward and looked at the name Qin Fengshao pointed at carefully. Although the Pill Division didn't participate in the Orchid Dusk Refinement, the list wasn't a secret. Although Wuzhou Ruins belonged to the Pill Division, he didn't avoid anything. Sure enough, when Wuzhou Ruins saw the name, he also said curiously, Ren Xiaoyao? Isn't this the new medicine boy from the Grass Division? Why was he also chosen for the Orchid Dusk Refinement list? Qin Fengshao at the side also said, This Ren Xiaoyao has only been at Tianmu Peak for a month. He seems to be still young, only 14 or 15 years old. How can he have the qualifications to enter the Orchid Grand Canyon? If it was 5 or 10 years later, he would be a very good candidate. This junior brother, he looked at the name written in black and white and said, "Is there another person in the grass division with the same name?" Qin Fengxiao shook his head and said, "There's only one person, no one else." "Then I don't know. When I received the list from Vice Hall Master Su, I didn't look at it carefully. This is also the first time I've heard of Ren Xiaoyao's name." Junior brother, he said apologetically. This Qin Fengxiao was a little embarrassed. When Wuzhou Ruins heard this, he suddenly thought of something and his face changed slightly. Looking at the disciple from the pill division, he seemed to have understood something. He took half a step back and looked at Qin Fengxiao without saying anything. "What? Does head leader Qin want to question this list?" Junior brother, he was a little unhappy. No. Qin Fengxiao was startled and waved his hand. "I just feel that this Ren Xiaoyao is still young and not suitable." Junior brother, he laughed. "Head leader Qin, have you not heard of this saying? If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't, you can't. If you can't, you can't. As long as it's someone that our whole master has his eyes on, there's only one word for it. You have no choice but to accept it." Qin Fengxiao said with a smile, That's right. I accept it very much, very much." It seems that head leader Qin is very familiar with this person. Furthermore, you said that he's not suitable this year and would be most suitable in 5 or 10 years. Qin Feng listened with a smile. Since he had nothing else to do, he told him about Zhang Xiaohua's participation in the bet. He smiled and said, "In a few years' time, this young man will be invincible on Tianmu Peak. It will be dangerous for him to enter the canyon this year." "Oh, so that's how it is." Junior brother, he suddenly understood and said, "I've heard Vice Hall Master Su say a few words. This Yulon Grand Canyon's restrictions have been loosened in advance. The danger inside might increase, so it's fine to send more disciples with good martial arts. This is the reason." Wu Zhouxiu, who had retreated half a step, also returned to normal. He stepped forward and said, "That's right. Every year we lose disciples in the Grand Canyon. It must be done appropriately. Although Ren Xiaoyao is young, he is one of the top few in Tianmu Peak. It's only right to send him." Qin Fengxiao pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. What the two said made sense. Although Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were not as good as the outer sect disciples, he was still much stronger than the ordinary grass sect disciples. His chances of returning alive from the Yulon Grand Canyon were much higher than the others. Thus, it was not unexpected for him to be included in the list of 36. However, a little medicine boy who had just come from Rejuvenation Valley was sent to Tianmu Peak as soon as he arrived at Baiyu Peak. In less than a month he would be sent to the Yulon Grand Canyon, a place where even the disciples of Pill Excavating Hall would turn pale. This made Qin Fengxiao feel that something was not right. Could it be, however, even if he had this could it be thought, he did not have the qualifications nor any reason to object. Thus he reached out and put the list into his bosom. He smiled and said, "All right, junior brother, his task can be considered completed. Let's go. I will set up a banquet to welcome junior brother he. Let your Dan Division's senior brother Wu accompany you." Junior brother, he was also courteous. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks to head manager Qin. I have long wanted to drink with the two heads at Tianmu Peak. Now I have finally found the opportunity. However," he looked at the list in Qin Fengxiao's bosom and said, "Head manager Qin, please distribute this list first and let the disciples on the list prepare. They will return to Baiyu Peak with me tomorrow morning." Qin Fengxiao nodded with a smile. "Junior brother, he is right. Wu Daoang, accompany junior brother he. I will personally bring the list over and let the selected disciples prepare now. I will definitely not delay junior brother he's journey tomorrow." After he finished speaking, he quickly left the hall and instructed the relevant disciples to quickly carry out the list. It was easy to send a list from Baiyu Peak, but the disciples of Tianmu Peak had many things to do. Not to mention handing over their own matters to others, even the preparations before departure and, the arrangements for the future were also extremely troublesome. In the past, the list was sent a few days in advance, leaving 2 to 3 days for the disciples to prepare. How could it be like today, sending the list today and bringing the disciples back to Baiyu Peak tomorrow morning? Therefore, although junior brother he had agreed to drink with Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu, he still had to supervise Qin Fengxiao to carry out the selection of disciples first. After Qin Fengxiao had walked away, Wu Zhouxiu sat down with junior brother he and said in a low voice, I wonder if junior brother he has any instructions for me when you come? Junior brother he nodded and said, Vice Hall Leader Su has a message for me, but it is quite difficult to understand. Huh. Please explain junior brother he. Vice Hall Leader Su said to keep an eye on things. Things? Wu Zhoushu could not help but say, then he smiled bitterly and said, I understand if I go back and see Vice Hall Leader Su, please report back to Hall Leader Su. I will definitely follow Hall Leader Su's instructions and ask him not to worry. Seeing that Wu Zhoushu understood the meaning of those words, junior brother he breathed a sigh of relief and said, Of course, we are all working for Hall Leader Su. Wu Delong is Hall Leader Su's right-hand man. If there is any opportunity in the future, I hope senior brother Wu can put in a good word for me in front of Hall Leader Su. No. Wu Zhoushu waved his hand. Junior apprentice brother he is the one who is closest to the water and enjoys the moonlight first. Every day he works in front of Lord Hall Master and all the hard work is seen by him. You see, even the important matter of sending the name list was troubled to junior apprentice brother he of the pill department. This shows how important junior apprentice brother he is to Lord Hall Master. Junior brother he's eyes were a little proud, cupping his hands and said, We are all Hall Leader Su's subordinates. We will go wherever is suitable as long as he is satisfied. Isn't that our goal? That's right. On the top of Tianmu Peak, Zhang Xiaohua, who had just finished refining pills, was standing in the sunset and stretching. When he heard Bai Huan telling him about going to the Yulon Grand Canyon, he couldn't help but be stunned. He pointed to his nose and said, Did you hear it wrong? It's me, Ren Xiaoyao. Chapter 602. When Bai Huan heard this he said innocently, Junior brother Ren, what are you talking about? How could I have misheard such an important matter? Just now Headmaster Chen sent a disciple over and I had to confirm it again and again. I know that junior brother has been training hard and did not dare to let him disturb you. That's why I waited for you to come out. Otherwise, I would have directly asked him to find you. Thank you senior brother Bide. Junior brother Ren, it seems that you already know about the Valley Orchid Dusk refinement. I wanted to tell you about it. Yes, the last time senior brother Lu Lihong came he talked about it a little. Headmaster Chen said that I may only have the qualifications to enter after 5 or 10 years. I did not expect to be lucky enough to see it this year. But looking at you, other than being surprised, you don't seem to be panicking at all? This? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, Isn't it just some wild beasts? When I was young at home I often went hunting in the mountains. This guy is now full of nonsense. Bai Huan's face had an expression of, I knew you had never seen it before, and said with concern, Junior brother Ren, I know that your martial arts are strong, but I still want to tell you that the beasts in the valley are completely different from the ones you have seen before. You must not be careless. Looking at this white fatty who wanted to take advantage of her as soon as she arrived at Tianmu Peak, Zhang Xiaohua felt a warm feeling in her heart. Although some people didn't give people a good first impression, after interacting with them for a long time, she might be able to discover some of their good points. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Didn't you say that there are outer disciples protecting you? Since their martial arts are so good and they follow a fixed route and a fixed place to gather herbs, what is there to be afraid of? These are all facts and these places are relatively safe. However, anything is possible. You don't know, the last time I went there, although I didn't encounter any special beasts, even a jackal killed one of our grass tribe brothers. Saya was not far in front of me. Now that I think about it, I'm scared. Bai Huan's face was filled with lingering fear. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, The outer court disciples didn't notice? Why didn't they stop him? Them. Bai Huan sneered, They are just escorting us to the herb picking area. They are only responsible for the safety on the way. When they are picking herbs they also have to take the trial. How can they take care of us? In other words, when we reach the place where we pick the herbs, there's still a chance that we'll be attacked by those ferocious beasts? Of course, although there are hiding places in the herb gathering area, our skills are not as good as those ferocious beasts. As long as a ferocious beast appears, there will be casualties. I don't know about others, but at that time I was extremely nervous. I prayed to the heavens as I picked the herbs. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but feel some sympathy and said, Senior Bai, if that's the case, I feel that the price you gave me last time was too low. How about I give you some more pills? Bai Huan's hand shook vigorously. Her face was a little red as she said, Junior brother Rin, please don't say that. In fact, by exchanging herbs for your pills, I have already taken a big advantage. If you continue to say this, I will be too ashamed to show my face. Looking at Bai Huan, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to feel. Since that night when he first came to Tianmu Peak, the first person he met was Bai Huan. Bai Huan shamelessly asked him to extort things. Although it was very hinting, Zhang Xiaohua had already labeled him as unwelcome. After that, Bai Huan was instructed by Qin Fengxiao to keep an eye on Zhang Xiaohua. This made him even more displeased. But now that he thought about it, Bai Huan didn't know whether it was because she was afraid of his martial arts or because of other reasons, but she didn't disturb him at all. She only watched from afar and called out to him. She also never rashly entered the cave and only stood at a fixed distance from the cave entrance. Sai, you really can't define a person as good or bad. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Just like Valley Master Nya of Rejuvenation Valley. He himself thinks that he is a very good person, but Qin Fengxiao thinks that he is a person who is unpardonably evil. Forget it, forget it. I have my own conscience. I will use my own eyes to judge people. How can I care about other people's opinions? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his clothes and took out the few blood coagulation pills that he won 2 days ago. He smiled and said, Senior brother Bai, although I suffered a lot in exchanging pills for herbs because of my lack of knowledge, but you see, you can get these pills after a bet, right? I think that your herb is not bad. It is not bad. Here, take it. Take it as a little brother's compensation to you. A hint of desire flashed in Bai Huan's eyes. However, he immediately shook his head and said, I really can't accept this blood coagulation pill. Junior brother Ren will face many dangers on this trip. This pill is best for stopping bleeding. It is useful. Then he said embarrassedly, of course if Junior brother Ren can come back safely, it won't be too late to give this pill to me. Ah, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and put the pill into his clothes. He said, well said Senior brother Bai, it's a deal. When I come back I will give this blood coagulation pill to you. Bai Huan's face flushed red and he nodded desperately. Then Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Senior brother Bai, I have something I want to entrust to you. Bai Huan patted his chest and said, Junior brother Ren, just tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, I am willing to do it. Gosh. Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, why does this sentence sound so familiar? It's nothing. I wanted to ride my David's deer to the canyon, but I heard from Senior brother Bai that there are so many fierce beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. My David's deer is the most docile. If I bring it in, I'm afraid there won't be anything left of it. So, I want to ask Senior brother Bai to look after my David's deer more during this time. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohua's request, Bai Huan didn't even think about it. She smiled and said, of course you can. Huan is the most obedient. She usually strolls around the peak and never disturbs us. It's almost a piece of cake for us to help you look after her. Well, thank you so much, Senior brother. After that, Zhang Xiaohua let out a low whistle. Hearing the sound, the David's deer Huan quickly ran to Zhang Xiaohua and stuck out its tongue to lick his hand. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to say to Huan, so she just patted its bald horn and pointed at Bai Huan. Although the David's deer Huan was a spirit beast, it didn't know what Zhang Xiaohua was talking about. It just tilted its head and looked at Bai Huan, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua also secretly laughed. She had overestimated Huan. So, regardless of whether it understood or not, she patted Huan again and pointed at Bai Huan. Then she signaled Bai Huan to pat the David's deer with her hand. Bai Huan had even seen the fierce beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon and knew that the David's deer was the most docile. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's signal, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate to reach out and pat it. However, Huan was different from other animals. When it saw Bai Huan's palm coming, it immediately threw its head to the side and raised its right hoof as if it was about to kick. Its big eyes were still confused but full of vigilance. Seeing this, Bai Huan smiled bitterly. The task of looking after the David's deer seemed to be not so simple. However, Zhang Xiaohua ignored it and patted Huan's bald horn again. This time Huan understood. It let out a low hiss and walked away with light steps. Watching Huan leave, Bai Huan said, Junior brother Ren, your David's deer is very good. It almost understands human nature. It's not easy to take care of it. It doesn't matter, Senior brother Bai. If it doesn't see me in a few days, maybe it will understand. I hope so. However, you can rest assured that I don't see you feeding it on usual days. I will treat it like before. Well, I'm relieved. Please take care of it, senior brother. Bye. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, well, I'm going to the cave to pack my things. Didn't you say that we would set off early in the morning? Hearing this, Bai Huan was very surprised. He pulled Zhang Xiaohua and said, Junior brother Ren, don't you want to hear me talk about the things inside? Before I went to the Yulon Grand Canyon, I used 2 blood replenishing pills to get a senior brother to talk about a lot of things to take note of. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. He had already learned a little about the inside story of the Yulon evening refinement from Qin Fengshao and had a general idea in his heart. In fact, from his point of view, the experience of the grass sect disciples was definitely not suitable for him. He would never consider which place was safe and which was dangerous. What he wanted to know was where to find the rare herbs. And this, whether it was Bai Huan or Qin Fengshao, it was impossible for them to know. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had no intention of asking. He smiled and said, thank you, senior brother Bai. When I was drinking with senior brother Lu, I already told him some things. I guess before we set off tomorrow, Headmaster Chen will tell me more. Anyway, we will be under the protection of the outer disciples. Well, if we reach the herb picking area, I will try to be as careful as possible. As you said, danger is everywhere. Even if we are more careful, sometimes we can't avoid it. Bai Huan let go of his hand and said, yes, I forgot that Headmaster Chen will definitely take care of junior brother Ren. I did something unnecessary. I accept senior brother Bai's kindness. I will repay you when I return from the Yulon Grand Canyon. After that, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and returned to the cave. Bai Huan watched Zhang Xiaohua's back disappear and returned to the cave. She sighed and also turned back to the hut. Entering the alchemy room, the alchemy furnace above the earth fire was still slightly rumbling. Zhang Xiaohua had just refined a batch of blood coagulation pills this afternoon, so the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still warm. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell on the earth fire. The yellow-green flame gradually extinguished and the sound of the pill furnace also gradually disappeared. There was still some time before the pill furnace completely cooled down. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to tidy up the things in the pill room. Chapter 603. The pill expanding hall's list of participants for the secluded orchid evening refinement had been sent over at just the right time. Zhang Xiaohua had just finished refining a cauldron of blood-replenishing pills. If it had been a day earlier, wouldn't this cauldron of blood-replenishing pills of Zhang Xiaohua be wasted? Zhang Xiaohua no longer cared about the blood-replenishing pill. But even a fly is meat. This was Zhang Xiaohua's motto. He would feel heartache if any of the pills were scrapped. Well, speaking of the blood-replenishing pill, this blood-replenishing pilk was different from the blood-replenishing pilk that Zhang Xiaohua had refined in Rejuvenation Valley. This blood-replenishing pilt was refined by Zhang Xiaohua according to the pill formula recorded in the jade slip that she obtained from the pill room. At that time, he actually wanted to refine the Yuhuandan pill, but the main ingredients of the Yuhuandan pilt were the ice soul grass and cold light grass. There were also more than 10 kinds of ingredients. Among the herbs that Zhang Xiaohua obtained, not to mention the ice soul grass and cold light grass, there were very few ingredients. Therefore, after checking them one by one again, he had no choice but to refine the blood-replenishing pill. The things in the pill room were thrown in a mess. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right. First, he put the empty jade box into his money pouch. Although he had refined a few cauldrons of medicinal pills, there were still a lot of medicinal herbs left behind. If he brought them all into his money pouch, it would definitely take up a lot of space. Why did Zhang Xiaohua go to the secluded orchid evening refinement? Wasn't it just picking herbs? Although he didn't know the quality of the herbs in the Yulon Grand Canyon, Zhang Xiaohua believed that he would be able to find more if Bai Huan could pick the 40-year-old iron bone grass from there. Therefore, it was better to bring more empty jade boxes. The collected herbs were to be handed over to the pill repository hall, but Zhang Xiaohua was the best at keeping things. She only needed to hand over the same amount of herbs as the others, and the rest of the herbs would belong to her. Even Bai Huan knew that decades-old spiritual herbs were in her pocket. How could Zhang Xiaohua not know? Moreover, she had this magical money pouch. Even if someone searched her, she wouldn't find it. Then Zhang Xiaohua's eyes fell on the big package thrown in the corner. She walked quickly to the package and threw the heavy package into the money pouch. Inside was Nye Qianyu's love. Well, Zhang Xiaohua's favorite. Especially Zhang Xiaohua's own favorite. She couldn't bear to leave it alone in the pill repository. There was nothing else. Jade slips, celestial tools and other immortal objects were small and didn't take up much space, so Zhang Xiaohua didn't take them out. However, when she saw the huge 8 trigrams purple gold furnace in the middle of the pill repository, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. Although the furnace could also be shrunk, it occupied a lot of space. If she put it into the money pouch, those jade boxes and jade bottles on the shelf would be taken out. Therefore, after thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua gave up. She cast the incantation on the small furnace next to her and put it into the money pouch. Although the small furnace could only refine basic elixirs, if she really wanted to refine elixirs it might be useful. After looking around the entire pill repository and making sure that she didn't miss anything, she was relieved and prepared to cultivate the array and restriction. However, just as she sat down cross-legged, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. She cast the incantation and returned to the cave. Of course, on the other side of the cave, the Great Wisdom Sword was valiantly standing there. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and picked up the heavy sword. She casually drew a sword flower, completely ignoring its weight. Previously, when Zhang Xiaohua traveled the Jianghu, this heavy sword was carried by Huan Huan. But now, in consideration of Huan Huan's safety, it was placed on the top of Tianmu Peak. Then this heavy sword had to be carried by Zhang Xiaohua herself. On the way to the Yulon Grand Canyon, there would be many disciples of the Pill Repository Hall with her. With so many people, this heavy sword would inevitably be eye-catching. Moreover, to be honest, it would be inconvenient to ride a horse or a carriage. Which horse could carry this heavy sword? Which carriage could carry this heavy sword? Zhang Xiaohua held the heavy sword in front of her. Her other hand slowly stroked the sword from the hilt to the tip. She used her hand to feel the uneven undulations of the heavy sword. She said to herself, great wisdom, you won't have the chance to shine now. You'd better stay here obediently. Of course, this heavy sword couldn't be left in the cave. Zhang Xiaohua carried the heavy sword back to the pill repository. She inserted the heavy sword next to the pill repository. Then she clapped her hands and sat down again. She didn't believe that the Pill Repository Hall's disciples would discover this pill repository. After cultivating for a while, Zhang Xiaohua came out of the cave. She was about to practice the Imperial Wind technique. But when she released her divine sense, she found that the annoying fly Zhou Shuming was still hiding on a big tree not far away, staring at the direction of the cave. Well, that's strange. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Normally, Great Guardian Zhou would go back to eat at this time. He doesn't even come here at night. Why is he still here today? This guy is lazy. If you're a stalker, shouldn't you change your location often? Not only you won't feel lonely, but I can also look around to increase my sense of achievement. But you, on the other hand, are clinging to that tree and not letting go. Well, that tree is indeed luxuriant and easy to hide in, but this Xiaoxia has already found you. Every time I see you, I know where you are. What's the point? Come on, stalking is also about professionalism. After which, Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. With a twist of his body, he fled far away. When he reappeared, he did not exert any strength in his legs. Instead, he flew up like a gust of wind. His tall and thin figure drifted freely in the night sky of Tianmu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua practiced for the whole night. She didn't return to the elixir room until late at night. Nothing happened during the night. The next morning, when Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing her punching skills and walked out of the cave, she saw Bai Huan, who usually slept until late in the morning, standing neatly beside her hut, quietly waiting for her. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out empty-handed, Bai Huan was obviously stunned and asked, "Junior brother Ren, you're not going down the mountain now?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm ready. I have nothing to bring. Do you want me to bring a jade box to hold herbs?" "That's not necessary. Our elixir hall's carriage has prepared a jade box. You just need to take it when the time comes. I mean your package when you go up the mountain." "Oh, that." Zhang Xiaohua reached out and pretended not to know. She took out a bottle of elixirs and said, "I have all the necessary elixirs with me. Why do I need a package?" This. Bai Huan looked at Zhang Xiaohua's cave and reminded her, "The things in your package are precious. You must put them away properly." "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Bai. I have put those things away properly." As for where I put them, I'm sorry, senior brother Bai. I won't say it even if you beat me to death. Oh? You won't say it even if you beat me to death? Bai Huan smiled and said, you're just. Before he finished his words, he heard someone laughing behind him. Junior brother Bai, what's the matter? You won't say it even if you beat me to death? Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to turn around to know that the person who spoke must be Zhou Shuming, the great guardian Zhou, who had been squatting on the tree all night. Hearing this, Bai Huan quickly turned around and said with a smile, oh, senior brother Zhou, why are you at the top of Tianmu Peak so early today? Zhou Shuming looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, isn't it because junior brother Ren is going to the Yulon Grand Canyon today? Wu Daoang sent me to pick up junior brother Ren. I see. Hearing this, Bai Huan looked at Zhang Xiaohua with envy and said, Wu Daoang sent someone to pick up junior brother Ren. Sai back then, comparisons are odious. Zhang Xiaohua also cupped her hands and said, thank you Wu Daoang for your hospitality. I've troubled senior brother Zhou to climb up so early. Not at all. It's what I should do. Zhou Shuming said modestly and then asked, why did junior brother Bai say, I won't say it even if you beat me to death? This. Bai Huan was a little hesitant and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua said, it's nothing. I was just talking to senior brother Bai about something. Senior brother Bai was imitating my tone. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Zhou Shuming did not ask and said, it's getting late. Junior brother Ren, junior brother Bai, let's go down quickly. Don't let Headmaster Qin and Wu Daoang wait for too long. That's right, that's right. Let's go down quickly. Bai Huan said with a smile. When the three of them reached the waist of the mountain, they saw that the empty space in front of the courtyard was already lined up neatly with carriages. At a glance, there were more than 50 carriages. Beside these carriages, there were many disciples taking things from the carriages. Other than some tools, there were more jade boxes containing medicinal herbs. When they walked into the courtyard, the entire courtyard was already filled with people. They seemed to be the disciples of the grass division who were participating in the orchid evening refinement this time. In terms of age, most of them were around 25 years old. Of course, there were also some who were older. These disciples were in a group with their heads lowered as they talked about something. Their expressions were all different. Some were nervous, some were excited. The only thing they had in common was that everyone was just clenching their hands, revealing the restlessness in their hearts. Looking up, the place where the words welcoming Lu Lihong were hung was also hung with a red curtain. On it there were large words written with ink that was still wet. A warm farewell to the disciples of the grass division who are participating in the orchid evening refinement. The glory belongs to you. Zhang Xiaohua had just stood still when she saw a group of people walking out of the hall. At the front was the head of the grass division, Qin Fengshao. Behind him was a disciple who looked unfamiliar. At the end was the head of the pill division, Wu Zhouxiu, and the rest. Seeing Qin Fengshao and the rest walk out, everyone in the courtyard shut their mouths and turned to look at Qin Fengshao. Qin Fengshao and the rest walked under the red curtain and stood in a row. Qin Fengshao stood in the middle and looked at the disciples in the courtyard. He slowly nodded, coughed, and said loudly, to the disciples of the grass division who are about to participate in the orchid evening refinement, now as a senior brother, I have a few words to say to you. Chapter 604. After sending Zhang Xiaohua to the courtyard, Zhou Shuming and Bai Huan went out. The courtyard was filled with grass division disciples who were heading to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Zhang Xiaohua came late and stood at the back. He released his spiritual sense and took a look around. He had only been on Tianmu Peak for a little more than a month, and after the bet he had stayed on Tianmu Peak. He did not know most of the people here, but he felt that their faces were familiar. Among the crowd there were 4 small groups. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw 3 people in the middle of the small groups. Weren't they the 3 people he knew? These 3 people were 3 of the 6 great arhats. They were the 3rd Chen Zibi, the 4th Si Huinan, and the 6th Lu Quan. The disciples in the 3 small circles clustered around the 3, obviously following their lead. In the last circle, there seemed to be a slightly valiant disciple standing in the middle. However, he did not look familiar. He must be someone with some martial arts. At this moment, Qin Feng said with a smile, today is a day that the grass division disciples of Tianmu Peak can be proud of. Today, 96 of the grass division disciples of Tianmu Peak have passed the strict examination of the Hall Master of Pill Sprouting Hall. They will enter the Yulon Grand Canyon and undergo the training of Yulon Evening Refinement to become a true Grass Division disciple. Our pill-sprouting hall will have another solid force that has gone through the test of blood and fire. I am proud of you. The disciples of Tianmu Peak are also proud of you. You are the hope of Tianmu Peak in the future. Yulon Evening Refinement is a great hall for training and cultivating talents. For every hot-blooded Grass Division disciple, what can be more prideful and proud than this opportunity? You are my brothers and disciples of Pill Sprouting Hall. You can become a member of Yulon Evening Refinement, which means that you will selflessly contribute everything for the benefit of Fragrance Division and Pill Sprouting Hall. As a member of Fragrance Division, a member of Pill Sprouting Hall, and a member of Tianmu Peak's Grass Division, what can be more meaningful than this life experience? Just when the blood of the Chao clan and the others was boiling, Qin Fengxiao changed the thread of discussion and said, "Of course, everyone has their own mission. You are not the disciples of Wuming Hall, you are the elites of Pill Expansion Hall. Your mission is to pick the most precious spiritual grass in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Although this work is simple, it is the most important. Although the outer sect disciples were highly skilled in martial arts, what could they do if they were injured? They can only ask for help from our Pill Expansion Hall's medicinal pills. But what about our medicinal pills? It's the spirit herbs that you've harvested. Therefore, all of you are the main characters of this time's Orchid Dusk Refinement, and only all of you can obtain the protection of the outer court disciples." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Luckily there were no disciples of Wuming Hall. Otherwise, someone would have already pulled Qin Fengxiao down. Qin Fengxiao continued to encourage, "Based on this, all of you are the main characters of this time's Orchid Dusk Refinement. Since you are the main characters, then you have to protect your own lives. Remember, only the brothers that are alive can be my brothers. Only when all of you come back alive can I hold a celebratory feast for all of you on Tianmu Peak to welcome the heroes of Tianmu Peak back." Great. Everyone in the hall cheered thunderously. Seeing that his persuasion was effective, Qin Fengxiao looked at junior brother He and said with a smile, "Junior brother He, why don't you say a few words?" Junior brother He quickly waved his hand and said, "Headmaster Qin must be joking. Although I was sent by Vice Hall Leader Su, I am still a disciple of the Pill Division. This occasion is not suitable for me to speak." After he finished speaking, he looked at Wu Zhouxiu. Wu Zhouxiu also nodded and said, "Headmaster Qin, this is a grand occasion for your Grass Division. If our Pill Division were to interfere, it would be very inappropriate. I have never said anything, so junior brother He can forget about it." Qin Fengxiao smiled and nodded. Of course, this was outside of his expectations. He was just being courteous. Although he described the Orchid Dusk Refinement as a great event, everyone knew that this was a life and death trial for the Grass Division disciples. How could a Pill Division disciple have the qualifications to speak here? Even if he was the hall leader's envoy, he still couldn't. After pondering for a moment, Qin Fengxiao smiled and said, "Although the spiritual grass is important, we still have to cherish our own lives. This time, the hall leader has arranged for us to enter the Yulon Grand Canyon. Other than Qian Zibi, Si Huinan and Lu Quan who have never entered the Grand Canyon, there is also our Grass Division's Ren Xiaoyao. I think that if there is no special reason, it would be best for all of you to unite together and help each other. In the special environment of the Yulon Grand Canyon, the Grass Division's spirit of being able to endure hardships and struggle, and work hard to achieve our life goals." Zhang Xiaohua stood outside of the crowd. At first, he didn't attract any special attention. Even if someone saw him, they would think that he had come to join in the fun. Now that they heard Qin Fengxiao's words, the disciples present were all surprised. They whispered to each other and then looked up to look for him. After all, Zhang Xiaohua had already shown his talent in the gambling fight. No one would deny that he was a rising star. A disciple whose martial arts were not inferior to any of the Grass Division's Arhat disciples, who could unite with Ren Xiaoyao in the Orchid Dusk Refinement team, would definitely greatly increase their chances of survival. Therefore, when they saw Zhang Xiaohua, the disciples who didn't have time to unite around the three Arhats quietly moved towards Zhang Xiaohua. When all the disciples turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua helplessly raised his hand and greeted everyone. The three Arhats didn't say anything. They simply raised their hands and didn't move. The people around the other robust disciple couldn't stay still. Even the robust disciple was about to move to the back. Seeing this, Qin Fengxiao hurriedly shouted, "Brothers, don't move. There is still a period of time for everyone to prepare. You are free to form groups. And the last thing I want to say is..." But at this time the Grass Division's disciples were no longer in the mood to listen to Qin Fengxiao. They all secretly glanced at Zhang Xiaohua. They all wanted to be the first to establish a good relationship with Zhang Xiaohua. If they encountered any danger in the Orchid Grand Canyon, Zhang Xiaohua would lend them a hand. Qin Fengxiao was tactful and didn't say anything more. He roughly talked about some things to pay attention to and then indicated that they were dismissed to rest. Following Qin Fengxiao's gesture, several disciples walked towards Zhang Xiaohua with smiles on their faces. Zhang Xiaohua slightly frowned but didn't avoid them. He knew that this trip would be dangerous. These disciples were all putting their lives on the line to pick the herbs. If he could help them, he would definitely do so. Several disciples came over, but before they could speak they heard a voice from behind. "Junior brother Renho. I've heard a lot about you. I always see you in the gambling arena, but I haven't had the chance to get to know you. This time I'm very happy to see you and be able to travel with you." Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was the robust disciple who was surrounded by the other disciples. In the blink of an eye he came from far away. This Qin Gong wasn't just powerful. When the previous disciples heard this person speak, they tactfully moved to the side. The robust disciple approached and cupped his hands. "This one is Lu Chaoxian. Greetings to junior brother Ren." Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and immediately returned the greeting. "Greetings to senior brother Lu. Good." Lu Chaoxian nodded his head and said as if he was familiar with him, "Just now, several of us disciples were saying that among our Tianmu Peak's Grass Division disciples, other than the 6 great arhats, only junior brother Ren is highly skilled. If you can bring us into the Yulon Grand Canyon, there shouldn't be any danger. But you're still young and have just arrived at Tianmu Peak. This time you definitely won't enter the canyon. So we were secretly praying, who knew, hee." Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes in annoyance and secretly said, "Brother, I can understand your feelings, but there's no need to drag me in for your safety. Hee, but they're all pitiful people. There's no need to be calculative. Besides, who knows if these words are true or false?" He said, "Hee, it seems that the heavens have heard senior brother Lu's prayers. They immediately sent this little brother to escort you." Lu Chaoxian was a little embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, "This time, there are more disciples entering the canyon. 3 arhats probably won't be able to take care of all of them. So, several brothers elected me." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "That's just right. I'll also join in. How about I join in with you?" Lu Chaoxian hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean that. I was thinking that junior brother Ren's martial arts are superior. It's better for you to be the leader." Zhang Xiaohua chuckled, "There's no need for that, senior brother Lu. Didn't you just say that I've just arrived at Heaven Eye Peak? I don't even know where the Yulon Grand Canyon is. How can I be the leader? Don't worry, from the moment we depart I'll be by your side to protect you. What do you think?" When Lu Chaoxian heard this, he was overjoyed. He immediately bowed and said, "How can that be?" At this time Qin Feng and Wu Zhouxi walked over. Qin Feng said with a smile, "Junior brother Lu, you don't have to be so polite. Every time we enter the canyon, our Grass Division will have a disciple with superior martial arts to lead us. This is a convention. Although Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are not bad, he doesn't have much experience and doesn't know much about our pill-expanding hull. You just have to reluctantly take care of these disciples who think highly of you. If you have something you can't handle, let junior brother Ren take care of it." When Lu Chaoxian heard this, he smiled and said, "Then this one will listen to Head Chen's instructions. But this one won't accept the cut as the leader. It's better to let junior brother Ren stay." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Cut as the leader? What's that?" Qin Feng laughed and said, "See, junior brother Ren doesn't even know this. How can he be the leader?" The surrounding disciples all had smiles on their faces. Lu Chaoxian explained in a low voice, "When the leader protects everyone, he has to deal with the ferocious beasts that he encounters. And after returning from the Yulon Grand Canyon, the disciples under your protection will take out some of their rewards to thank you. This is the cut." Oh, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It seems that her efforts were not in vain. Chapter 605. In Zhang Xiao's mind, since they were all disciples of the grass division of the Pill Tower Hall, how could he just stand by and watch if someone else was attacked by a beast? It was just a matter of lifting a finger and he wouldn't think of any reward, so he didn't need this commission. But now Zhang Xiaohua was already familiar with people's hearts and the ways of the world. If he didn't want this commission now, presumably those disciples who were united with him would feel uneasy, and even feel that he wouldn't do anything to protect them. So it was better not to say it, and he could only reject it when he came back. And of course, if there was something very rare, Zhang Xiaohua might not refuse. Moreover, this commission was already a convention. If Zhang Xiaohua immediately broke it, it would incur the wrath of the crowd, and the 3 arhats who were watching by the side wouldn't accept it. So when Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also smiled and said, "That's great, you can rest assured. Just because of your commission, I will ensure that you have a safe journey." The disciples next to him laughed. Since they heard Zhang Xiaohua's guarantee with their own ears, their hearts were at ease. Lu Chaoxian was a discerning person which didn't match his heroic image. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua agree, he said to the crowd, "Let's go, we'll pack up and set off immediately. Since you let me be the leader, you should listen to me and don't let junior brother Ren worry about these trivial matters." Finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards Qin Fengshao and the others, and led the disciples out of the courtyard. Seeing the disciples leave, Qin Fengshao said, "Little brother, yesterday I asked someone to invite you down to talk to you about the Yulon Grand Canyon. However, I heard that you were still cultivating, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Anyway, junior brother Lu is also an old man and received the news early, so he has a good understanding of the situation there. Just listen to him along the way." Zhang Xiaohua was very grateful and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your concern. No need." Qin Feng smiled and said, "You are going to be an expert of our Tianmu Peak in the future. If I don't take good care of you now, when you become an outer disciple in the future, I won't even be able to flatter you." When junior brother He, who had come from White Mountain Peak, heard this, he could not help but size up Zhang Xiaohua a few times, his heart filled with astonishment. Wu Zhoushu also smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, the Yulon Grand Canyon is very dangerous. I just told you about it the day before yesterday, but I didn't expect to send you there now. Let's not talk about anything else, I just wish you a safe return." "Thank you for your concern, Dalong." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and bowed. "Alright, let's get out of here. It's getting late, let's not delay the journey." Qin Feng smiled and said, "It's also the first time he is doing this kind of thing. Don't make it difficult for him." Junior brother He nodded with a smile. So the group of people went out of the courtyard. At this time, dozens of carriages were ready. The disciples driving the carriages all got on the carriages, and the other disciples all stood on the ground. Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, "Head Chen, I don't see many outstanding disciples in your grass division. How come when you encounter this Yulon dusk refinement, the disciples you bring out are all more imposing than my Dan division disciples?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "There is a saying, good steel should be used on the blade. Why are you showing off when you're with your brothers?" "Alas, you don't say, looking at these brothers, my heart is really—" Wu Zhoushu comforted him, "They'll be back in a few dozen days. With a few arhats leading them, they might not necessarily be in trouble. Look at your trip, you didn't even lose a single hair." Qin Feng Zhao's expression was somewhat sad. "I don't know how the orchid dusk refinement will be this year. How much can my 96 grass department disciples turn around? Sai, let's leave it to the heavens. Maybe we can all return safely. We can't all. Hey, what depressing words are you saying? Orchid dusk refinement has been here for so many years, but it has never been as depressing as you say. Even when yellow wind and black lightning wreaked havoc, there were only 20% more casualties than usual." "That's right. Since you know, why think so much?" "Sai, I'm just afraid that something will happen to these people. I still have to find people from other places. It wasn't easy to gather 6 arhats. Why did Lord Hall Master send out 3 all of a sudden? My grass department's strength has dropped by quite a bit. Just keep looking. It's not like you haven't encountered this kind of situation before." As the two talked and walked not far away, Great Titan Zhou Shuming stood quietly under a tree. When Wu Zhoushu saw him, he said, "Headmaster Chen, I'll go and see what's the matter." All right." Qin Feng Shao nodded and walked away alone. After Qin Feng left, Zhou Shuming walked to Wu Zhoushu's side. Wu Zhoushu asked, "Did you find anything?" Zhou Shuming bit Wu Zhoushu's ear and whispered for a while. Wu Zhoushu nodded with a smile and snorted, then it's easy. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian sat in the carriage and traveled for half a day before arriving at White Mountain Peak. Along the way, Lu Chaoxian explained the details of the orchid dusk refinement in detail. Zhang Xiaohua memorized them one by one. He was not too worried about his own safety. Outer sect disciples could train. What was he afraid of? It was just that he had promised to protect and unite his own disciples, so he had to be prepared in advance. When they arrived at White Mountain Peak, it was close to dusk. They just happened to bump into the carriages from Three Reeds Peak. There were already over 100 carriages, causing White Mountain Peak to be in a panic. Fortunately, this orchid dusk refinement was only held once every 5 years. Although the disciples on White Mountain Peak were a little flustered, they did not make any mistakes. 200 people and over 100 carriages were properly arranged. On this White Mountain Peak, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer enjoy the preferential treatment she had on Tianmu Peak. She was assigned to a small room for 4 people by the reception disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall. However, the 2 people in the room were very tactful. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the room and frowned, they immediately found an excuse and slipped away to another room, leaving only Lu Chaoxian and Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua could not bear it, thinking that she still had to cultivate at night, she did not stop them. Lu Chaoxian's face had a ready-made expression. Although being the head was not a matter of the Pill Expanding Hall, it was still a matter of adhering to the old rules. If he could not even enjoy the treatment of 2 people in a room, then what kind of head was he? Subsequently, Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciples of Tianmu Peak and stayed on White Mountain Peak for 3 days. Three Reeds Peak and Tianmu Peak were slightly closer to White Mountain Peak, so they arrived on the same day. The mountain peak was slightly further away, so they arrived in the afternoon of the second day. After squeezing all 300 people together for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. She whispered to Lu Chaoxian, "Senior brother Lu, didn't you say you were going to enter the Orchid Grand Canyon? Why did you stay on White Mountain Peak for 3 days?" Hearing this, Lu Chaoxian smiled bitterly and said, "Junior brother Ren's thinking is too simple. Disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall are not the only ones participating in the Orchid Evening Refinement. All the suitable disciples of the Fragrance Cult are also participating. We are just going to pick herbs. Inner disciples and outer disciples, that is the real trial. Moreover, to enter the Yulon Grand Canyon there must be an order. The first is of course the inner sect disciples, followed by the inner sect disciples such as the alchemists and blacksmiths, followed by the outer sect elite disciples, and finally the Cleansing Jade Hall, Qingkun Hall, and our Pill Sprouting Hall, and other outer sect disciples who need to be escorted by the outer sect disciples. Of course, these outer sect disciples are also going to participate in the trial by fire, but compared to the previous outer sect disciples, they are just a little bit worse." "Oh." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "It seems that we still have to wait for a while." "Maybe." Lu Chaoxian said, "We need to be escorted by the outer disciples. This depends on the arrangement of the Wuming Hall. In fact, every time we enter the canyon it takes several days. Adding the time we take to come out, a month of trial is only 20 days. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "If that's the case, then can senior brother Lu take me out for a walk? This is the second time I've come to White Mountain Peak. The last time I came I was in a hurry and didn't pay attention to it. Now that I have some free time, why don't we look around? And also experience the prestige of our Pill Expanding Hall?" This. Lu Chaoxian was a bit embarrassed, since we are already disciples of the Tianmu Peak, although the White Mountain Peak is the headquarters of the Pill Expanding Hall, but we should not casually walk around. If junior brother Ren is bored, you wait for a while, I'll ask the disciples on duty where we can stroll around. Chapter 606. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the rules of Baiyu Peak's Pill Repository Hall were very strict. He was only acting on a whim and did not want to cause any trouble for others. He shook his head and said, "Since that is the case, there is no need. Senior brother Lu, you can sit in the room, I will take a stroll in the courtyard." Lu Chaoxian nodded and said, "Don't go out if you can. There are many people coming to Baiyu Peak at this time. Although the 300 of us are not much in Baiyu Peak, we are still ordinary disciples. If we break the rules for no reason or go to a place where we should not go, then we will be in big trouble." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "How big of a trouble?" If we break the rules and receive some punishment, wouldn't it be better if we don't go to Orchid Canyon? Lu Chaoxian looked around and whispered, Junior brother Rin, don't be careless. You are new here and do not know much. Moreover, you came to our Tianmu Peak. Tianmu Peak is a place far away from the Emperor. As long as you do not provoke Headmaster Qin, then everything will be fine. Actually, the rules of our fragrant religion are quite strict, especially for the male disciples and the disciples of our ordinary halls. Let's not even talk about making a big mistake that could cost you your life. Even if it's just an ordinary mistake, you'll be whipped for a light punishment, or even have your limbs broken for a heavy punishment. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. After he came to the fragrant religion, he had always felt that the sect was very harmonious. Although there was some filth between the senior and junior brothers, it was human nature. However, he had never thought that there would be ironclad rules behind the harmony. However, after thinking about it, he understood. He did not know how many people there were in the fragrant religion. Just the Tianmu Peak's Pill Repository Hall alone had thousands of people. If there were no rules, how could there be so many people? However, he was somewhat puzzled about the different rules between men and women. He asked softly, Senior brother Lu, why are the rules so harsh for male disciples? Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, Our fragrant religion's leader is a woman, and most of the elders are women. Only those old consecrators are mostly men. Moreover, it is said that the most powerful martial arts in our religion are suitable for women to cultivate. Therefore, although there are both male and female inner sect disciples, most of the female disciples have higher martial arts than the male disciples, and their status is also higher. Then she said sadly, Psych, I didn't know before, but when I found out about the situation in the sect, I regret not being born as a girl. Lu Chaoxian's faint tone gave Zhang Xiaohua goosebumps. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He smiled and said, Senior martial brother Lu, don't be sad here. I'll go out for a walk. Yes, I won't go far. Don't worry. After saying that, he scampered off, fearing that something might go wrong. Translator. Transcending editor. Transcending. The courtyard used by the opening Dan Hall to receive the trial disciples was quite large. It was located in a corner of the mountain and was some distance away from the main building of the opening Dan Hall. Although the courtyard was large, it was crowded with many people. Zhang Xiaohua saw a lot of disciples strolling around. A few of the disciples who were good at socializing were greeting the people they met. When they saw those who were strong, they went forward and tried to get close to them. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. It wasn't that these disciples were unscrupulous. After all, they were forced by the situation. If they could find a backer, it would be more of a guarantee. Tianmu Peak had its own gambling fight. A few Luohan could be relied on. The other peaks might not have such good conditions. It was good enough to find some disciples who had some martial arts. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was dressed in ordinary clothes. With his thin stature, how could people who didn't know him think that he had high martial arts? No one went forward. Only the disciples of Tianmu Peak's grass division saw him and nodded respectfully. They made way for him. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and nodded, hurriedly passing by. Walking out of the courtyard, there was a dense forest. Although it wasn't big, it was enough to block people's eyes and ears. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked in and made a hand seal, burrowing into the ground. When he poked his head out, he was halfway up Baiyu Peak. There were many different kinds of herbs growing here. It was flourishing. It was probably the grass division's territory. Seeing that there was no one else, Zhang Xiaohua used the Imperial Wind technique and rushed to the top of the mountain. Although the Imperial Wind technique consumed a lot of qi, but when used, it was 2 times faster than the levitation technique. And with Zhang Xiaohua's practice, the speed was still increasing. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua liked the feeling of floating. Therefore, the current Zhang Xiaohua had long regarded the Imperial Wind technique as his own qigong. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the top of Baiyu Peak. The peak of the White Yu Peak was similar to the Tianmu Peak above the Sea of Clouds. If one only looked at the Sea of Clouds, it was not much different from the Tianmu Peak. However, the peak of the Tianmu Peak was empty, while the White Yu Peak was filled with small houses. It wasn't strange that there were houses at the top of the mountain. What was strange was that there were dozens of weapon-wielding disciples standing guard outside. They all looked very alert. Zhang Xiaohua had only wanted to come up Baiyu Peak to look at the scenery and cultivate. He didn't expect to see a secret place in Baiyu Peak. Thinking about how he hadn't seen many disciples along the way, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Perhaps this was the place that Lu Chaoxian had said should not be here. Rubbing his chin in thought, Zhang Xiaohua quietly burrowed into the ground and headed towards the bottom of the house. But before he could get close, he was blocked by a faint layer of restriction. Could this be an extremely secret place in Bayou Peak? There's actually an immortal Dao restriction. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. He had the ability to break the restriction, but he didn't know if breaking the restriction would attract the attention of others. He had only come here out of curiosity, not to cause trouble. So, Zhang Xiaohua expanded his divine sense again and found that this restriction was only a part of it. Not far away there was no restriction at all. Estimating that there was only a corner of the house, Zhang Xiaohua circled around the restriction and headed in that direction. When he emerged from the ground, his divine sense swept out and he couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before him. This was a dark underground room without any light. Zhang Xiaohua had burrowed out from a corner of the room. In his divine sense, the entire room was a large pool and there seemed to be a large cage in the pool. The pool emitted a foul stench that made Zhang Xiaohua feel nauseous. What is this place? Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised. Then he took out a luminous pearl. The luminous pearl's light was limited and could only illuminate a distance of 3 qi, but just this 3 qi radius was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to have a general understanding. In the corner where Zhang Xiaohua was standing, the ground was covered in black stains and seemed to be very greasy. Walking a few steps forward, there was a large metal shelf. There were some strange things on the shelf like hooks, some metal rods and some brushes. Beside the metal shelf was a rather large platform, and on it was also extremely dirty. Looking carefully, the stains were actually congealed blood stains. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but gasp. He seemed to have understood something. Zhang Xiaohua had gone through a lot of life and death situations when he came out of the Guozhuang house. Although he had been captured by Qin Shiyue of the Tenryu sect and tortured for a confession, he had been served with great self-restraint and skill by pressing his acupoints. He had not been directly tortured. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua saw everything in front of him. How could he not understand that this was the dungeon of the Tuodan Hall, a place used to imprison prisoners or disciples who had violated the sect rules? Perhaps this platform full of bloodstains was the place where they tortured for a confession. While looking up again, there was a vertical shelf not far away. It was as tall as 2 people. There were some nails on it and some ropes on both sides. It was similar to the shelf where pork was hung in Butcher Lu's house. Needless to say, it was the place where people were hung. Zhang Xiaohua immediately shuddered. Although he had been wandering in Jianghu for a long time, he had never been to such a gloomy place. How could he not be afraid? At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart stirred. He formed a seal and the night illumination pearl flew into the air and into the pool in the middle of the room. Just as Zhang Xiaohua expected, there was a person curled up in a cage in the middle of the pool. The person's body was stiff and it was obvious that the person had long since stopped breathing. Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill. No wonder there was a silhouette in the cage just now. The cage was narrow and small, only the size of a child. At that time he did not think of anything else. When he saw the torture instruments on the wall, he thought that the cage might be another kind of torture instrument. When he moved the luminous pearl closer to the surface of the water, he saw that in the dark water, there were white skeletons from time to time. He did not know how many lives had been strangled in this small pool. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with anger. He knew in his heart that the fragrant cult had been peaceful in a remote area and had not encountered any foreign enemies for many years. Who could the life in the pool be? Except for those who had violated the sect rules, perhaps it was an enemy who had been captured from the outside. Speaking of enemies, in recent years, it was estimated that it would be the Misty School. When he thought of the Misty School and then associated it with his second brother, and the skeleton in the pool, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but twitch the corner of his eyes. However, when he took the luminous pearl in his hand, he already had a plan in his heart. This was the dungeon of the Misty School, which was the most ordinary hall of the fragrant cult. The Misty School was now a hall of the fragrant cult and was under the protection of the last disciple of the cult leader. Presumably, there were some necessary interrogations or torture, but it would not be carried out in this hall. The corpse in front of him most likely had nothing to do with the Misty School. If this person was still breathing, Zhang Xiaohua might have reached out to help and ask for the reason. But this person had been dead for who knows how long, so Zhang Xiaohua did not need to do anything superfluous. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He had long lost interest in finding out the truth. Pinching a spell, he directly escaped from the dungeon and returned to the mountain path of the White Mountain Peak. At the top of the White Mountain Peak, the scenery was unique. The sea of clouds was vast and the fragrance of medicine was faint. But at this time, Zhang Xiaohua did not have the leisurely mood he had when he first arrived. There are more chapters. Chapter 607. Zhang Xiaohua had seen the dungeon at the top of Baiyue Peak and then looked at the scenery of the mountain. How could he still be in the mood for leisure? He only felt that behind this fairyland, there was incomparable darkness and incomparable blood. Seeing that there was no one around, he used the Imperial Wind technique to head to the mountainside. The mountainside of Baiyue Peak was still a little cold and cheerless, not as lively as Tianmu Peak. There were not many people watching over the medicine fields on the peak, as if it was barren. Presumably, the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall knew that the peak was an important place in the hall, or perhaps it was the rules of the Pill Tower Hall. They would only come here when they were working and no one would come near on normal days. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness could not reach far, and he did not know if the back of the mountain was the same as Tianmu Peak, the pill department's territory. If it was any other time, Zhang Xiaohua would not be so honest and would have long gone there to take a look. But at this time he had just seen the dungeon and his mood was very gloomy, as if his interest had waned. After a while, seeing that he was nearing the mountainside, the number of disciples on the mountain gradually increased. Looking at their leisurely faces, it seemed that they did not have much to do with the secluded orchid evening refinement. Seeing so many people, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to show his face outside, and went straight into the ground towards the forest behind the small courtyard. When he returned to the courtyard, he suddenly found that it was completely silent, and there was not a single person. Oh no! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Could it be that in such a short time, all the disciples participating in the trial had already set off? When he came to his small house, he saw that some things inside were not packed and was slightly relieved. Just as he was about to go out, he heard the door being pushed open with a bang, and in came senior brother Lu Chaoxian. When senior brother Lu saw Zhang Xiaohua standing there in a daze, he did not care about his modesty and went forward to grab him and scolded, "Junior brother Ren, where did you go? Why did you disappear in a short while?" Go, Vice Hall Master Su called us for a lecture." Who was Vice Hall Master Su? However, in the entire pill repository hall, he was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. He was also someone that Lu Chaoxian could not even dream of. It was no wonder that he was so panicked. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was indifferent as she explained, "I just went for a walk in the forest at the back. I didn't go anywhere." Lu Chaoxian tugged at Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was a master of martial arts. He was afraid that he had angered her by scolding her just now. Hence he hurriedly explained, "Junior brother Ren, please don't blame me. It's just that the person who sent the message just now specifically said that Vice Hall Master Su wants to meet the disciples of our Tianmu Peak. Isn't it because there are a few outstanding people in our Tianmu Peak? Let's not talk about the 3 arhats, the next one is you, Junior brother Ren. This is a great opportunity to show your face in front of the Hall Master. If you can catch the Hall Master's attention, won't you become a frequent guest of the White Mountain Peak? In any case, it's better than working in broad daylight at Tianmu Peak. No one can see you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He naturally knew that he had been discovered by Vice Hall Master Su on the first day he had arrived at White Mountain Peak. And he really had a discerning eye. He had caught him, a fake medicine boy, and sent him far away to Tianmu Peak. Now, even if Vice Hall Master Su wanted to meet him, he would definitely not be treated as a talent, much less recommend himself. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still taking his time, Lu Chaoxian was a little anxious. He had seen slow tempers before, but he had never seen someone so slow. He couldn't help but tug at Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve again, pulling him outside. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to follow Lu Chao. He went straight out of the courtyard and ran towards a bigger courtyard. Just as he turned a corner, he saw a familiar face. Wasn't that Yang Yao? Yang Yao was also in a hurry. He came from the front and didn't see it clearly. He just glanced at it casually and then continued to move forward. But then he was stunned. He turned around and shouted, "Ren Xiao Yao?" Zhang Xiaohua had already seen Yang Yao. But when he saw that Yang Yao was in a hurry, he knew that something had happened. Plus, he was also running towards the courtyard, so he didn't stop to greet him. Now that he heard his name, he quickly stopped. Even Lu Chaoxian stopped. Yang Yao was considered an elder of the Grass Division and often went out. Most of the Grass Division disciples on Tianmu Peak knew him. Thus, the two of them went up to greet him. Yang Yao didn't look at Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, he said to Lu Chaoxian, "You are Lu." Lu Chaoxian quickly said, "I am Lu Chaoxian, a disciple of Tianmu Peak's Grass Division. I am Qin Fengxiao's subordinate. The last time you went to Tianmu Peak, I paid my respects to Martial Uncle Yang." "Oh, I was wondering why you looked so familiar." Yang Yao slapped his forehead and said, "Martial Nephew Lu is here to participate in the secluded orchid evening refinement. Vice Hall Master Su is giving a lecture in the courtyard. You better go quickly. Don't get caught red-handed." Lu Chaoxian said awkwardly, "Many thanks for Martial Uncle Yang's teachings. I just went to find Junior Brother Ren. I will go now." "Junior Brother Ren?" Yang Yao was stunned. He turned and asked, "Ren Xiaoyao, you are also participating in the secluded orchid evening refinement?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Yes, Martial Uncle Yang. I followed the senior brothers of the Grass Division to White Mountain Peak." "Ridiculous," Yang Yao stomped his foot and said, "How old are you? You just entered the pill hall. How can you be chosen this time? Wait here, I will go." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. Who was he? If he went to Rejuvenation Valley, he would be considered a steward of the incense cult and would be treated well by Valley Master Nya. But in the pill hall, even if he met a junior like Lu Lihong, he would still have to give way. First, it was due to the modesty of a senior. Then Zhang Xiaohua's quota to go to the secluded Orchid Grand Canyon was personally appointed by Vice Hall Master Su. He was only a senior disciple of the Grass Division. What confidence did he have to find the Hall Master? Even if he found his backer Old Man Purple Ginseng, he probably wouldn't open his mouth for such a small matter. Seeing that Yang Yao didn't finish speaking and stopped with hesitation in his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what was going on. She smiled and cupped her hands, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Martial Uncle Yang. However, since the pill hall has already decided on the list, it's too late to change it now. It's all my fault. I didn't think that Martial Uncle Yang would be in the pill hall. If I had told you earlier, there would have been some leeway." "Ah, that's right. This secluded orchid evening list was personally drafted by Vice Hall Master Su and then decided by the Hall Master. It's really not nice to mention it now. Nephew Ren, you can go first. When I have the chance, I will come to your place to see you." Yang Yao took advantage of the situation and said with a smile, "I have other important matters to attend to. You can go quickly. Vice Hall Master Su is giving a lecture." The two of them bid farewell to Yang Yao and hurried to another courtyard. On the way, Lu Chaoxian asked with some surprise, "Junior Brother Ren, I see that Martial Uncle Yang seems to be very familiar with you. Moreover, he seems to be very protective of you. You've known each other for a long time, right?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm a medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley. I came all the way to the incense cult, so of course I'm familiar with him. If we're talking about deep friendship, do you think I would be thrown under Headmaster Chen of Tianmu Peak?" "That's true. Headmaster Chen probably doesn't like medicine boys from Rejuvenation Valley." Lu Chaoxian scratched his head and said, "However, Headmaster Chen seems to value Junior Brother Ren very much. I think you might be our second master in the future." Seeing the second master again, Zhang Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about it after we safely return from Yulon Grand Canyon." While they were talking, they had already arrived outside of Vermilion Gate. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian looked at each other and tiptoed inside. At this time, the entire courtyard was full of disciples from various peaks who had come to White U Peak to participate in the trial. Next to them were some burly men who were the disciples on duty from Pill Repository Hall. Each of them stood in different positions. When these disciples on duty saw someone come in, they were first startled. Then, looking at their attire, they slightly frowned and looked elsewhere. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian had just stood at the back of the crowd when they heard Vice Hall Master Su say, "That's all I have to say for the time being. What I just emphasized was discipline. In Yulon Grand Canyon, this discipline is the most important. Only iron-like discipline can guarantee your lives. However, you haven't even set out yet. Just in our Pill Repository Hall, there are people who have openly violated the discipline. I, a dignified vice hall master of the Pill Repository Hall, am here to talk about my experience and the things you need to pay attention to during the Yulon evening refinement. However, there are some people who have no regard for discipline and treat me as nothing. Hearing this, the entire courtyard was in a mess. Everyone looked around, looking for the rat excrement that had stirred up the pot of porridge. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian looked at each other in dismay. Lu Chaoxian's face was even more ashen. Vice Hall Master Su then pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's side and said, that thin and tall young man and the one next to you, come over here. I want to ask you, why did you come so late? You have no regard for discipline. How can you preserve your lives in the Yulon evening refinement? If I don't teach you properly, won't you lose your lives in the Grand Canyon for no reason? Immediately, hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Zhang Xiaohua's side. Their eyes were filled with luck, sympathy, blame, and even envy. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and gritted his teeth. He was really puzzled. However, this was not the time for him to hesitate. When he saw Vice Hall Master Su waving his hand, he pulled Lu Chaoxian's sleeve and the two of them walked towards Vice Hall Master Su. Along the way, the disciples all made way for them. Vice Hall Master Su, who was on the stage, was still smiling when he saw the two of them approaching. He looked like an elder who was ready to scold a child who had made a mistake. He said with a reproachful tone, I had already sent someone to the courtyard to call you. I also told you clearly when you entered the courtyard that if there was nothing urgent, you should stay in the courtyard. How could you be late? Chapter 608. Hearing Vice Hall Master Su's question, Lu Chaoxian glanced at Zhang Xiaohua, not knowing if he should tell the truth. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua took a step forward and cupped his hands in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Greetings, Vice Hall Master Su. I am Rin Xiaoyao, a medicine boy from Tianmu Peak's Herb Department. Vice Hall Chief Su looked at Zhang Xiaohua with interest and said, I'm not asking for your names. I just want to know why you're so bold to be late in public. Zhang Xiaohua said, Before I explain, I want to say something first. Well, go ahead. Vice Hall Chief Su nodded. This is my senior brother from the Grass Division. He wasn't late just now. He just found that I wasn't here, so he went back to find me. I think if Hall Chief Su wants to punish me, I'll take responsibility. What do you think? Vice Hall Chief Su clapped his hands and said, Good. Since you, an apprentice, know how to repay kindness, why can't I, a Hall Chief, distinguish right from wrong? Since he remembered the absence of you, his junior brother, and was afraid that you would be punished, he took the risk to look for you. This is something worthy of praise. This is also the care and concern I mentioned earlier. His reason is so good, I naturally won't punish him. Then he turned to Lu Chaoxian and said, Is what he said true? Did you come to this yard just now? Lu Chaoxian said in a panic, Junior brother Rin is telling the truth. When I came to this yard, I didn't know that Vice Hall Chief Su was going to scold us. I didn't know that it was you who was going to scold us until I saw you sitting here drinking tea. Then I knew it was important and hurried back to find junior brother Ren. Good. You're a loyal man. Vice Hall Chief Su patted Lu Chaoxian's shoulder and said, Go back. Since you said that I was drinking tea just now, you must have arrived at the yard on time. This reason is very obvious. Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhang Xiaohua and his eyes flashed. He wanted to say something to Vice Hall Chief Su, but he didn't have the courage to say it. He lowered his head and hurried to the back of the crowd. At this time, Vice Hall Master Su smiled at Zhang Xiaohua and said, What about you? Do you have any dignified reason? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, saying, When Vice Hall Master Su summoned us, I was indeed not in the house, but I also did not go far. I was in the little forest behind the courtyard, but I was too engrossed in admiring the beautiful scenery of the White Mountain Peak and forgot about the time. Hee hee. Vice Hall Master Su laughed and said, You're still listening to the pretense of culture? You can actually appreciate the beauty of the small forest? I don't know how many times I've passed by that forest in a year. How come I've never noticed anything different? Zhang Xiaohua said, Beautiful scenery always happens inadvertently. Deputy Hall Chief Su is only focused on the affairs of the Hall of Mind. How can he have the leisure to look at the wildflowers by the roadside? Well, you're right. I'm worried about the affairs of the hall. Even if you go to the Yulon Grand Canyon, I have to tell you the things you need to pay attention to. How can I see the beautiful scenery in your eyes? Vice Hall Master Su nodded and said, since you didn't come to the field on time and also walked around violating the rules of the station. You say, how should I punish you? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's mind flashed with the pile of torture instruments in the dungeon of the White Mountain Peak. Her eyes narrowed. This one has just arrived at the missionary religion. I don't know the rules like the back of my hand. I ask Vice Hall Master Su to enlighten me. Yeah, I knew it. These rules should be learned from the first day you entered the missionary religion. You should have firmly memorized the rules in your heart. If you could have memorized the rules earlier, how could you have made the mistake you made today? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. After coming to the missionary religion for so long, who had ever mentioned the word rules to her? This was not her fault. As long as she bowed again, she said, Vice Hall Master Su's teachings are correct. I ask Vice Hall Master Su to punish me. Vice Hall Master Su was very satisfied with her attitude. Twirling his beard, he said, well, although you made a mistake, you can still correct it. Your attitude is very good. According to your mistake, it can be light or heavy. The light punishment is neglecting your teacher and being punished with hard labor for a few days. The heavy punishment is disobeying the Hall Master's orders. Either 80 lashes or breaking the tendons in your legs. See, Zhang Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and secretly said, no wonder there are so many torture instruments in the dungeon. This punishment is too harsh. Just because I was a little late, they broke my tendons. Truly inhumane. However, listening to his tone, it seems that there is still room for negotiation. It's best if you don't make this young master angry. Otherwise, I will make a mess of your White Mountain Peak. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua no longer cared about keeping a low profile. She steeled her heart. As long as Vice Hall Master Su dared to arrest her, she would show off her might and kill White Mountain Peak. Sure enough, Vice Hall Master Su's tone changed and said, but seeing that you are still young and have just arrived, you lack key points and do not understand the rules of the religion. Well, the key point is that the punishment is not the goal, it is only the means. Our goal is to punish the past and save the future. In addition, you still have to participate in the secluded orchid evening refinement. This Hall Master will allow you to redeem yourself. As long as you pick the 100-year-old ice soul grass, I will exempt you from your punishment. 100-year-old ice soul grass. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly. Even the disciples in the audience looked at each other. Although their eyes flashed with disbelief and their mouths were muttering, under Vice Hall Master Su's prestige, no one dared to whisper. Ice soul grass was one of the main ingredients to refine the Yuhuandan pill. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua knew. But whether it was easy to find the 100-year-old ice soul grass in the secluded Orchid Grand Canyon, Zhang Xiaohua did not use his head. Instead, he used his heels. Well, or looking at the expressions of the audience, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was definitely not an easy matter. However, it seemed that Zhang Xiaohua did not have much of a choice. He could either agree to Vice Hall Master Su's suggestion and atone for his crimes, or accept Vice Hall Master Su's punishment and receive the torture of breaking his tendons. Needless to say, the latter would definitely force Zhang Xiaohua to kill by Yefeng, completely disrupting Zhang Xiaohua's original plan. There was no need to consider at all. Zhang Xiaohua immediately chose the former. Although the 100-year-old ice soul grass was rare, it was not impossible to find it in the secluded Orchid Grand Canyon. Of course, if it really did not exist, then it was fine to fight when the time came. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, then I thank Vice Hall Master Su for his great kindness and for allowing me to make up for my crime. Well said, Ren Xiaoyao. I like to support the younger generation the most. If you can pick the 100-year-old ice soul grass, I will immediately exempt you from punishment. Vice Hall Master Su laughed, his eyes revealing an imperceptible feeling. Of course, if you can't pick the qualified ice soul grass, then don't blame us for being impartial. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, that's how it should be. Well, you can go down. I hope you can live up to my expectations. Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand, but no one knew whether he hoped that Zhang Xiaohua would be able to pick the ice spirit grass or not. Zhang Xiaohua bowed again and walked back. Along the way, he did not know how many eyes were filled with schadenfreude. It was not until he came to the side of the Tianmu Peak's disciples that those eyes were replaced with worry. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua stood still, Vice Hall Master Su on the stage announced that the trial was dismissed. He let the disciples who participated in the trial return to their rooms. It seemed that the purpose of this lecture was to find trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua did not speak and just walked with his head down. Lu Chao was blaming himself on the side, complaining from time to time that he was stupid. He did not expect Zhang Xiaohua to come to the small forest behind the courtyard. He also complained that he should not have dragged Zhang Xiaohua to the venue. If he did not come, how could the hundreds of disciples realize that two people were missing? Or if he did not come to find Zhang Xiaohua naturally would not come to the venue. If one person did not come, even if Vice Hall Master Su had discerning eyes, he might not know. The disciples next to him were also worried but did not speak. Until they reached Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chao's room, several disciples saw that there was no one around and said, "Junior Brother Ren, you are in trouble. Although this Yulon Grand Canyon is rich in spirit grasses, it needs to be picked every 5 years. The older ones have been picked long ago. Not to mention the 100-year ice soul grass, even the 50-year-old ones are rare." At this time Lu Chao said, "It's all my fault. Junior Brother Ren, if I did not pull you over, this would not have happened." Lu Chao said for a long time but could not say a complete sentence. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior Brother Lu, don't worry. You are doing this for my good, how can I not know? I can't thank you enough in my heart, so how can I blame you? Senior brothers are also very reasonable, but since Hall Master Su has placed a difficult problem there, this little brother can only accept it. If you want to blame someone, blame this little brother for being impulsive and wanting to go out for a walk. It can only be considered as fate." The disciples who heard this all sighed. In fact, with hundreds of people staying in this courtyard, it was very depressing. Many disciples had already gone out for a stroll, but they did not find anyone who would accuse them of violating the church's rules. Zhang Xiaohua usually did not go out, but just after going out she was caught red-handed. If it was said, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. It was not excessive at all. But Vice Hall Master Su said it in a dignified manner. All the disciples, including Zhang Xiaohua, were speechless. Then Zhang Xiaohua comforted everyone, "Everyone, don't worry about me. Since senior brother Lu Lihong was able to pick centuries-old ginseng in the canyon, maybe I can also find centuries-old ice spirit grass." When a skinny disciple heard this, he interrupted, "I occasionally heard from the seniors of the grass division that senior martial brother Lu obtained the old ginseng by chance. After he collected some herbs in the herb gathering area, he felt that there weren't any rare herbs. Thus he took the risk and relied on his superior martial arts to force his way out of the safe area and ran into the forest far away before he found the old ginseng. But it was in that forest. Later on, some brothers who heard the news went there again, but they didn't find anything. Moreover, after a few of them were killed by ferocious beasts, they didn't dare to leave the safe area anymore." "Oh? I see." Zhang Xiaohua began to understand. There are more chapters. Chapter 609. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua had a rough idea of what was going on. The herbs in the herb gathering area were harvested once every 5 years. There might be some spirit herbs left, but there were definitely no spirit herbs that were more than 100 years old. However, the Yulon Grand Canyon was very big. Even if there was no activity in the herb division, it didn't mean that there were no other places. Although other places were dangerous, would Zhang Xiaohua be afraid? However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain it to everyone. After comforting him for a while, they sighed and left. At this time, the news of the pitiful Zhang Xiaohua being punished by Vice Hall Master Su had already spread throughout the entire courtyard. This classic example of a negative example had an immediate effect. No disciple dared to casually take half a step out of the courtyard. They all obediently stayed in their rooms, quietly waiting for the arrival of silent orchid evening refinement. While the disciples were laughing at Zhang Xiaohua himself was peacefully sitting cross-legged in a corner of the small house, carefully comprehending the Tao of Heaven. 2 days later, Yang Yao still didn't come. On this day it was early in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua woke up early as usual and went to the woods outside the courtyard to practice the Big Dipper magical fist. When he returned to the small courtyard, he saw that the whole place was in an uproar. Everyone was walking back and forth shouting something. This made Zhang Xiaohua frown. "What's going on? Every time I go out I will encounter trouble?" At the door, Lu Chaoxian had already looked around countless times. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua return, his face was overjoyed. He stepped forward and said, Junior brother Ren, did you go to the woods again? This time I wanted to go there to find you, but I was afraid that the hall master would send some news. I didn't dare to leave. Zhang Xiaohua used his chin to point at the disciple who was walking back and forth. He whispered, Is it Vice Hall Master Su's idea again? Lu Chaoxian laughed. He is our Dan Hall Master. How can he make fun of us for no reason? Today is the day we are really going to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Just a moment ago, a disciple came over and told us to get ready. We have to gather outside in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Look, the brothers who drove the carriage have already left. I'm waiting for you here. Oh, the things in the house have also been packed. Since you don't have anything left, we are just waiting for you to come back. Let's prepare to go out. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, If that's the case, then that's for the best. Staying at White Mountain Peak is better than staying at Tianmu Peak. It's better to come less often in the future. Lu Chaoxian looked at the busy disciples around him and said with some disappointment and frustration, You should wait until we come back from the Yulon Grand Canyon. Moreover, even if you don't like to come here, you can't stop the number of disciples who want to come here. Ha! Zhang Xiaohua laughed out loud, causing the nearby disciples to roll their eyes in confusion. They saw Zhang Xiaohua casually patting Lu Chaoxian's shoulder and said, Senior brother Lu, I still haven't thanked you for your previous protection. Today, I feel very comfortable listening to your words. Alright, this trip to the Yulon Grand Canyon you will follow me. I will guarantee your safe return. Lu Chaoxian was astonished in an exaggerated manner. He cupped his hands and said, Then this Lu's 200 gene weight will all depend on junior brother Ren. When the time comes you must take care of me. Even if you have to carry me you must carry me back. Seeing Lu Chaoxian's appearance, Zhang Xiaohua naturally knew that he didn't really believe her. She smiled and said, Forget it. If senior brother Lu says so, then it's better to carry this little brother. This little brother only weighs 100 gene. And that's true. Lu Chaoxian said in a deadpan manner, Junior brother Ren should eat a little more. You are now growing so you can't lack food. That day when I dragged you to listen to Vice Hall Master Su's lecture, your body seemed very light. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat moved and said, I know, senior brother Lu. I will pay attention to it. Then not long after they heard someone standing at the gate of the courtyard shouting, All disciples quickly gather. The time limit is half an incense stick. Thus, the disciples who had been waiting in the house rushed out of the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave, but was pulled back by Lu Chaoxian. Zhang Xiaohua curiously said, Only half an incense stick's time. Senior brother Lu, if we don't hurry, I'm afraid we will be caught by others. Lu Chaoxian shook his head and said, There are more than 300 people in this courtyard. Although the gate is big, it is not enough for dozens of people to squeeze through at the same time. You see, isn't it already crowded at the beginning? The voice of the disciple who gave the order just now is very young. It is different from before. He is an inexperienced rookie. Let's wait for a while. When they have all squeezed through we will go over. Zhang Xiaohua sweated profusely. No wonder Headmaster Chen didn't let her be the leader. This Lu Chaoxian's experience was really not ordinary. She really couldn't predict this kind of situation. Sure enough, the gate of the courtyard was crowded with people. There were more than 10 people watching coldly from the surroundings. Only after half an incense stick's time had passed did the 300 people pass. Then the rest of the people who were watching the excitement didn't dare to delay and quickly walked out. The carriage of the Tianmu Peak's grass division was at the back of the convoy. Even Lu Chaoxian's face showed an extremely embarrassed expression. It was said that the world was unscrupulous and Zhang Xiaohua had encountered this before. However, he only picked one more ice soul grass than the others, so he didn't need to be so nervous. Therefore, looking at the 4 carriages behind him, the 8 people who were extremely confident in him and Lu Chaoxian, although Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how dangerous the Yulon Grand Canyon was, he still made up his mind to protect them to the best of his ability. Not long after, they saw dozens of steeds galloping down from Dragon Head Peak. Although Dragon Head Peak was steep, these dozens of people were able to gallop down with ease. They were actually very proficient in the saddle and horse, and their martial arts were extremely high. Soon these people went down the peak and stopped in front of the pill-sprouting Hall's carriage. The disciple holding the sword in the front talked with the disciple in charge of chores in front of the carriage for a while, and then shouted to the back. The outer court disciples behind him responded, patted their bodies and dismounted, and went straight to the pill-sprouting hall's carriage. Then there were 4 or 5 carriages with 2 disciples on each side, and they came in turn. When it was almost Zhang Xiaohua's carriage, there weren't many outer court disciples left. A disciple wearing a brocade martial attire and holding a sword, who wasn't very tall, was sitting in the carriage. From time to time he would look at the grass sect disciples sitting in the carriage and nodded his head with a smile. It wasn't until he saw Zhang Xiaohua that a smile appeared in his eyes. He moved his horse forward, came to the front of the carriage and said with a smile, "Junior brother Ren, we meet again." Chapter 6:10. Wasn't this disciple in embroidered robes the former elite disciple of the herb division Lu Lihong? Zhang Xiaohua was also overjoyed to see Lu Lihong. She cupped her hands and said, "Senior brother Lu, are you going to participate in the Orchid Evening Refinement? Congratulations, Senior brother Lu, I wish you success in your trial." Lu Lihong was also full of smiles. He held his sword and cupped his hands. "Thanks to Junior brother Ren's auspicious words, I will definitely pass this trial." At this moment, seeing Lu Lihong riding his horse to guard the back of the carriages, the Tianmu Cottage disciples who had just looked at Lu Lihong in confusion and ignored them, were all elated. With bright smiles on their faces, they began to discuss softly. Who is Lu Lihong? He was an existence that surpassed Qin Fengshao, the #1 master of Tianmu Peak. He was the idol of the herb division disciples of the pill division. Be a man and be Lu Lihong was not said for nothing. Since he had such a powerful outer disciple as his guard, wouldn't the Orchid Grand Canyon be a piece of flat land? Previously they were still a little nervous, but now they were completely relaxed. If not for the rules of the Pill Division Hall and the previous lesson of Zhang Xiao's punishment, they would probably be shouting and cheering loudly. Lu Lihong seemed to know what the disciples were thinking. He rode his horse forward and walked to the middle of the Herb Division team. He raised his hands and cupped his hands to the front and back. The Tianmu Peak disciples in the carriage, as well as the disciples from the other peaks in front, all stood up when they saw their idol being so humble. They cupped their hands in return and gave him a thumbs up in their hearts. What a master! Lu Lihong's action was obviously not in line with the rules. Several Wuming Hall disciples frowned slightly, but they did not say anything. It was an indisputable fact that Lu Lihong was a disciple of the Pill Division Hall. What could you say when he greeted his former brothers? However, Lu Lihong was quite a good person. He smiled and nodded to the senior brothers of Wuming Hall next to him and quickly turned his horse back to the end of the line. He was about 10 feet away from Zhang Xiaohua's carriage. At this time, the last 2 Wuming Hall disciples also rode over and followed closely behind the Pill Expanding Hall team. When everyone was in position, the disciple of Wuming Hall who rode back to the high ground waved his hand and said something to the person in front of the carriage. Then the carriages started to move slowly again. The disciples of Wuming Hall rode on horses and escorted the carriages of the Pill Expanding Hall on both sides. Nothing was said along the way. The entire caravan moved forward quietly. Only the sound of hooves and the clanking of carriages could be heard. Although Lu Lihong had some connections with the grass sect disciples, he was not familiar with them. There was no reason for him to chat with them. Moreover, the other outer sect disciples looked very arrogant. They sat quietly on their horses and closed their eyes to rest. They ignored everyone. The disciples of the Pill Sprouting Hall were also sitting quietly in the carriage. They seemed to have been instructed to follow the rules on the road. Although there were a few quick-witted disciples who wanted to trick Lu Lihong, they did not dare to break the rules in public. Zhang Xiaohua liked this kind of situation the most. She also sat cross-legged in the carriage and closed her eyes to cultivate. Lu Chaoxian beside her only knew some flowery martial arts and had never practiced internal strength. Seeing this, he also knew that Zhang Xiaohua was working hard. He also sat quietly beside her and did not dare to say a word. At this time, on a mountain ridge shrouded in a faint white mist, in front of a row of very exquisite stone houses, stood dozens of women in palace clothes. These women all had graceful figures and most of them were wearing masks, so their faces could not be seen clearly. The one in front was dressed in green. She looked at the ridge and did not say a word. After a long while, the white fog on the ridge became thinner. A ray of sunlight passed through and directly shone on the grass in front of the stone houses. The woman in green turned around and said, "Junior sisters, the time has come. You can do your own things. I won't say anything else." Just pay attention to your safety. Don't be careless. The restriction of the Yulon Grand Canyon has a time limit. 1 month later you must return here. If you encounter any danger you can send a signal. The junior sisters beside you can come to your rescue. Yes, senior sister Chin, we know. The woman in green was actually the extremely careless Chin. It was funny that she was reprimanding the other junior sisters for their carelessness. Seeing the junior sisters respond, Chin was still not at ease. Remember, 1 month later you must return here. Although I don't know what special dangers there are in the Yulon Grand Canyon, as long as the disciples don't go out before the restriction closes, including the outer and inner disciples, they will not come back. Beside her, a girl in light red clothes smiled and said, Senior sister, don't worry. Before we came out, Master had clearly told us that we wouldn't take our lives as a joke. Please let us go quickly. This 1 month's time may be long, but if we were to look for opportunities, find some spiritual herbs and the like, it would be extremely short. Chin listened and smiled. Do you think I want to say more? Didn't you see what Uncle Sect Leader said when we came in yesterday? Your safety is in my hands. How can I not care? A woman said, among all the junior sisters, only senior sister Chin has left the incense cult. She has also walked through the Jianghu. Naturally, we will follow senior sister Chin's lead. You don't need to be modest. Okay, I won't say more. Just like Uncle Sect Leader said yesterday, be careful. If you encounter any danger, send a signal. Let's go. Chin impatiently waved her hand. Seeing Chin let them go, the inner disciples who had been eager for a long time were all happy. They smiled and said, Then we will go first, senior sister. After saying that, their bodies floated up and glided a few feet in the air before slowly landing on the ground. Without waiting for their bodies to stop, they tapped their feet on the ground again. Without leaving any traces on the ground, their bodies rose up again. It was really elegant and graceful. Their posture was even better than ethereal sect's ethereal steps. These inner sect disciples' Qigong was so high that even Zhang Xiaohua, who was practicing the real levitation technique, could not compare with them. For a time the mountain was full of colorful and beautiful figures, dazzling the eyes. Seeing that all the junior sisters had gone down the mountain and went in different directions, Chin turned back and said to the last woman who hadn't moved, Let's go. The last woman was wearing a pale yellow palace dress, without a veil on her head. Her long black hair was tied up at the top of her head and then scattered behind her head. She frowned slightly on her white face. Hearing Chin's words, she nodded and said, I will listen to senior sister. After saying that, she didn't move. Chin was stunned and frowned, saying, You go first. The woman bit her lip and said, I don't dare to walk in front of senior sister. If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you so hesitant? Chin said angrily. The girl was taken aback. Her eyes were slightly watery. She gritted her teeth and flew down the mountain ridge. This girl's Qigong was not bad. If she was placed in the Jianghu, she would cause a sensation. However, compared to those inner sect disciples, she was much weaker. Looking at the woman's clumsy figure, Chin shook her head and said, In this case, why did you do it in the first place? As soon as Chin finished speaking, a firm voice came from the woman in the air. In this case, I did it in the first place. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, the woman's inner breath became chaotic. Her body suddenly fell towards the sharp rocks on the mountain ridge. The woman hurriedly circulated her inner breath, wanting to stabilize her body, but how could she do it in such a hurry? She was about to fall and get hurt, but she still gritted her teeth and forced herself to hold on. She didn't say a word for help. At the critical moment, a hand stretched out and pulled her sleeve. The woman took advantage of the force and pulled herself up again. At this time, the woman's white face had already turned red. It was Chin who stretched out her hand. Chin pulled the woman's sleeve and stepped on the ground very leisurely. Then with a little force, the two of them floated down the mountain like fairies. The woman's sleeve was pulled by Chin. She got a chance and whispered, Senior sister, thank you for your help. Chin laughed and said, I thought you didn't know how to speak. You're so stubborn. In the future, how can you find a good husband? The woman's body tilted and she almost fell to the mortal world again. Senior sister Chin's thinking was really good. Seeing this, Chin put more force in her hand and brought the woman to her side, laughing. After a long while she asked, Junior sister, do you think I'm calling you Meng? Or should I call you Zixia? The caravan of the Tuodan Hall left at dawn and stayed at night for several days. At noon they arrived in front of a huge forest that covered the sky. The caravan stopped. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and asked, "Senior brother Lu, have we arrived at the Yulon Canyon?" Lu Chaoxian nodded and said, "According to the schedule, we should have arrived at the destination." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked, "I have a question to ask. Junior brother Ren, please say it. When we enter the Yulon Canyon we still have to rely on junior brother Ren. You're so polite, how do you want me to deal with it?" Zhang Xiaohua stopped and said bluntly, "When we were at the Tianmu Peak, I heard senior brother Bai Huan say that because the restriction of the Yulon Canyon was opened in advance, the time of the Yulon dusk refinement was also earlier. That is to say, when the Tuodan Hall notified us at the Tianmu Peak, we could already enter the canyon. But why did we still have to wait for several days after we arrived at the Baiyu Peak? If we didn't wait for a few days and directly went to the Dragon Head Peak to meet the outer disciples, wouldn't it be convenient?" Lu Chaoxian said curiously, "Didn't you tell junior brother Ren before? There is an order to enter the canyon. First is the inner disciples, then the ordinary disciples of the other halls. It's useless for us to come early." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised. "I naturally know that there is an order to enter the canyon. But I don't understand. The inner disciples will enter first and we will line up later. Why do we have to wait?" Lu Chaoxian came to a realization and said, "I understand. Junior brother Ren, it seems that you still don't know why this trial is called Yulon Dusk Refinement, right?" Chapter 611. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed and said, "This? I really don't know. Please enlighten me, senior brother Lu." Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, it's normal that you don't know. In fact, this Yulon Dusk Refinement, Yulon, needless to say, is precisely the Yulon Grand Canyon. Refinement definitely means training. The key is the word dusk." "Dusk?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and asked, "Isn't it the word dusk? Could it be that we can only train at dusk?" "It is the word dusk, but not at dusk, but..." Before Lu Chaoxian could finish his words, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed and he exclaimed, "Oh, I understand now. I've been asking for half a day and it turns out that this is the reason." Lu Chaoxian gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Junior brother Ren is really a smart person. I haven't said anything but you already know." Then without caring whether Zhang Xiaohua understood or not, he continued, "The word dusk is exactly what junior brother Ren thought. Only at dusk can we enter the Yulon Grand Canyon to train. In other words, we can only enter the canyon during the 2 hours of dusk. So think about it, if the inner disciples and hall disciples of the incense religion all gather here, it's impossible for them all to enter. So we arranged for all the disciples to enter the Yulon Grand Canyon at different times." Zhang Xiaohua added, "Ah, that's right. Generally speaking, the first to enter are the inner disciples. I reckon that when we were at the White Mountain Peak or Tianmu Peak, they had already entered." "Oh." Zhang Xiaohua responded and stood up on the carriage. How the inner and outer disciples entered the Yulon Grand Canyon and how they went through the trial had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to pick some spirit grasses and deal with the unlucky atonement that fell on his head. After all, he had only been here for a short period of time and didn't know anything. There was no need for him to care too much about irrelevant things. The caravan stopped in front of the deep forest and didn't move. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was some fog in the forest. It was blurry and she couldn't see what was inside. She released her divine sense and found nothing unusual within 100 feet. After a long while, the carriage still quietly stopped there. The disciples of Wuming Hall all went to the front and gathered together, waiting quietly. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Lu, why haven't you left yet? It's almost afternoon. If we didn't hurry to the entrance of the Yulon Grand Canyon, how could we enter the canyon in 2 hours?" Lu Chaoxian looked as if he was seeing Zhang Xiaohua for the first time. He looked at her in amazement and asked, "Junior Brother Ren, after you came to the Yulon Grand Canyon, didn't you ask the senior martial brothers who had participated in the Yulon evening refinement about the situation here?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Since I was going to come here with the senior martial brothers, I would have asked them on the way. In any case, I have the virtue of not being ashamed to ask." "Ah, Junior Brother Ren is really strong. Lu Chaoxian once again gave her a thumbs up and said, "When we received the order to enter the Yulan evening refinement, we were both surprised and happy. Surprised because there might be a life-threatening situation here, and happy because if we returned safely, there would be a rich reward. But who could be as calm as junior brother Ren? Well, maybe it's because junior brother Ren's martial arts are superb, so he is unusually confident in himself." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head again and said embarrassedly, Am I that outstanding? Lu Chaoxian's face was painful as he tried to hold back his smile. His body was also steady as he said, "Yes, that's right. Junior brother Ren is a peerless figure second only to senior martial brother Lu Lihong." This time it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to stabilize his body. He pinched his chin and secretly said, Am I not as good as Lu Lihong? Then Lu Chaoxian pointed to the endless deep forest and said, "Junior brother Ren needs to know that this forest is the entrance to the Yulan Grand Canyon. Normally this forest can't be seen clearly. Only during the Yulan evening refinement every 5 years can the outline of this forest be seen. When the refinement is ready, the fog in this forest will dissipate. Junior martial brother, just wait. At dusk something will happen. At that time you will know how to enter the deep forest." Seeing Lu Chaoxian's somewhat hesitant appearance, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Okay, then I will sit here and wait to watch the fun." Finished speaking, she sat cross-legged on the carriage and ignored everything else, concentrating on her cultivation. After a long time the sun gradually moved to the west and gradually set. When it landed on the west mountain, a ray of sunlight shone on the forest. The originally misty forest gradually became clear. The endless fog was like a whale swallowing water, disappearing into the depths of the forest. At this time Zhang Xiaohua, even without using her divine sense, could clearly see that this was a huge array. At this time the sunlight shone on an unknown place. A multicolored brilliance projected on the ground in the middle of the forest, forming a winding passage. The Wuming Hall's disciples moved and the Dan Sprouting Hall's team also moved. Only to hear the Dan Sprouting Hall's disciple in the front shouting, "Junior martial brothers, hurry up and move forward." Presumably, everyone knows that this passage will only last for an hour. After that time it will disappear and the fog will reappear. The disciples who didn't pass through will have to stay in the dense forest. Everyone please be nimble. He seemed to understand why he felt different. In this deep forest there was no sound of birds chirping. Put-ong, put-ong. Zhang Xiaohua's heart beat violently. Of course, which forest did not have birds and insects that could chirp? This forest was so big and there were so many trees. How could there not be these things? But why aren't they barking? Also, before he entered the forest he didn't hear any birds chirping, right? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. The forest was just as Zhang Xiaohua had thought. It was a formation in the first place, and the path of light was a passageway through the formation. Regular people would not necessarily be able to sense anything if they strutted through it. Even the disciples of the fragrant cult would feel some fear when they learned of the dangers inside, but that was only a psychological effect. Zhang Xiaohua was different. She was a chi practitioner from the path of immortals, so she had some understanding of formations as well. Coupled with the assistance of the senses of the soul, she was more sensitive to formations than regular people. It was very easy for her to sense the pressure and danger in the formation, so she felt more pressure than regular people. That you're tuning in to the Biao's Wuxiao Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.